right, I'm of the notion that we're live right now. I am of the understanding that we are in fact live. I would like to go ahead first get this all set up. Here. I need folks to talk to me in chat so I know that you're there and that chat is working. Somebody say hi. Somebody tell me hello. Yo, what's up? How are ya? Welcome on in. Get this going here. I'll post that here. And then I will post it over on Twitter. The Twitter time. Okay. Do this here. Think. All right. Twitter is good. Bluesky is good. Discord is here. I'm getting a message, friend request. Hold. I don't know who this person is. But not from a server I know. I've been getting hit with these fucking bots recently. It's crazy. Okay. Get this all taken care of and move my thing over here. Let's see if we get a cool little flashbang of my face whenever this thing goes on. 3, 2, 1. But that's me. Howdy. I'm here. You have to bear with me. My neighbors upstairs seem to really be just... They have like a horse up there. I don't know what the hell's happening. Also, other thing to keep in mind that nobody else is gonna probably ever know, my chair is like super broken. So this weekend I'm probably gonna have to get a new chair, but we're gonna deal with this now. This is what happens when you get shitty $20 Amazon chairs. Eventually they break. This one lasted me like 3 years though, so I can't really complain about that. But how is everybody? How are we all doing? Welcome on in. Now, I'm sure I'm not the first person to have seen these. I'm sure that everybody in the chat has probably already seen these 10 times over. You know, I've had several discussions with individuals about the cards that have already been spoiled. But I do kind of want to go into more of a deep dive and talk a bit about them, just because I do really enjoy taking those deep dives of things. So what I wanted to do here also, just for the sake of it here, is I am going to be doing this here. We are going to probably end up just chatting with some folks in the Discord. And talking about Penn, talking about the new stuff and everything, so we'll be doing that there. Let me move this. Jesus Christ, I told you the chair is broken as all hell. I fear I'm going to have a live stream moment where the chair is going to just fully snap on me here, but we'll do our best. Let me go ahead and turn the music down just a tad bit. I'm going to get into our Discord chat here. Okay. All right, so we're getting our stuff here. I can invite some people to voice. So what we can do is whenever people are wanting to jump in, they can just feel free to obviously go ahead and let me know if they just pop into the Discord. I can go ahead and invite them into the streaming area where we can chit chat. But we will go ahead and stop dilly-dallying. Let's get into the cards, right? Let's talk about the cards. This is all the stuff from Compendium of Wraith. So, yo, what's up? How are ya? Welcome on in. Heck. All right, that'll be fine. I'm gonna also clean my glasses because golly, this is getting kind of insane here. So, Compendium of Wraith. We got all of the rares and commons spoiled today, which is pretty interesting. Let me actually make sure one of these cards is on here so I don't have to bring up the other thing. It's right there. There it is. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Cool. All right. So this is our list of cards so far that we've gotten spoiled. All the commons and rares. Something I do want to... There was a ruling on something that I wanted to get more clarification on, but I think we'll wait until we actually get to the card here, right? Yo, what's up, John? How are you doing, bud? How the hell are ya? How are things? Hopefully you've been just as excited for the pen stuff. We're doing some deep dive here. Going to talk about some of the new cards and kind of what we think about them. So overall, I think it is very, very a positive thing. I think the set looks really good. Just before we even get into the deep dive of things, I've taken a look at all the cards. It's sick. The set is sick. I'm very, very excited. And I think it's going to be a game changer for a lot of reasons. So, what's up? I hate that they've made the like usernames instead of just your actual YouTube username. But you're at LazyChicken1236. So welcome on in. I want to put a whole freaking thing in there. I think it's stupid. Shouldn't be doing that. I wonder if there's a way that I can change that. Maybe not. Oh well. Savage Claw has been my favorite to hype to the brute mains. Oh yeah. This card doesn't do anything. Pay 2, come in for 4. I mean, I guess like it's a fine chain ender, but it just added the 6 to your name, which is weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that is or why they're doing that, but I see. Yeah. Well, just because like what, they're going to be gone. Claw's going to be gone, right? So, but it's not going to be gone in Silver Age, which is really what today is talking about. As much as I would love to also talk about Classic Constructed and what this does for that, a lot of my focus around today's topics are going to be talking about Silver Age, what this does for Silver Age, some interactions with cards that already exist in Silver Age, and then we'll talk a little bit about the Classic Constructed. Talk a little bit about that. New holo cards seem solid. They do seem pretty cool. Also, another fun thing, if you didn't know, we're also supposed to get a spoiler tonight. My boy Boosting Spendog is due to have a spoiler tonight in 3 hours. Well, 2.5 hours. So super excited to see more spoilers come through. But today, of course, we're talking about the commons and rares of the set, kind of going over these and then showcasing what's new in Compendium of Wraith. So without further ado, let's go ahead and look into them. This is a new set of brute equipment. We've already seen predatory plating, easily an auto include into probably every brute, I would say. I think every brute plays this now because activate only if you control a card with 6 or more power. Rhinar has 6 or more power cards. All the KOs can have 6 or more power cards. Like KO probably doesn't run this. Tough Nut runs this. Freaking everybody runs this. This is just a really good card. So I think Predatory Plating is always in. Buzzard Helm, pretty cool card. When it defends, draw a card, then discard a random card. If a card with 6 or more power this turn is, or 6 or more power is discarded this way, this gets +1 this turn. So it's a Temper 2 headpiece with draw discard effect. So the only issue that I'd have with this is that it doesn't trigger any of the brute effects in that scenario, because with KO from heavy hitters and also with Rhinar, when you discard a 6 only on your action phase, you get the effect. But in this scenario, you would draw and then discard a random card, and if a card with 6 or more is discarded, this will get +1. So it's not like you get to intimidate in response to that, which is kind of sad. But it does allow you to fix your hand. You know, if you have a hand of all reds, you can block with this, and then you can draw, discard a 6, and then maybe you get a blue into your hand, if that happens to be the case. So pretty cool. So Buzzard Helm, not bad. Not bad there. We also have Scarus Strapping. Scarus Strapping is a new brute arm piece. 0 block. If you've pitched a card with 6 or more power this turn, this gets Spell Void 3. Now, this is kind of insane. Spell Void 3 on arms is just like wild. So I love this. Yo, what's up, Jacob? I am in I don't know if you want to go chat in here yet, but I'm just vibing. I also don't know how it's gonna really work, because you're gonna be in chat hearing me. I guess I just effectively need to, you just need to mute the stream, and that'll probably help, right? So but yeah, so Scare Strapping, this one's pretty cool. I feel like that should have been draw, discard, then conditional intimidate, like Scowling. I mean, yeah, maybe. I feel like really, like a defensive thing is like really good to have, but I think something like a flesh bag effect is like crazy, like way too powerful for this format probably. Blocking on defense and having them like discard a card effectively is like crazy good. So I don't know that it would be better, sure. Scare Strapping though, pretty good. Spell Void 3. I think Spell Void 3 is crazy. I mean, this effectively just helps block out a ton of damage. I think this is probably better than playing Null Rune, for sure. And especially it's if you've pitched a card with 6 or more power. So theoretically, this is far better in KO and maybe Tough Nut than it is Rhinar or the other KOs, right? The not heavy hitter KOs. And then guess what? They did it again. They made freaking Null Rune replacements that just have the class on them. This is stupid. I hate that they do this. Something that I heard recently that almost actually kind of like it irked me almost a little bit, but then I was brought back into the light. But oddly enough, these equipment pieces are going to be in cold foil, which means that technically this is brute Null Rune equipment that is cold foil, which is in a way skirting a tad bit around the cold foil reprint policy. But the caveat to that is that obviously this is only in the foot slot, which is a pretty like competitive slot to have something else, right? Like beaten trackers or scab skins or whatever, right? So whereas Null Rune can be in any of those things because it's generic and there's, you know, one for each piece. So I give it a pass for this. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think that was the reason for it, frankly, I don't know why. I think it was just like thematic. But I don't know. I think it's what I think is cool is that 2 of the pieces care about blocking arcane and 2 of the pieces care about blocking physical very well. So we do see that happening. And it kind of ties a little bit more into like the shamanic aspect of brutes now that we're seeing. So it's not so much like Unga Bunga, you know, just strength is everything kind of deal. It seems like we're tapping into a more magical element of brutes, which is kind of really interesting because you'd imagine brutes who care so much about strength wouldn't have arcane prevention stuff, right? It's the same deal with like warrior, right? Thematically, warrior wouldn't be having warrior equipment that has AB. So I don't know. It is crazy. Oh, you are right, Lazy. Yeah, you can pitch into AB and then trigger the spell void on the arms. That does make sense. That is good thinking. So maybe it is something to play. I mean, spell void 3 is just crazy. Like, you can give up a red and block 4 arcane. Or oh, yeah. Well, it's not that they don't exist, right? I mean, obviously, it's a fantasy world. Anything can be made up. But, you know, initial instinct of brute was they're just about strength, right? Raw power is what escalates you in the Savage Lands. But it wasn't until Cast Bones did we start seeing that there's another aspect of the Savage Lands that is a bit more magic oriented. And so now we're kind of seeing that come a little bit more to head, which is pretty cool. So I'd like to see that. Let's go into the actual cards here. We have Rip Off the Top, a 1-cost yellow that is a 2-block action. It says draw a card, then pitch a random card from your hand. If it has 6 or more power, your next attack this turn gets +3. I think this card is crazy. This is like pseudo Saltwater Swell for Brute, except it doesn't attack. It just gives +3 to your next thing. I think this card's crazy good because you draw and then you just pitch a random card. So now you pitch a blue for this, and then you draw a card, pitch another card. Absolutely, this is a good Tough Nut card. Absolutely, it is. This is huge for Tough Nut. Like, this is really good. So, I mean, obviously, I think KO does pretty good with this. Shoot. I mean, Rhinar even probably does it because you're getting the extra action points too, or not the action, but you're getting the extra resources. So even if you get, you know, you pitch the random card and you pitch another yellow, you have 4 floating resources, which is usually like insane considering that, right? And those 4 floating resources can then be transferred into, you know, Wild Ride for 9 into, Ravenous Meat Axe for 5. So pretty good stuff, gotta say. I think Rip Off the Top is a very good card. Definitely going to be trying it out on Tough Nut and Rhinar. I don't know that KO really wants it, but because KO I'd prefer to not miss in KO. But I think Rhinar could probably use a lot from this. Then we move into Aggressive Pounce. 2 for 6, block 3. If you've intimidated an opponent this turn, this gets go again. This card is crazy. This replaces, personally, in my Rhinar deck, it replaces, what the hell? Like, it replaces Wild Ride. This is way better than Wild Ride. Like, the only thing you don't get out of Wild Ride is the draw discard. So you don't get another Intimidate. So theoretically, it's pretty good. But this is pretty cool. Like, I think that's the only thing you're missing from this, is if you play Wild Ride, you get a draw discard. If you get a hit, you intimidate your opponent. In this situation, you can play Smell Fear, double Intimidate, and then play Aggressive Pounce to get 6 go again. Wild Ride did have Sash, yeah. Yeah, if you're playing CC, I mean, this is even better, right? Like, this is just kind of insane. So, but in Sage, as far as this goes, it's like pretty good. It might even replace, I don't know. I mean, Buck Wild is definitely going to be more important in KO. I think you could find a place for this in Rhinar for sure, because Rhinar does a lot more intimidating. So, and it comes in all colors. So, unfortunately, no blue 6. Oh well. We've gone over Bear Hug in previous iterations. It's got Tough Knot on the art, so we have to talk about this. Bear Hug, 2 for 7. Play this only if you pitched a card with 6 or more power this turn. Big Tough Knot card. It's also, you know, a yellow 6 for Tough Knot. And if you pitched a card with 6 or more, it gets this power. So even in KO, this isn't a bad one here. Just because obviously you're going to be getting more value. If you have 2 floating resources, you can send, 7 to end your turn. And it blocks 3, right? Any brute card that you can get into your deck to replace a no block with a 3 block, pretty good. Helps your turns out a lot. So that is the brute stuff that we know so far. So this is just the brute class things. Pretty good amount of stuff, honestly. They're not bad. Next, we'll move into the Guardian things. I've talked a little bit about Enclosed Firemine and how much I don't like this card. Again, this card is effectively the same as this card. Don't know why they ended up doing that. Magnetic Carapace. This card's pretty interesting just because whenever you play an aura, you may tap this and pay a resource. And if you do, you create a Seismic Surge token. It's got Guardwell 2. I think this card is fine if you're playing auras, but if you're not playing auras, then this card is not fine and does not I mean, Guardwell 2 is the only reason you'd really run it. And even still, I'd probably just play Temper 2, right? If you could do it. Volcanic Vice is a new arm piece. We didn't see this in the structure deck. But Volcanic Vice, if you create a Seismic Surge this turn, this gets Spell Void 3. So again, effectively this and this. So the Guardians and the Brutes are kind of in the same vein there. So not too bad there. Yeah, Valda will definitely want this stuff for sure. Yo, what's up, Emmy? How are ya? And then we have Basalt Boots. We've seen Basalt Boots already. I think this is like crazy good. I think this is a very, very, very good piece of boots, especially good for Valda. But I think that it replaces the boots in every... Does it replace Civic Steps in every single vein? Maybe. It depends, because you're really going to have to just like cash that in whenever you get the Crash and Bash triggers. Because you can Crash and Bash, and get a Seismic Surge token, and then block here to get Temper 2. So not terrible. I think it's definitely a doable thing. So that is the Guardian equipment here. Not bad. Does kind of play around a little bit with, again, I don't like this card. It's bad. I hate it. We then have Valahai Risen. This is a Guardian block 3. When it defends, you may pay up to 3 resources to create that many Seismic Surge tokens. So you're making Seismics off this, which is crazy. This is really good in Valda, because you can just guarantee that your Dominate happens. You block with this card, pitch a blue, keep a Boulder Drop in hand, block with your last card, send Boulder Drop for 7 Dominate. Pretty good. Yes, and trigger the boots. Correct. So a lot of Seismic Surge stuff in the Guardian as well, by the way. You'll see like Distant Rumbling, you pay 0. When this enters the arena, draw a card, then put a card from your hand into your deck 5th from the top. So it's very interesting that they're choosing 5th from the top as their thing here. I assume it's just kind of setting up for your next turn to get that all set up. But then at the start of your turn, destroy this, then creates 3 Seismic Surge tokens. So something I saw with some rumblings about this is that, believe it or not, Seismic Surge tokens pop at the beginning of your action phase and not at the start of your turn. So Distant Rumbling actually will make, the red at least, will make 3 Seismic Surge tokens at the beginning of your turn, and then they will pop. So this does get you a Valda trigger at the start of your turn. It makes you the Seismic Surge tokens, and then discards them, and then activates them in the action step. So very, very interesting to see this up here. I could see Distant Rumbling getting more value. It's a block 3 red aura. So if you are planning on doing auras, not terrible. Yeah, exactly, ladies. And yeah, so this can also help you set up clashes, because you'll draw 4 cards and then you'll know what the card is on top. You can block with a Test of Strength or something to make sure you're winning the clash, so on and so forth there. So Distant Rumbling is pretty cool. I think maybe, I mean, a blue block 3 isn't terrible to get you a Seismic Surge token, but you draw a card and then put a card from your hand to the into your deck 5th from the top. I'm sure there's some stacking information set up on that, but it is pretty cool to see. Guardian Auras just kind of do it. It does not have Go Again, though. No Go Again. So keep that in mind. We have Rites of Earthlore. You pay 0, free block. When this enters the arena, create a Seismic Surge token. At the start of your turn, destroy this. Then the next Guardian attack action you play this turn gets +3. So this is just an aura to buff stuff. It doesn't have Go Again, so I think there are already better cards. The only thing this does, though, is it proceeds to discount your next Guardian attack action, and then this is going to pump it at the beginning of your next turn. So you're getting 4 points of value out of this. This is a 0 for 4. In a way, you just end your turn. So it feels kind of bad. But if it's the only thing you can do, not terrible. I don't think this would ever see play, Rites of Earthlore. Although, when you consider cards like Flourish or, Flourish, I guess, any Might tokens, this is probably good for Terra. I don't think Oldhim runs this. I don't think Valda or Bravo run this, so maybe Terra. That is later. Yeah, that's an Earth card further on down too. But I'm talking more about Flourish, which is the whenever your next attack would gain power, it instead gains that much plus whatever, right? So the yellow gives +3 and the blue gives +2. So that is that's the setup for that there. But let me go through here. So Rites of Earthlore is fine. I mean, I think this is kind of a meh card, but I'm sure there's a world in which Aura Guardian matters. But let's move into the ninja stuff here. We've already seen Mask of Swarming Claw. I think this card's really, really good as far as a ninja headpiece that blocks arcane. That is kind of the thing that most wizards tend to want to do, is wait until your opponent is completely out of cards in their hand in order to send their big burst of damage at you so you can't AB. But if you send, Kadachi, head jab, this now has Spell Void 4 AB1, which is pretty nuts. So it does kind of force your opponent to, on the layer step before there's a chain link, play their ability to try and kill you. That way you're not getting Spell Void 4 on a piece of equipment here. We then have double cross trap. Not bad. We go ahead and then, of course, destroy this, gain a resource, activate only if you've hit 2 or more times this combat chain. Not a bad thing to have in and of itself, but I'd almost think Blood Drop Brocade's probably better, because you can also at instant speed destroy it. You just need to have dealt damage. And I mean, the only upside is, like, obviously you can do the same thing, but then have Arcane Barrier. So, not terrible. If they aren't dead from a single... Oh, well, that's exactly it. That's where wizards tend to do that, right? Is they wait until the final attack is going to come in to kill them, and then they activate all their abilities to try and kill their opponent. So therefore, the chain link would still be open. But yeah, you know, that's kind of it, right? Is like your opponent tries to send their whole hand, and then if they move to end and the chain link breaks, then obviously if the wizard is still alive, they can send that damage. But usually it's wait until they don't have an ability to respond, I guess. Yeah, still very, very good piece. Not bad at all, gotta say. Not terrible. Yeah, I like this card. I think this card's fun. Also, Crabrave. I love Crabrave. Yeah, this is just kind of fine. This card has been very interesting to me. There's a lot of text here. So this is Blade Break 1, first and foremost. But it says, Assassin. Attack reaction, pay 1 resource and tap this to destroy a dagger you control that is not on the active chain link. Target ninja attack action card on the active chain link gets +1. Whenever the chain link resolves, if the attack didn't hit, destroy this. So this is definitely a 6 Syndra piece. Super huge for Syndra. And on top of it, I mean, you can even do it for like Katsu. Like if you're trying to get combo cards, you know, you can destroy a Kadachi if you're really trying to like go wider. I don't know why you would do that. I definitely think this is so much more for Syndra than anything else. But this card is like kind of insane in Syndra. I think it's really like the difference is that you can destroy a dagger to give it +1. So if your opponent's not blocking and it comes in for 4 and you pump it to 5, it's pretty good. Yeah, you could play the retrieve cards, right? That is a thing you can do in Katsu. Although, I mean, they're not combo cards, so they might not feel as good. And then there's the 2 steps forward. This art caught me off a loop for a while because it literally just looked like I didn't see the other leg back here, but I thought it was just a foot on this waterfall. And I was like, what is happening? This is destroy this, create an agility token. Activate this only if you've hit 2 or more times this combat chain. Battle worn 1. Agility tokens are kind of crazy to get in a ninja because you already have go again on most of your things. So why is this necessary? I think so long as Pouncing Paws exists, you're probably playing Pouncing Paws. I think maybe this works out fine if you are playing Vi. I don't know, maybe Syndra? Like, because they need the chain starters, so an agility will allow them to give go again to 1 Draconic card. Other than that, I think everybody else does not require agility. So I'm curious why the agility token is so necessary. Any card a starter in a combo line. True. I guess you could give Rising Knee Thrust go again. And then you could, you can give Rising Knee Thrust go again, and then you can play Blackout Kick or something. If you're trying to do some crazy shit, right? Fluster Fist is also a card that is that. I mean, I can't remember all the combo lines off the top of my head. But speaking of combo lines, let's get into the rest of this ninja stuff. Feign Vengeance. When the chain link resolves, if there is a card defending this, draw a card. Go again. This is a 0 for 0 with a 3 block on it. Now, this just gets tons of value by freaking, what do you call it? This just gets tons of value by what's the word here? Playing Edge of Autumn, right? But I don't think the Okana Scar Wraps are Majestics, right? Right? So this doesn't do anything really for Sage Ira. But I guess that's a lie, right? You can make it one with Ira's ability. So there is at least that. Obviously, it's susceptible to things like Razor Reflex. Coming in for 0, I think, is always just really funny, too, because oftentimes your opponent is just like, no blocks? Duh. And they're like, cool, take 4. Or, in this scenario, if somebody blocks this, you draw a card. This is like kind of a crazy late game card, too, because you could send 0 at your opponent when they're at 1 life, and they might still feel like they need to respect it. So it is kind of a fun thing. I don't know how cute it is in CC or in Sage, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Sick and Bomb that's cleared for Sage, right? Unfortunately, no. But it's okay. This card draws you a card anyway, so you're good. Become the Bottle and Become the Cup are really fun cards. Become the Bottle just says when it attacks, choose a card on the combat chain. This gets the chosen card's name. Chain extenders. You could, again, I'm not too familiar with combo lines, but Become the Cup Red can effectively just say, this is Crouching Tiger. You can, of course, choose to name it anything else. You can name it Surging Strike. So that way you can go Surging Strike this, name it Surging Strike, and then go Descending Gust Wave into something else, right? It's a head jab. It is a head jab, that's for sure. So, not terrible. Become the Cup. You can you can name a color, right? As you play this, choose a color. This gets the chosen color. So this can become a blue. Yeah, exactly. This can become a blue for Zen. It can become a fun fact. I actually just found out. Again, I don't want to like deep dive into CC stuff just yet, but apparently you can play Become the Cup Blue, give it the color of yellow, and this actually is a 0 for 6. This gets +5. Because this gets the chosen color. It doesn't replace the color. This gets the chosen color. So this is now a yellow and a blue card, which means that according to Prismatic Leyline, this is going to be +5. So apparently Leyline Katsu is back on the menu. For those of you who did not know the truth of all of it. So that's kind of funny. That's a funny thing that people get to do now for that. But yeah, being able to change colors is pretty good. Obviously, you can have cards be red cards if you need them to be red, for things like Ancestry Tiger Body or whatever. Yeah, it is in fact cracked with Leyline. Pretty good. Gotta say, pretty good. All right, ninjas are done. Let's talk about Warrior. I will say, Warrior got some fucking sick equipment. Warrior got really good Temper 2 equipment in the set. Like, really good Temper 2 equipment. And it's gonna be sick. I already rebuilt my Decimator Great Axe build, and I think it's fucking insane. So, yeah. Keep that in mind. Literally insane. But then we look at the actual cards that were printed here, and they're all Sharpen related. So, the issue that I personally have with Sharpen is that it puts the +1 counters on there, and then you remove them at the end of the turn. So, but Rend Flesh is kind of an interesting card, right? Pay 0. This is a 3 block warrior action that's blue. It says until the end of turn, whenever a sword you control hits a hero, you may remove a +1 counter from it. If you do, they lose 2 life. So, not terrible. But this really is only effective because of the Sharpen counters, right? You're going to put a Sharpen counter onto your weapon, and then you know you're going to lose the Sharpen counter. So you attack with the weapon, and then you find a way to give it go again. Or you attack with a secondary weapon that has the actual Sharpen counter on it, and then you remove it. So I think this actually, again, is more information showing that Kasai could use these better, because quite literally you can just send a sword for 1 or 2, juke them out to give it go again with Blade Runner, right? And then come in with, you know, Rend Flesh, and then attack with the second one, sharpen it. Well, I guess you'd have to sharpen it with this. You have to play this to sharpen it. And then swing with your second weapon, pump it to get over your opponent's defenses, and then remove the +1 counter from the sharpen to deal 2 life to your opponent. So it's very much so a secondary swing thing, because you could put it on the first weapon, but like, why would you? So you'd probably end up doing something like cut and carve. You'd sharpen target sword you control, the second Centauri Saber. And then if it has 1 or more +1 counters on it, its next attack this turn gets Dominate. You then play Rend Flesh, and then you swing with his Centauri Saber for 2, give it go again with Blade Runner, and then swing the next Centauri Saber for 5 with Dominate. Maybe you have a reaction down here like this, right? Target weapon attack gets +4. If the weapon has been sharpened this turn, it gets +1 counter. So then it's a +5, right? Only if it's been sharpened. I have a feeling this sharpened stuff is going to do better in dual wielding warriors than it is like regular two-handed warriors. But I don't know. Overall, though, I'd be curious to see how these play out in Kasai more than they would Dory. You can't even really do anything with Hatchet's Dory into this. You could play, you know, Centauri Dory, but at that point you're better off playing Kasai. So we'll see about all that. But cut and carve, I mean, it's okay. They block for 3, gives a +1 counter, and it counts for sharpen, which I'm sure we're obviously going to see. We're going to see more sharpen stuff when Hala comes out, right? So that's good there. Moving into the mechanologist stuff, we got a lot of mechanologist stuff. A lot of mechanologist stuff. Tons of it. First and foremost, Embryo Base Vizier. If you'd be dealt arcane damage, you may remove a steam counter from a hyperdriver you control to prevent one of that damage. This is a mechanologist equipment base head. So this you can equip. Yeah, mech is crazy cool, this set. So if you be dealt arcane damage, you may remove a steam counter from a hyperdriver you control to prevent one of that damage. Arcane Barrier 1. Embryo Base Cortex. If you control a hyperdriver, this gets +2. So already, this is insane for anybody who's using hyperdrivers, aka Max. Embryo Base Digits. Tap this and a cog you control. This gets +1 defense till the end of turn for Temper 2. So maybe not a bad thing to put into Puffin. If you don't want to play the Golden Cog stuff. Or if you don't want to play the Golden Cog arms. Embryo Base Walkers, which is Quell 1. I don't know that this is that good. Because I'd almost rather have the Teklo legs instead of this. But Quell 1's kind of cool to see. We're not going to talk about the M's just yet. Blast Rig is crazy. Pay 0, Evo upgrade. This gets +1 for each Evo you have equipped, and it's got boost. So if you have 4 Evos, this is a 0 for 5 boost to give it go again. I don't know how much better that can be. That's really good. That's just some mechanologist stuff. Quill boots are too good in Teklo. Are they? Because you destroy this. I guess if you destroy it at the beginning of the end phase, you can just instant speed put something on top of that, right? If you have the legs. I guess that makes sense. If that's how that interaction works. I don't actually know. Speed Demon. Pay 0. Scrap. So you can banish an item or an equipment from your graveyard. If you control a hyperdriver, this gets +1. And then when this attacks, if it's scrapped a hyperdriver, create a hyperdriver token with 2 steam counters. Gotcha, okay. That's what I thought of me. I was just like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure. So when this attacks, if it scrapped a hyperdriver, create a hyperdriver token with 2 steam counters. This is insane. Mind you. This is like Fast and Furious, but for Max. If you control a hyperdriver, it gets +1. And then if you scrapped a hyperdriver from your graveyard, this then makes you a hyperdriver. And then we'll give it the +1. Like, the max support is so insane in this deck. It genuinely makes the stuff that is in the precon, in the armory deck, good. Like, so many good cards that made Max like, oh, why are you playing 9 hyperdrivers in Max? Now here it is. This is it. That's huge. Tekla Trebuchet 2000. We already talked about this, but like, this is obviously a banger because it's only in blue. But this replaces like 0 to 60 blue. It replaces theoretically, or you could replace T-Bone blue if you really wanted to do that. Like, this is such a good card to give boost, 0 for 1 with boost, and then +3 to your +2 to your next action you boost. That's crazy. That's cuckoo bananas. If this ever came in red, ever in our lives, it'd be Jover for us. Assembly module. Pretty cool card, right? Enters the arena with a steam counter. At the start of the turn, destroy this unless you remove a steam counter from it. And then at action speed, you can tap this to search your deck for a hyperdriver, put it into the arena, then shuffle. So if we need red hyperdrivers on the board, just go ahead and put them out there. Crazy thing is that this also can work in Dio. I'm not sure, like, if Dio ever needs those additional resources, but like, if there's something happening there, I wouldn't know about it, but pretty cool card. Definitely, obviously, for more of a Max-esque build. The Teklo Evo, the Evo beta stuff, insane. Like, can we just talk about how, A, it's got Battle Worn 1. So you want to run 2 of these immediately. They're base, so you can double up on them. And they make it so Evo heads cost you 1 less resource to play. And it's like that for each of these. This is for chest discount, arm discount, and legs discount. Which means that in Sage, you could run the 2 cost Battle Worn 2 cards in your deck, and they'll cost 1 when trying to equip them here. Those cards are also base. I think Fatigue Teklo is pretty goddamn real in Sage now because of this. But God forbid what this does in CC. Because these are base cards that cost 0 that you can just chuck onto the thing, right? At instant speed, at any point, your opponent can just go doot, doot, boop. Okay, boom, there you go. What I'm also really trying to wonder is, and correct me if I'm wrong, if your equipment is frozen, and then you proceed to, at instant speed, equip this on top of a frozen piece of equipment, is the equipment still frozen? Because I would imagine it isn't anymore. Okay, so this is the way to get around Jarl then, and Wizard and Icelander apparently. Yeah. That's crazy. Because Teklo can, at instant speed, equip Evos from the Banish Zone. Well, I guess anywhere, but usually from the Banish Zone. So you chuck a couple of these in the Banish Zone because of Boost. Boost Teklo is crazy right now. Boost Teklo is crazy right now. Very excited to see it. So that is, these are going to be great pickups. Also, I would imagine they're going to come in cold foil. We also have Heavy Metal Hardcore. Great name. Love it. Pay 0. Come in for 3 block. If an Evo has been banished from boosting this turn, this gets +1. Good Teklo card, right? Are there Marvels of all of them? Well, shit. That's going to be sick. This is just a good Teklo card. You'll put this in Teklo for sure. Heart Wrencher. I can't believe Tanner was right that they got Kiss of Wrench. Max players got Kiss of Wrench, which is a 0 for 3 block with boost. That is a wrench attack. So this matters a lot more in Classic Constructed because I think Clamp Press is a Majestic. But again, this is the card that makes the new Max, the Max Armory deck, like, worth buying. Wrench of Death. Crank of Death. That's what we're going to call the Boost of Death. But it's really cool. So I like that this is an addition here. I like that it comes in rainbow because that's just kind of crazy. Skisted doesn't come in rainbow. You can't flick a wrench. So unfortunate. But that is the mech stuff. A lot of cool mech stuff that came out. I'm looking forward to more mech stuff. I think these are immediate pickups for me. Is these beta stuff. My God, that's going to be so busted. Oh. All right. Let's move into Ranger. Ranger got a fuck ton of traps. A fuck ton of traps. Like an insane amount of traps. But they're weird traps. And it's very odd to see so many traps. So you can obviously tell this is much more related to Riptide. But there's trap pieces of equipment now. Concealed nerve gas, concealed pathogen, and concealed sedative. These are 3 pieces of ranger equipment that are traps. They're cloaked face down. So, you know, face down. And when it's equipped face down, when it attacks, so essentially it triggers on each of the things. So this is power greater than its base hits you. You can destroy this to give them an inertia token. This is whenever an attack hits you and they've played a reaction, an attack reaction, they get a blood rot box. Concealed nerve gas. Also, when this is equipped face down, when an attack with go again hits you, destroy this and give them a frailty token. These all trigger Riptide because they're traps. So pretty cool stuff there. They don't block for anything, so it does kind of suck. But it pings your opponent for 1, which is great, and gives them a thing of their choice, right? It's great. We've already seen Bolton Boots. Bolton Boots are a great addition. Easily the best foot slot for Ranger now. Just absolutely amazing. And then we have this card, which is so very funny because this is legitimate Starvo hate. Like it's very odd that there's Starvo hate being printed in 2026. But obviously, Living Legend is still a format that people can play. But this is really funny. It's a block 3 defense reaction. When this defends an attack with power greater than its base, dominate, and go again, the attack gets -2 and loses and can't gain abilities. Well, you see, it's not Flarvo hate. It's not Flarvo hate. It's strictly Bravo hate. Because Bravo Flattering Showman specifically states that it gets +2 and dominate, but it does not get go again. And there's not normally a way for you to get go again on those attacks. The only way I could imagine that is something that is like actually going to happen is when you have cards like this, which give your opponent a quicken token. Then it could get go again. But Bravo Flattering Showman only gives 2 of the 3 of these effects because it needs to have all of them. It needs to have power greater than its base, it needs to have dominate, and it needs to have go again. And all this does is it takes that 10 go again attack, reduces it back to 8, and removes the dominate and go again. And any other crush abilities. So, I don't know why they printed this card. I'm almost too scared to ask. Because it probably means that we're in for some shit later. Anyway, let's move into these things here. These are action traps, which is very cool. I initially thought that you were always going to get a Riptide ping just by playing these. This is a blue block 3, create a courage under target hero's control, go again. When this defends an attack with power greater than its base, remove a +1 counter from target permanent. This is only triggered with this defense ability. So if you want to get a Riptide ping to your opponent, you need to block with it and resolve this effect. Otherwise, giving your opponent a courage token and then getting go again is not a trigger. It is just the activated ability of the card. And so you do not get a Riptide ping. But what you do get to do is still load. So you're getting yourself prepared to give your opponent a quicken or a courage token or a quicken token. And it will then allow your cards in your traps to trigger better, right? Giving your opponent those pumps make it better. Correct. Yes. Yeah. You just remove a 1 power. All you need to do is when this defends an attack with power greater than its base, remove a +1 counter from target permanent. If there is no +1 counter from target permanent, then it does not, you know, doesn't matter. We have Frail Swing Line. This is crazy. This card is insane. Let me just put this into perspective. Create a frailty token under target hero's control. Go again. But when this defends an attack with power less than its base, its controller discards a card. So this is insane, right? This is crazy because now if your opponent ever swings with a, first and foremost, you're going to give your opponent a frailty 8 ways to Sunday, right? But if you give them a frailty and they swing a weapon at you, or they swing a card from Arsenal at you, you can block with this, and it will have power less than its base because of the frailty token, and you'll get full value out of it. This is insane. This is literally going in Fatigue Riptide. This is going any kind of Riptide. You're playing this card. This is really, really, really good. And the upside, right? Give your opponent a frailty token. So even if you have to play one of these to give them a frailty token, which you shouldn't normally be doing, but even if you had to, not bad. Pretty good. The other part is if you really wanted to, not to like catch ourselves too far ahead here, but you could also go ahead and pair that with this. But I guess you can't. Never mind, because it's a defense reaction. Forget what I was saying. Let's go back up. We got a lot to go over. Where the hell am I? There we are. Like, hold on, wait a minute. Nope, because it's just win a defense. So, Frail Swing Line, very good. Then we have Quickening Sand, right? Obviously, this is a Quicken token one. When this defends an attack with Go Again, tap target hero or ally. This is really good into Gravy, just in general. It's good into Dromai. It's good into Prism. It's good into everything, just to be like, okay, boop. Now you don't get to do anything. It's great. So, Quickening Sand. Love to see that. And then there's Spellbane Trap. Now, we saw a, like, Wizard Runeblade Illusionist hate weapon. Enigma Spectral Shields are ally. No, they are weapons. They're not allies. But Spellbane, well, I guess it depends on what you're playing. No, they're always weapons, because even with Iris, they're weapons. Spellbane Trap. This is just kind of a fine card to play. Regardless, it's another 3-pump for Azalea. If you need another 3-pump, it's got Go Again. When it defends and the attacking hero has dealt arcane damage this turn, create a Spellbane Aegis token. I think this is fine, because it effectively gives you a Spell Void 1 token, right? So if they've already dealt a point of arcane damage to you, you can block with this card, and then you get a Spell Void token to prevent another point of arcane. I feel like it's better into Runeblades. Yeah, I love that. I love the hybrid action of you get the on-hit, you get the load ability, or you can block with it to trigger a trap, which is really good. Spellbane comes in all 3 colors. I don't know that it sucks that it blocks 2. All these other traps block for 3. These block for 2 though. But I think it's just because they give power, probably. I don't know. But all I'm saying is that if you're a Riptide main, you get this card right now. I don't care what you have to pay for this. This goes in everything. It's buff into Wizards. Okay. Well, at least if it's a buff into Wizards. I guess the issue is, like, if it's a buff into Wizards, what if a Wizard never swings physical at you? I mean, obviously, like, many Wizards do that nowadays, but, like, what if they don't? Like, this card just kind of gives your arrow a pump, I guess, right? I guess it's not like it's dead in the water because you can use it in another vein, but it is still... I see, okay. It's quite literally a buff into wizards. I see. That makes sense. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was just like, you're triggering this off of that? Like, it's definitely for rune blades. So yeah, definitely good traps. I like this a lot. I think trap armor is cool. I also think it's kind of fun that these are all chests, so your opponent will never really know what you're playing. Like, you could have all of these in the sideboard and they could be like, oh, which one are they playing into me? Like, do I risk the go again? Do I risk the attack reaction? Like, I don't really know what I want to do. So pretty cool stuff. Let's move into Runeblade. Runeblade, we kind of expected to get a lot of cool things, which they kind of did. And we'll go over that here. We're not going to talk about Grimoire just yet. That is a rare, or a majestic, I should say. These are the cards we're looking for here, which is the Helm of Might and Magic, Runebleed Robe, Beckoning Haunt, and Blackstone Greaves. A whole new set of armor for Runeblade. Helm of Might and Magic, Bleed Break, and Spell Void 1. I think this is about as nice as you'd expect it to be. This is practically Dyadic Carapace, but like on a different angle. Kind of interesting to have. I don't know that I'm in love with it, but it's fine. It gives you the option, right? And I think that's really what it's about. Also, who is he? Who is this person? I want to be like them. I want sick, awesome armor. Runebleed Robe. 0 defense value, Arcane Barrier 1. Instant, destroy this and a rune chant you control, prevent the next 1 arcane damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Very fucking weird spell void. I don't like this. I don't think this is ever going to really be run, probably. I don't know that you need another point of AB. That person is a League of Legends character. I'd believe it. They look like a League of Legends character. So this is, I don't know. I kind of like, it's like not great. It prevents the next 1 arcane damage specifically. If this was break a rune chant and then prevent a point of damage, I would like this a lot better. But it specifically blocks out 1 AB and then also another one from this. You might as well have just given this thing Spell Void and done, you know, whatever the fuck this is over here. But last time they put AB1 Spell Void 1 on a piece of equipment, it was a Majestic in the Assassin slot. Shout out to you, Widowvale equipment. Beckoning Haunt, though, is kind of cool. This is the first time we've seen a double X cost in a piece of equipment, as far as I'm concerned. You have 2X and then 1 resource to destroy this, and then return target aura with cost X from your graveyard to your hand. There is not a go again keyword on here, so unfortunately not very good. But if you have a turn in which you just need to set up, most good auras in Silver Age are cost of 0. So you can just pay 1 resource, pitch a blue or a red in your hand, and go get back an aura, put it in Arsenal or something, pass, right? Go back, get back a Malefic Incantation. So, not terrible. Yeah, just activate Chain. Oh, yeah, that's right. Also, yeah, that's another thing to talk about. Chain is definitely not here anymore, which is pretty cool. So, Chain is definitely banned. I will. Yeah, bringing it up into Runeblade. Chain is definitely banned in Silver Age, which is something I'm really happy they did before the world premiere, because I feel like it would have just solidified people's anger into the format. because a lot of people were already upset that it was like already a bunch of just chains in the top tables. There are some other heroes won, right? We had an Oldham win. We've got Enigmas in top 2s. We've got Decimator Olympias and things. People are making it there, but chain is nearly uncontested. And it needed to be done. Like something needed to happen about him. And so in order for it to make the world premiere a better time, they banned the hero prematurely here. So chain will be gone for this season of Silver Age. There will be no other bans for this season of Silver Age. But upon set 19, chain will come back. So chain will be able to be a playable hero when set 19 comes out. Whether or not the devs ban him again is beyond me, but I doubt they will, because apparently it's supposed to be an on-season, off-season kind of deal, where he's going to get the bench now, and then next season he's going to be live, and then if people still hate him, he'll get the bench on set 20, and go from there. So they also changed that though. Did they? I didn't see anything about it, so I would not be sure. Get this over here. It's on the BNR. Yeah, that's what it says. Chain will not be legal for official Silver Age tournament play effective from the Compendium of Wraith World Premiere until the pre-release of Set 19. The card legality policy page will be updated on Monday with a table tracking Silver Age hero legality status. And when a hero is benched, they're not legal for an official Silver Age tournament play until the pre-release of the following standalone booster set. If a hero has been benched before, they remain benched for a number of seasons equal to the number of times they've been benched. Second time being benched equaled bench for 2 seasons, third season, so on. Because my understanding was that they're going to be banned, and then they will be coming back, and then during the pre-release of the next set, there's the voting, because the voting will happen beforehand, so... Well, yeah. I mean, effectively, it's just kind of like helping with overall rotation. I think we all know that if the meta shift with this set isn't like super insane, chain. I mean, I don't think chain's unbeatable. I've beaten plenty of chain, but I do think that chain is really good, and I think that there are tools in here that have helped him be better. But set 19 could also provide more cards to the format to allow for things to be different. So I think it's fine, but obviously if set 20 comes around and then they are banned again, they'll be out for 2 seasons. If that changes, right, and that whole situation is changed, and they're unbanned at pre-release, and then after release there's a voting for who's going to be legal, and people can vote chain, then we'll be there. I mean, at the end of the day, dev can make the decision to do it no matter what. So, you know, there wasn't supposed to be bans this season, but there are. So that is important to keep in mind. But yeah, so Beckoning Haunt, anyway, pretty good card. Blackstone Grease, if you've dealt arcane damage this turn, this gets +1 in defense. Pretty cool. I like this a lot, but it only really works with Sigil of Suffering. So I don't know that I'm in love with it. And also you have to deal the arcane damage. It's temper 2 boots for freaking Runeblade in rare. But maybe there's another way you can go about doing that. We have Sigil of Sylphidae. We saw this during the video there. When this enters or leaves the arena, you may banish another aura from your graveyard. If you do, deal 1 arcane damage to target hero. Beginning of your action phase, destroy this. These, you're gonna see this a lot, right? These banish an aura from your graveyard. It's really cool to see that because these, also just the art on this is freaking gorgeous. These are ways for Florian to decompose. Like, these are just more ways for Florian to decompose, which is sick. You could just have them decompose in Earth aura, like Sigil of Earth or Harvest Season or something, and you get the value of decomposing to put them in the banish, and you get a ping. Same deal with here, though. Runic Felling Song. Attacks, you may banish an aura from your graveyard if you deal 1 arcane damage to target hero. So, you know, 2 for 8-ish-esque thing. Pretty cool. We have Weeping Battleground. This is just an insane card, mind you. This is also Vincent up here. If you did not know that, that's Vincent. I like this art style that keeps popping up here. Orson Captain Sass. Crazy work. You may banish an aura from your graveyard if you do deal 1 arcane damage to target hero. So again, banish an aura. This is a defense reaction, so I lied. You can do that. This will banish to deal 1 arcane, and then you can get the temper on the boots. So this is a 0 for 3 defense reaction, a 0 for 2, and a 0 for 1. But they do deal an arcane point of damage, but you have to have an aura. So it's like cute, I guess, but not anything crazy. So that is the Runeblade stuff. It dealt with a lot of aura banishing, which is interesting because we can look into like the auras later, right? Shroud of the Fate Watch. This is all the wizard stuff here. A lot of these create a Sigil of Fate thing here. Shroud of the Fate Watcher says when this leaves the arena, these are all wizard stuff now. When this leaves the arena, create a Sigil of Fate token. And then Blade Break. It's got 0 on here. Why it's got Blade Break and has 0 defense value, I could not tell you. But it does. Robe of Resourcefulness. When this leaves the arena, gain 2. Blade Break 2. I guess when it leaves the arena, because you can just block with it and blow them up, right? That's the whole purpose. They don't have to block for anything, but when they leave the arena, you create a Sigil of Fate. So you want to block with them, but there's not really a ton of a way to give yourself like equipment block value, which kind of sucks. But when this leaves the arena, you gain 2 resources, so you can effectively you can block with this card, and then when the chain link closes, you can then just gain 2 resources, which is kind of cool. But the chain link does have to close, so it's still not a very good card, unfortunately. Gloves of Erasure. When this leaves the arena, destroy target aura token. Not really good, I guess. Maybe that's value. And then Aetherstorm Wellingtons, which you saw. This is fine. AB2 boots are fine for Wizard. I think this is sick. It's probably the best part of the equipment suite, honestly. Everything else is just so bad. I don't know. I don't like it. But then we move into the actual cards here, right? Glyph Power Spell, pay 2, deal 4 arcane damage to any target. If you control a card with Sigil in its name, instead it deals 6 arcane damage. Now, this card that this makes, the Sigil of Fate that many of these cards make, is a Sigil, right? When this leaves the arena, opt 1 at the beginning of your end phase, destroy this. Which leads me to believe that Blaze is probably relevant, because these are a lot of really cool op things. So if you control a card with Sigil's name, instead this deals 6. Very well could be a card that you can obviously pump with Crucible of Aetherweave to have it come in for 7. So if you find a way to create a Sigil of Fate and then do this on your opponent's turn, have it come in for 7. 7 arcane's a lot. Not a bad card. Also, the art's gorgeous. We have Painful Premonition. Pay 0, deal 3 arcane damage to any target, so a zap. And then if this deals damage, create a Sigil of Fate token. So you can still pump this up, and it just needs to deal damage. So even if it deals 1 point of arcane, you get a Sigil of Fate token, which then allows you to opt. It's pretty cool. Then a Future Sight in all colors. You pay 1 to create 3 Sigil of Fate tokens. This is crazy. Again, this is kind of where like a lot of people are like, oh, Blaze is certainly going to be a hero, because every one of these cards care about making these cards, and these cards say opt. Now, don't get me wrong. I think this is great for Kano too, because pay 1, play this, create 3 Sigil of Fate tokens, and then at the beginning of your turn, opt 3? Like, that's not terrible. That certainly sets you up for some good stuff there. So, but obviously, opt 3 sounds so much better in Blaze. So we'll see whether or not that actually ends up being a ton of value. Yeah, it is good for Acilio too. So obviously you just get the sigils, right? So then we have a very out of place card, Embody Greatness. This is a Shiana specialization. Again, another weird red flag here, because what the hell is this? Why does Shiana have a specialization? And literally its effect seems so like UPF, right? Name a living legend hero. Become that hero until the start of your next turn, except your base health doesn't change. Shiana is only available as a young hero in Blitz, which currently does not have a living legend system. Sage does not have a living legend system. Like, what does this do? Like, Shiana fans are probably like freaking out because it's like, oh shit, she's gonna be legitimate in this format. What does this do? Why do we now have 2 shapeshifter cards for a hero that's like now definitely not in the format? I don't know. I'm confused. Definitely a UPF card. I think they said you choose from CC Living Legend when everybody plays other formats. Oh, I guess that makes sense. So interesting. What the hell? This is nuts. Well, anyway, I don't know why this card exists, so we'll find out, I guess. It's the journals. Where's journal 3? What's the one they always have? Journal 1? What's the one that they were missing for a while? Can't remember. I haven't I haven't seen Gravity Falls in so long. My God. I bet she becomes CC playable is why she exists. Yeah, I freaking hope not, because that's going to be stupid. The second one. Oh, okay. Also, hi, Tyler. How are you? How are things? So anyway, Shiana. Let's move into a real hero, a real class, Illusionist. Ward 1 armor across the board. Headpiece makes you a ponder token. Also, just gorgeous art. Gotcha, yeah, so that was the second one. Yes. So Silken Shroud gets you a ponder token if it's destroyed. Silken Shawl gets you a vigor token if it's destroyed. Symphony gets you a might token if it's destroyed. And Slippers, illusionists cannot go without having their feet showing, apparently. Make an agility token. An agility token in illusionist is kind of freaking nuts, I must say. Out of all of these things here, an agility token's pretty crazy. This Icelander Anna card looks like an adult, just like Blaze on her card and Terra on his. I see. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm always hopeful, right? There's obviously a ton of cards in between all of these things, so I'm sure we're going to find out what all that is over the course of the days. Shimmering Mirage. This card's kind of nuts, right? 0 cost. When this is defending, when the chain link resolves, banish this. You may play it this combat chain. it's got Mirage. This is literally one of the most insane defense reactions I think I've ever seen. Like, busted to all hell. It can block this is literally quick dodge flexors for no cost. You just need to not block something that has 6. This card is like turbo broken. It's so good. This is just, oh, okay. Ninja killer? Like, oh, ninjas are sending too much damage. I can't prevent all of it in one thing. Yeah, Shimmering Mirage. Block that one. Block that one. Block that one. Block this one. Okay, cool. Now, to be fair, it says you may play at this combat chain. So theoretically, what a ninja can do is break the chain, right? And then you can't play this anymore. Because it's no longer the same chain. But it of course then just says, okay, cool, you don't get to go your super big chain links wide, right? Mask of Momentum, now ooh scary, right? So I think this card's great. This card's super good. Also, why is it so Dromai coded? Why is it Dromai as fuck right now? I wish that was anything like this. Power of Make-Believe comes in rainbow. 3 for 7. This gets +1 for each card with 6 or more defending it. What the fuck are we doing here? No Phantasm, right? So can't be popped. Literally cannot be popped. And if they deem to swing, if they deem to block with cards from their hand that are attacks, and you're a Guardian or a Brute, this gets more damage. What the fuck? What is this? This is so good. Having Mirage on here, like, sure, whatever, right? You know, you can't block big attacks because then you don't get the block value out of it. But what in the hell? You're telling me this is just anti-Guardian tech? It's crazy. So good. Speaking of more anti-Guardian tech, Shimmering Spectre. While this is attacking or defending, when this leaves the arena, create a Spectral Shield. This is immediately going in Prism. Or a Prism. This is going in there immediately. Pay 3, send 6. Make a freaking thing. This is so sick. I love that. I think these Illusionist cards are busted as hell. I think Illusion, except the armor. I don't really care for the equipment too much, but the freaking actions we got are insane. And then we move into the craziest stuff, right? My assassin mains, rise the fuck up. Because we just got the most insane suite of fatigue armor I've ever seen in my life. Ever. So much so that I'm even thinking about putting fucking Payday in my Arachne Huntsman deck in order for this to happen. Don't look at this card. It's going to look really great in cold foil, in the extended art, in the gem pack. This card is ass. Don't worry about this. It's these. These are the tech. Every one of them have the same ability. They all have Blade Break 2. It says, while it's in your graveyard, at the start of your turn, you may destroy 2 silver you control, and if you do, equip this. And when this is equipped from anywhere other than your graveyard, put a -1 counter on it. So when you equip this for the first time in the game, it will have a -1 counter on it and block for 1. But if you buy it back, it's got Blade Break 2. You can continuously buy this back so long as you have silver generation. You can keep buying back Blade Break 2 armor and not lose cards from your hand and fatigue your opponent. And we have an outlet for things in Silver Age, right? Arachne, young Arachne, right, from Dynasty, had nothing to do with the silver that they generated whenever they would whenever they would complete contracts. Now, they have a whole suite of armor that they can just buy back. It's got Blade Break 1, and then you just buy it back, and then it gets Blade Break 2. And you just keep doing that all the time forever. It's busted. The armor is crazy. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for this stuff. Then we get into the attack actions. This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life, and we're like 3 years too late for this. But this is really cool because this is an answer to Mistveil. 0 for 4 contract card, as they normally are. You're contracted to banish opponent's blue cards. Whenever you complete this contract, create a silver token. Might still be valuable to play in the deck if you're looking for blue cards, right? But when this hits a mystic hero, search their deck for any number of inner chi and banish them. They shuffle. This is a rare. I need you all to think about the fact that this is a rare. Okay? I need you to think about the end game into Enigma when they're trying to fatigue you, and you send this into them, and then you pump it with 2 cut to the chases to have it come in for 10. On hit, remove 7 cards from your opponent's deck. Unless they're not all chi, right? I might mainboard this. This might be a mainboard card in Sage. Just because if I get paired into a new, if I get paired into a Zen, or if I get paired into an Enigma, I have good tech for that. But maybe we'll see what the meta shakes out to be first. Regardless, it's another 0 for 4 contract, which you like to see. But what we really want to see is this card. Doesn't banish off the to on hit into everyone else. What do you mean? Like this? Yeah, because you still get the. That is correct. Yeah, you don't get to banish, right? So, I guess that is correct. You're not still getting the banish effect. You're only getting the banish effect for inner chi. So, I mean, you still shuffle their deck, which also isn't terrible either. But this might just need to be determining what is in the main board, right? I expect a lot of Enigma, so it might be something to keep, but we'll see. But this card is gas. Excessive blood loss. Pay 1, contract. You're contracted to banish your opponent's red cards. And whenever you complete it, you get a silver token, just like any other contract card. When this hits a hero, you banish the top card of their deck. And if it's red, you repeat the process once. So this is the opportunity to banish 2 cards off the top of your deck. If you are playing into aggro that already doesn't like to block, and is probably a lot of red line, 2 cards off the top of the deck. You also, as Arachne, get to look at the top card of your opponent's deck if you're playing the contract Arachne. So you can choose to either keep that red card on top, which you probably will, because you almost want to guarantee that A, you remove damage from your opponent's deck, and B, you get to get 2 cards instead of 1. Tons of value. Love to see it. I love this card. I'm thinking about maybe playing the blue, but I don't know that I will. Another card that's super insane is Knife Through, showing Azuri, right? New Azuri tech. 0 cost, 3 power, 3 block stealth card. Says if you've hit with a dagger this combat chain, this gets go again. This is good for Slippy. This is good for Azuri. This is good for Marionette. Web of Deceit. Like, that's pretty good, I gotta say. So, you know, if you play this in Slippy, attack with a Art of Desire body, flick a dagger, play Knife Through, get go again, play a pump to retrieve a dagger, attack with a dagger. Pretty good. I think this card's going to see a lot of play in a lot of assassin decks. especially with flick knives, or also even with like danger digits, right? Being able to just kind of flick stuff. Pretty good stuff. Bard card. Bard got a card printed in here. Create a frostbite token under each other hero's control. Kind of insane that they printed a Bard card. Did not expect that. That was not in my bingo card, along with the shapeshifter card. Wasn't expecting that at all. So sure, whatever, right? Maybe we see Bard. Maybe we see new Bard stuff. Then we have the Necromancer stuff, right? We are only at like halfway through this thing here, so we still have a lot to go through. The Necromancer stuff is kind of crazy. Now, this is all Necromancers. This is going to happen to any other Necromancer as well. Carrying Crown, action, discard an ally, destroy this to draw a card, go again. Pretty good. I don't know that it's obviously a replacement for anything that Gravy wants. I think that in Sage, it's really good. Because it allows you to filter your hand without having a gold, which is very good. Mournful Casket. If an ally has been put into your graveyard this turn, this gets +1 defense, temper 2. It has to be put into your graveyard on your opponent's turn, effectively, which might be a bit harder to do, but it can be done. I do know that it can be done. Obviously, with Gravy's ability, you can Gravy, discard a card, draw a card, discard a card, discard an ally, get temper 2. Pretty good chess piece. Reach Beyond the Grave. Action, destroy this, return an ally card from your graveyard to your hand, then discard a card. I don't know why you'd play this, frankly, in Sage. I feel like there are better cards. My god, I almost just died. I was like on... My chair is broken, everybody, so I'm like trying to figure out what's going to not kill me. So yeah. Destroy this, return an ally card from your graveyard to your hand, then discard a card, go again. I don't know that this is worth it, honestly. I assume it's just because if you want to get like a blue to your grave that maybe you don't want to like fully pay for, but like, why not? I'm not sure what the reasoning for that would be. Scuttletoes, though, Arcane Barrier 1, and you can instant speed, pay 2 to destroy this and untap a target ally you control, and then destroy it at the beginning of the end phase. This isn't terrible. Arcane Barrier 1 on your legs, not bad. I don't know that you'd have to like, it'd have to be like a pretty big push. It'd have to be like a Vasti, Rigor Mortis. It's like if you knew Rigor Mortis was going to die, right? You could Avasti, Rigor Mortis, pay 2, untap Rigor Mortis, spend 12, destroy Rigor Mortis at the beginning of the end phase. So that way your opponent doesn't get an on-hit value and you get 12 damage off on your opponent, probably more if you have the value. So I think there's a world in which this might be able to push some damage there, because of course you're only at 20 life, so not bad. We also have Beneath the Surface, a 2-cost 5. Why do they keep doing this? 5 defense on Pirate Necromancer defense reactions. This is the second one we have, except this one costs 2, and it's got Watery Grave. While this is defending, when it's put into your graveyard from anywhere from the arena, turn it face down. Why? Why? A 2-for-5 D react is insane. Literally, it's just pitch an ally, block 5. That's so good. I feel like this is an auto-include in Gravy and Sage. Why would you not play this? This is so crazy. Anyway, love that card. Man Overboard. 0 cost, 3 power, 3 defense. It comes in rainbow. When this attacks, you may discard an ally. If you do, this gets +1 and go again. It's kind of good, actually, to be able to discard the ally. Obviously, I'd imagine you'd probably be running this. To have this come in for 2, go again, and you've discarded an ally, this will go to grave. You get to play the ally. And then you have, because it's illusionist. This is an illusionist. I mean, it is for sure. Tentacular toll. Tentacular toll. That's a weird word to say. Tentacular. Is it tentacular? Tentacular? Tentacular. Sure. 0 cost. Action. 3 block. Turn up to 3 allies in the graveyard face down, then create that many gold tokens. This is never going to see play. This might see play. Might see play. But I don't think it will. Because frankly, you should never be giving up your allies or a piece of gold. So I don't know that this is ever going to be worth it for gravy. Honestly. So maybe there's a world in which you play a lot of allies and then you just use them for gold. But I don't know that it's worth it for this. The art is sick though. Let me tell you. Be cool. Now we're moving to some other pirate stuff. This is the cutest thing ever. Also, something I realized, and I don't know if you can spot it on the screen that you're looking at. So this is Skywarden number 161803. Just a mini Skywarden. Cutest little thing, right? It's got Galvanize, comes in for 0, 3, 2 block, right? When this defends, you may destroy an item you control. If you do, this gets +1. If a golden cog is destroyed, you create a gold token. So you can destroy a golden cog, have this block for 3, and then you get a golden cog token, or you get a gold token, which you can turn into a golden cog with Puffin's ability. But this is the same artist that did Stir the Pot. This is the Stir the Pot cat in the background of this. Which is crazy. But also more Puffin gold generation. Yeah, only on defense. So that is the case. But I think it is really funny that the Stir the Pot cat is just chilling in the art. So go check that out if you have not already. Apparently that art is also, that cat's also in another card that Hirosuda did. And I don't remember it off the top of my head. Then we have the Shallow Water Shark Harpoon. So a new card. Oh, the golden ratio. I see. I was wondering what the purpose of that was. I was just like, why would they name that? Why would they use that specific number? Shallow Water Shark Harpoon, 2 cost yellow Pirate Ranger attack action, arrow attack. 3 block, comes in for 5. If you've activated a cannon this turn, this gets when this hits a hero, destroy a card in their arsenal, and if you do, create a gold token. Pretty good. This is just CNC. Took you like 20 minutes of digging. Fair. Yeah, I would never been able to know that. That's crazy. That makes sense though, right? Gold, right? That does make sense. That's cool though. I like the little nods to that. This one I think is just an auto include, right? This is your King Shark harpoons almost, because you don't have those in the deck. And they still come in for a lot, which is good. We have Trench of Watery Depths. We saw this one already. When this defends, you may pitch a blue card from your graveyard. So you can put a blue card back in your deck. You can use that blue card, of course, to then play beneath the surface. So I do think there's a world in which you block 1, and then you block 5. And you get to put a card back in your deck. You remove a card, but you get to put a card back in your deck, so you essentially go card neutral, which is nuts. We then have the pirate action Break Open the Chests. 1 cost, 3 block, yellow. Turn all cards in all arsenals face up. Then if there's a face up yellow card in any arsenal, create 2 gold tokens. I think this card's pretty good. Card pretty nice. This is kind of really good for any of the pirate heroes to just make 2 gold tokens. I think Marlin likes this card. I think Gravy is fine with this card, although probably not really because it's not a blue that's about to go to the grave. I think Puffin likes this card. I think this is an opportunity for you to play Puffin. Pirate Puffin. Maybe. It's pretty good. I think it's good at least, but somebody tell me I'm wrong, right? It's essentially just, it's, what do you call it? It's, gold. It's loan shark without the loan. It's just shark. We then have Lighten the Load, a 0 for 4 that blocks 2. When this attacks, you may discard a card or destroy an item you control. If you do, this gets go again. This is huge for all of the heroes, essentially. More so for Gravy, I think. Gravy could use this card. Discard a card, a 0 for 4 with go again. Pretty good stuff. Even destroying an item is really good, because you can destroy a cog that you know is going to be beneficial for other things. So not a bad one there. We then have Submerge. This is a 0 cost 6. And as an additional cost to play this, you put a card from your hand into your deck, 5th from the top. This is pretty much E-Strike for Pirates, which I don't know how to handle. You get to put a card back in your deck 5th from the top, so it could be anything, right? But this is just kind of nuts. It's a 0 for 6, and it blocks 3. This should block 2 at the least, but it's a 0 for 6 that blocks 3, and you just need to put a card back in your deck. What in the world is that? This is so good. You could Razor Reflex this. Oh my god, I'm gonna fall. God, this chair is so broken. I'm so mad. I'm so mad I have to buy a new chair. 3 years of this thing. My god. Apologize if I freak out on camera. I don't want to like lose my shit here. So yeah, this card's crazy. Why the hell is that a real card? We also have Herald of Victoria. This is into the Light Illusionist cards, so we're into the more talented stuff, as you can tell. Herald of Victoria, the 2 cost, 7 power, 3 block, Light Illusionist attack. It says at instant speed, you can discard this until end of turn. Attack action cards your opponents control get -1 while attacking and defending. And then it's got Phantasm. What it doesn't do is go to Soul when it hits. So effectively, this is just a great instant speed card to say, no poppers. Or, you know, if you're playing Herald of Triumph, right, and your opponent comes in and they're like, okay, Herald of Triumph, and you block it with a 7 that has a 2 block, you can then discard Herald of Victoria to then make it a 5 and also reduce its defending. But it doesn't reduce its defense. It just reduces its attack. So it's a cute little instant speed way to get around poppers, but it still doesn't help you into Guardian when they block for like 8. At that point, you're better off just playing Celestial Reprimand anyway. But this one at least does block for 3. So not terrible. We have Roaring Beam, a new Light Warrior attack reaction, 0 cost. Create a Courage token. If there are no cards in your soul, return this to its owner's hand, then charge your soul. Interesting. So I guess this is kind of a cute way for you to play something, not charge, activate Roaring Beam, charge, get the +1, discard Roaring Beam, or banish Roaring Beam from your soul to give it go again. I feel like it's a lot of steps. And also you need to have no cards in your soul, which is a hard ask for Boltyn players, I gotta say. So I don't know that I like the card. I'm sure somebody out there knows it better than I do, though. We have Soul Ray Plating. If you'd be dealt damage, you may banish a card from your soul to prevent one of that damage. And if you do, destroy this at the beginning of the end phase. This is just quite literally, what's the name of that card? Soul something. What's the name of that legendary light warrior card? Chess piece. Oh god, why can't I think of the name of it? I know like nearly the name of every card. Soul Charge, Soul something, I can't remember. Anyway, it's like that. Prevents damage. We then also have Blessing of Themis. A huge Vincent hate for this card. You pay 0, it gets go again. When this enters the arena, name a card. Turn all cards with that name in banished zones face down. Whenever a card with that name is banished while this is in the arena, turn that card face down. At the start of your turn, put this into your soul. What the heck is that? This is hell of Vincent hate. This might just be the silver bullet. Outside of like, I don't know, like you have Warcry of Themis, and then you have Blessing of Themis. So if you're really trying that hard to beat Vincent, I think this is better. Because it just says the 2 deathly delights in your banish zone you can't use. Which is pretty cool. What it does do, though, is it actually gets rid of the blood debt, which kind of like is good and also bad. I mean, effectively, it's cards not getting sent to you, but it is losing the blood debt, which is kind of good for them. This card I think is kind of cool. Duty Bound Blitz. 0 cost 5. Play this only if a yellow card's been put into your soul this turn. Go again. This is just super sick. Obviously, you're going to be putting yellow cards into your soul by charging. So you can do that plus this into a weapon swing. This is just good. We just love this. Probably just playing the reds and the yellows for breakpoints and high power damage, and not the blues. New to Fab, isn't this Chain hate as well? Doesn't he use blood deck cards? Yes, it does. But Chain is banned from Silver Age right now. They did an emergency ban for him just earlier today. So Chain is currently banned in Silver Age. But yes, effectively it is Chain hate as well. But I don't think it affects Chain as much. Vincent cares a lot more about that in the scenario. We have Soul Bond Belief. This is also kind of a really cool card. The issue I have with this is that this doesn't say charge. This just says when this attacks, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's yellow, put it into your soul, and this gets +1. I think this is a great... actually... I guess this is a good Prism card, but not for Sage. I guess it may be for Sage because you can make a Spectral Shield, but I don't know. This is probably just still for Bolton. I don't know. Not too great. Not in love with it. We also have the new Shadow Brute action, Pound of Flesh. This is insane art here. Each hero banishes a card from their hand. Each hero who didn't banish a card with 6 or more power this way loses 1 life. This is a cool card. Being able to say, I'm going to turn off my hero's blood debt, and you're probably going to lose a life. We love to see it. Especially if you're talking about like CC Levia, right? CC Levia just says, wait a minute, what? Okay, I get to just take whatever card I want, banish it here, play it with Levia consumed or whatever. So sick. We also have Deep Recesses of Existence, a Shadow Runeblade action. So this is a new Vincent card, effectively. Rune Gate for 4. When the combat chain closes, you may banish this face down. If you do, for each hero who lost life this turn, banish a card from their graveyard. So you can banish your own card from the grave to then play it, which is kind of cool because you can banish something like Funeral Moon again. You can banish a Cull again if you're trying to do this for CC, right? Sage, you get to play something like Deathly Wail again. You can play a lot of stuff, but four rune chants is a lot to ask for a card. So I don't know how much it's going to get play in Sage. We have a new shadow equipment, the Embra Forge Gauntlets, which are just the sickest looking things I've seen. If this would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, instead banish it. It's got Blood Debt, so it's a Blood Debt. But it's also got Temper 2. So you have Temper 2 shadow equipment. This is also probably why they banned Chain, because what the fuck is that? Temper 2 battle equipment, Blood Debt. If it'd be put into your graveyard from anywhere, instead banish it. Crazy work. We then have Engulfing Shadows, new Shadow Defense reaction. If this would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, instead banish it. You can't play it from your banish zone, but you'll see it's got Levia on it. Concept is that Levia can use it in Classic Constructed. It's not very good for Sage, outside of just having a 0 for 4D react, which maybe could be relevant in Shadow Heroes, but the Blood Debt ticks down pretty quickly in this format, so that is the case. We have Depths of Despair, very pretty art, very cool stuff. When this defends, banish it when the combat chain closes. So this is a way for you to fill up your Blood Debt with more stuff, get you kind of closer to some more things. This also helps with Hexagore stuff, but Hexagore is a Majestic. So really, this stuff, it's funny. A lot of the Shadow stuff seems to be helping CC Levia and not anything else. Fasting Carcass is a 0 cost shadow action. The next red action you play this turn gets go again. This card would have been busted in Chain. It would have been busted. It's busted in Vincent. Busted maybe not be the right word, but you can't play it from Banish, but that's okay because I still think this is a great way to give your red attacks go again. And it's a shadow not attack action, which is helpful for Vincent. So I still see there being value in this. Not a bad card. We are now halfway through the remainder of this. Cards looking good, everybody. What do we think so far? What are we thinking so far as scenario goes through? Anything interesting? Anything catching your eye? Anything spicy? Before we move into the elemental stuff? More spicy things? 'Cause let me tell you, there's a lot of cards to still go over. We don't even know the Majestics. It's nuts. What a sick set. God, this set's so cool. What we did see is the Seeds of Strength in red now. So Seeds of Strength red, now you're getting 3 might tokens. And Earth Bond, if an Earth card was pitched, you make 4 instead. So 4 might tokens is just literally so insane. Is the second half here? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the crazier stuff. This is nuts. Arc Bending, this card is going to be insane. This is just Ball Lightning the card, quite literally, which I never would have expected to see. I never would have expected to see Ball Lightning support. When this attacks, if a lightning or elemental attack would deal damage to this combat chain, instead it deals that much damage +1. And it's got Lightning Bond. If a lightning card was pitched to play this, this gets go again. So, I mean, Ball Lightning's banned, but this is still really good. This is a great way to start your turn, is pitch a lightning card, have this come in a 1 for 5, And then the rest of the combat chain is just the nastiest shit you've ever seen in your life. Like, this is good. But it's only for Elemental Ranger. So, Snapshot Lexi is going to get insane with this, I think. Very powerful. Very, very powerful. We have Verdant Tide. Pay 1 Elemental Runeblade action for 2. Until end of turn, if you would create 1 or more Elemental or Runeblade aura tokens, instead that you create that many +1 of each of those tokens. So it's an Elemental Runeblade thing. You can do this for Florian. You can do this for Aurora. You can do this for Briar. But you're probably going to want to do it more with Florian or Briar. Because if an Earth card was pitched to play this, you create an Embodiment of Earth token as well. So you'll then make 2 Embodiment of Earth tokens with this. And whenever you're making Rune Chants, you'll make 2. If Florian is online, you'll make 3. Which is nuts. Gonna head to sleep. All right, sounds good, Lazy. Well, take care. Thanks for popping on in. Appreciate you. Have a wonderful night. Yeah, this card's pretty cool. I like it a lot. So probably Rune Chant stack Florian is a real thing in this format. So we might need to be on some Scepter of Pain bullshit. We then have Voltic Veil. This is a 1-cost Elemental Wizard instant for Lightning. It says prevent the next 4 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. But if a Lightning card was pitched to play this, you deal 1 arcane damage to all opposing heroes. Kind of a fun little thing to do. It's a great way to prevent damage and also still try to shock your opponent with like Comet Storm Shock. Because you'll have the 2 float here. So you can pitch a blue sigil, play this, prevent the next 4 damage, deal an arcane damage, and then also pump up, you're not playing a lightning card, so you're not getting a Volzar trigger here, but you're trying to deal some more arcane damage to your opponent. And you'll have 2 float for like a shock on top of it too. This is a Majestic, so we're not going to touch on that there. Pillars of Aria. This card is, I think, really only insane in probably Lexi. It's probably Lexi. Like, I guess theoretically you could play this in Oldhim, but maybe not. Maybe not. Probably not. So we've got that there. All right, looks like we're gonna get, hold on a second here. Nathan, just jump into, let me see if I can invite you. Invite to voice. There you are. There you are. Hopefully you'll get in here. We'll be able to get you in. It's locked. Oh, you know what? It is locked. That does make sense. Hold a moment. I'll just move into here. That's fine. Sure. Then I'll get you in there. Bink. There you are.
Here I am.
Hello.
I have to turn the stream off.
Yes, yeah, you don't want to double up on my voice. I'm going to turn you up just a tad bit here.
I see you're in my favorite part of cards too.
I am in the good old elemental stuff. We just talked about arc bending. Did you see this card?
Did I see this card?
This is insane.
Okay, so I was gonna say, if you want to back up, I can make some quick comments on, because the Arya stuff is the only stuff I care about. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
So the first, number one, them bringing back Show of Strength is interesting.
Yeah, the Seeds of Strength here, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they just printed it in the red version, which didn't exist.
That's what I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
Was them just doing the red. Do you need me to put my video on or?
No. You're good. You're good.
Okay.
Everybody can hear you. So.
Oh, cool.
I just figured we'd do the audio chat thing. So.
Yeah, for sure. So Seeds of Strength, I thought that was interesting. Okay, so arc bending.
Yeah.
Let's talk through this. This, the more I think about this card, the worse this card gets.
The worse it gets?
Yes.
Why?
So it's an arrow card.
Uh-huh.
And it's anything after it.
Uh-huh.
Which means that I lose.
What's anything also with it? Like it also gets the buff.
It does, which means that it's just like most other arrows. So essentially, most of the time in Lexi, you're usually ending with an arrow.
Right.
Because a lot of your stuff needs you to flip up in order to get the go again.
Right.
So you really want to start with this, but then if you aren't getting go agains after it, it's actually not that great. Because your other arrows do about the same thing.
Right.
What is helpful to this is the lightning bond.
Right.
So the only thing I can think that this it just makes it means you got to sequence a little bit different, and a lot of times you're using a lightning card with an attack. So I'll flip it up, get whatever, go again, drop this in, and then I need to somehow sequence cards with go again without Lexi's ability.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing about this one, I would think, is that it's almost counterintuitive to the well, you're gonna be able to give it go again. So you really just want to park this in Arsenal, and sure, you don't get the Lexi ability, but you pitch a lightning card to give this go again. And then you can go ahead and load Death Dealer for Snapshot and just do Snapshot stuff for the rest of the turn.
Yes, right, exactly. That's what you have to do. It has to be all the other arrows.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Like the only thing that makes this better than her other arrows is the fact that you can give this go again, whereas the other ones you can't.
Correct.
So it just makes it a lot trickier. I think there is a world where you could.
Because you could play like
Frazzle, loading,
like
then,
Frazzle. I think or no, it's not Frazzle. It's what's the other one?
It's I don't know why I'm not
the go again one. Because you have a go again arrow, you just need to lightning fuse it as opposed to lightning bond it. I feel like lightning bond is so much easier than lightning fuse. So it probably this probably removes that arrow entirely from the build, because this is a lightning bond get go again as opposed to a lightning fuse.
Yeah.
Get go again.
So like where this gets good is essentially if you can follow it up with Entwine Lightning, if you can follow it up with Second Strike. Those are basically the only go agains after there, because you can't do it Lightning Surge because you're going to need your Arsenal. You can't do Skizzic because that wouldn't have go again. So I do think, it's essentially you're trying to get an Entwine Lightning or Second Strike. So like you could do like, say you did this card and then you did Entwine Lightning into like, say, Spark Spray or Lightning Surge or something like that. So you essentially what it does is it allows you to get a buff off of this card.
Yeah. It is certainly it's effectively ball lightning as an arrow as opposed to a no block attack action.
Yes, kind of. I actually think it's more like her spec that you lose in this, because that is based off of how much armor you have. If you fuse it, you can deal bonus damage.
Oh, yeah.
If it hits. So I actually think arc bending is more like that. But yeah, so essentially you need to, if you can set up a snapshot, because you won't always get the snapshots in there. Right. This is a great one, like you said, to park in your arsenal. I don't, like, for instance, like I like parking in Dazzling Crescendo into Arsenal. Like I actually like doing that. I'm not afraid to do that.
Right.
So this allows you to get that in with the go again, and then if you can follow up with like a second strike into a spark spray or something. I actually run the spark spray. I know a lot of people don't. I like the kind of the bonus of potentially buffing it. The other piece of this too is because it does cost 1. You do need to run a little bit of a lower, like you can't do a full red build, which I'm not. I'm actually doing kind of a mixture in there.
Right.
And so something like this would actually work really well. So if you could do this, say you did this out of Arsenal, you pitched a lightning, then maybe followed up with like dazzling crescendo into maybe an entwined lightning into like a spark spray. Like that would be the dream. And then if they block the spark spray, you'll have 1 floating. If you pitched a blue, if you're able to, that might be too many cards. But yeah. It's still tricky. Like at first I was like, this is insane. And then I was like, this actually isn't as insane.
I think that this is at least still like, this is your pivot turn card. Like I still think this is very much so. Like even if you block with 1, you get 1 off, right? And it's just like, okay, you keep you put a Sigil of Lightning in your hand for all we know. Literally just like play Arc Bending out, Sigil of Lightning, and then load a snapshot into your arsenal, send snapshot, reload another arrow, send a entwined lightning, send something else at the end. And you're still sending way more than half of your opponent's life. And on top of it, if you're playing cards like Mark of Lightning, that's already incredibly helpful because it will make it so it deals 2 points of damage, 1 from Arc Bending and 1 from the card hitting, right? Or from Mark of Lightning entirely. And I feel like it's just like that's your push turn to be like, okay, like tempo is mine now, and then you can continue with the rest of that. It might even be better just to run a 1-of in the deck if you're really trying to like keep the curve the same way.
Yeah, because a lot of the issue is all of your lightning cards are red,
right? And
your mana base and Lexi are your ice cards. So
right.
I do think like this makes you pivot a little bit out of ice more into lightning.
Well, I think that's the thing, is that I think this is significantly more lightning focused. Like you would not be running ice in your deck with Arc Bending.
Yeah.
Which is why it's probably bad for you, because it's not what you want to do with it, right? So
no.
Right.
I think it's worse than what I initially thought just because of that. But I love seeing the push that they're doing.
Yeah.
Not just here, but in general, on most of this stuff, they're pushing you to push in a specific direction.
Yeah.
We look at Rune Blades, they're pushing you into auras, which I know you already talked about the Rune Blade stuff, but holy shit, is that stuff good for Florian in?
Oh, absolutely. You're essentially able to go online so much faster, but also just like looking at this card that already exists, like what the fuck? Like they literally just gave Florian Germinate in Sage. It's insane. Like, I mean, I'm so happy for it because like that's what we needed. I mean, these are the things that you need for that. But
and you did the wizard cards already, right?
Yeah, I've looked through all the wizard cards already.
Yeah, so you saw the 1-of that's an Aselio card.
Yes, yeah, the blast him for fucking 6 and then more damage. Funny enough, I mean, like even still, that's fine to do with if we're going back up here. If we're even doing that, right? These cards get made if you decide to go, oh, you know what, I'm going to do something at instant speed on my opponent's turn. You could block with Shroud of Fate Watcher, have this destroy when the combat chain breaks, make a Sigil of Fate, and then play this at instant speed off the top of your deck with Kano and send 7.
Yeah.
Like it's still insane. But also, like, let's be honest, right? I think a lot of people looked at this card and went, Blaze. Are we getting Blaze? Yeah. Like,
no, you were right. You were right.
That's right. I'm pretty sure.
You were right. There are no throws. Well, okay. We say there's no heroes. There still might be, just not for Sage.
Yeah, just not for Sage. So that'll be fine.
Maybe we will get that adult terror that everybody's looking for. Okay, sorry. You go back to where you were.
Yep. Yeah. So
let's talk about Verdant Tide real quick.
Yeah. So again, this is just literally Florian's like hero ability on a card. So we'd love to see that. It's also it's like not really effective for Briar either. Like, it doesn't really do a whole lot for Briar. So this is definitely more of a, this goes into Florian more than anything.
Well, I mean, it could though, because like when she creates a, it could double up, right? So
yeah,
like,
but like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna play this, and then you're gonna play another Runeblade action to get 2 embodiments of lightning. Like,
no, like the thing is Florian basically, like, as much as I want her, as much as I want Fatigue Briar to work, I like the fact that they're essentially not allowing it to because Florian exists.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that they're like being like, hey, we're not.
I just realized too. Did you see what the art is? The art's Florian sleeping on the tree of the dead queen.
Oh, is that what it is?
Oh, that's cute. Maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's Verdance. I don't think it is, because obviously I don't know that Verdance would be in this art. But
wasn't that his mother or something?
Yes, I think. I'd have to go back and read it again, but can't remember.
Anyways, all right, keep continuing.
Yeah, so Verdantide, Voltic Veil. I don't know that I really like this card. It's obviously a card only for only Acilio can use it right now. Maybe it's fine.
Yeah, that is, yeah. No, I saw that and was like, okay. I mean, it essentially, it helps him in the mirror, in a wizard mirror, is essentially what it's there for. I can do a wizard mirror, prevent 4, because he normally doesn't do and still deal 1.
Well, because that's the thing. I think that also this is just quite literally, like, if you think about it, right, the only reason you'd want to play this card is to get the 1 ping of Arcane. And at that point, you could do, you're either trying to kill your opponent on your turn by blocking out their damage, or you could play literally Oasis Respite, which is the same card, pay 1, prevent 4 of a target source, and then that would be the case. The only issue, though, right, is that this is prevent the next 4 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. So this can prevent several instances of damage, as opposed to
this is like a this is good. I would say that this is good in Icelander in the Ninja Mirror, in the Ninja matchup.
Yes. But
like,
that's,
I think,
I mean, being able to block out small amounts of damage is pretty good. So
I can see it being decent in, like, if Ninja comes out, I could see Elemental Wizards running this.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm okay with this card overall. Okay, Colors of Aria, I think, is what you were just talking about.
Yeah. We were talking about Colors of Aria, how this is actually kind of funny in Lexi, because you can flip this up and then give a Frostbite and also go again.
Yes.
Which is kind of cool, but you're not paying 3 into that, right? So
yeah. I don't think she ever runs it. To me, this is a Florian card.
Yeah. Hold on 1 sec.
Or an Iceland. This is also an Icelander card. Well, this is face up in any zone. Does that mean... is that like an attack chain?
Mm-hmm.
No, because that's not a... It is, yeah. So like if you attack with it... Oh, but Icelander only puts ice on your opponent's turn, right?
Yes.
So it's just like, it would just be a 3-for-7, 3 block. You can't fuse it with it, can you? No, you can.
You can fuse with it because you're revealing it. And although I don't actually know that you can. Actually, no, I know you can't.
No, you can't.
Because this gets around the Starvo clause. So yeah, it does not do that. So but
I don't think you play that much.
Yeah, just kind of a mech card. Maybe some point in the future we'll see.
It's a Florian card, right? Because it counts as an earth, so he can use it for decompose.
Yeah, I guess theoretically it's a 3-for-7, so you're still sending big number damage.
It's a 3-for-7. It blocks 3. You can still.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's actually a pretty good card because you don't have to. because a lot of times with Florian, the main issue that you're finding is that you have to send in your decomposed cards in order to get the earth in there, even if you can't decompose.
Yeah.
Whereas this gives you a big attack that has a 3-block. I mean, that's the main thing is you run all of your 3-block earth cards. I mean, this is just an additional 3-block earth card.
Yeah, theoretically just an Autumn's Touch, right? Red Autumn's Touch is the concept. So if you still need more Red Autumn's Touches, it's not that bad.
I mean, and you automatically run a Red Autumn's Touch. I don't see why you wouldn't run this in there.
Right. So yeah, Colors of Aria. I know we've known about these sheaths for a while.
We haven't talked about them though. I wanted to talk about these. So like the sheaths, as we've seen more, obviously this is Alexi one. I think personally, I think this is an auto-include. I don't know why it was in the pre-con.
Right.
But the more I see of cards in general, let's talk about the next one. I was kind of sleeping on the Earth sheet, that sense of, what is the Earth one?
This is the Levin Sheath.
Levin
Sheath, embodiment of Earth.
Yeah. So I didn't think Florian was going to be a deck.
Oh yeah.
And now I actually think Florian is going to be
Florian's
a deck.
Definitely going to be a deck.
Like
Definitely.
I think Florian is really good. That Levin Sheath comes into play here.
Yeah.
Like so like when I look at like it's just one of those. It's a deck.
Yeah.
So you got that in there. The Stormwind Sheath, I don't think you're ever gonna see in one. Like I just don't see a Lightning Hero ever running a defense reaction that costs 1.
Yeah, there'd be no reason for you to do it on defense. I mean, sure, like you'd have to pay 1 resource to then play the card. So you're already down 2 cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're down 2 cards, and you've made an embodiment of lightning token, and now you just don't block the rest of the turn. Like if this at that point, it's better just that you play like Aurora, so you can get that all the time.
Yeah.
So
well, and I was even just thinking like this could be good if when I saw it, I was like, okay, if Fatigue Prior does become a thing, this becomes good.
Now, something we do have to think about though, entirely, like just off the rip, is that when you look at these cards, they are all, regardless of what bond they have, they're all elemental defense reactions.
True.
So you can still, as Oldhim, run all 6 copies and have 1 for 5 block defense reactions in the deck.
Yeah, no, it is true. I do think that is actually a good call out.
Yeah.
I mean, even Terra, like you can run it as Terra.
Correct.
Because they have Oldhim and Terra.
Yeah.
Both have their 2 cost defense reactions, but quite frankly, if you don't fuse them, they're really not that good.
Right.
Whereas this
I don't
is
know.
a 1 for 5.
Yeah, like a 1 for 5 is like crazy good. Like a 1 for 5, that's the reason why I like playing things like Steelblade Shunt, right? I mean, regardless of the effect, even in Oldhim, you're getting value on both Frosthaven Sheath and Levin Sheath, even though like you're probably not really getting that much off Levin Sheath because you're probably not blocking with non-attack actions to get the full value there. But even with just Frosthaven Sheath, you're getting near guaranteed value. And then the rest of your deck is just freaking block 1 for 5s and then keep 2 floating for staunch responses.
I was gonna say, and I don't even know that an Oldhim that these really affect Oldhim because he's got so many 0 for 4 blocks.
Right. But that's what I mean. He's got 0 for 4 blocks, and now he's got 1 for 5 D-reacts. Literally, the whole deck can just be Sledge. Literally just Sledge. Like the only downside is these are reds, right? So reds, you want more blues in the Guardian if you're going to play more fatigue style stuff. So
yeah, when I look at this, I see more of a Florian in here.
I mean, Levin Sheath definitely does a lot for Florian. That's for sure.
Yeah.
For certain.
But I'm just like, even those other 2, it's like, oh, if I want some more ones, there's, we already got, 1 for 4 blocks.
Right.
With
well, because that's the thing is Florian can run, Reduce to Rune Chant. Florian can run Sigil of Suffering. Florian can run Levin Sheath. Florian can run just a bunch of stuff. So
yeah, he just turned into like a powerhouse.
Yeah. So very, very cool stuff. And then we have these laden ones, right?
Laden Earth is elemental. I didn't realize that.
Laden Earth also elemental. So all of these are your next attack this turn gets +3. They all cost 1, but they all have their different bonds. So Earth is embodiment of Earth. Laden with Frost is Frostbite. And laden with Lightning is embodiment of Lightning. So
yeah, the laden with lightning. I saw the laden with lightning, and I was like, you know what? Like, I think looking at this right here, I think this is how you get Lexi up. So like Lexi does, the 0 for 3s. But if you're gonna go into like the card we were just talking about, whatchamacallit?
Arc Lightning?
You're gonna need
Arc Bending?
Yeah, the Arc Lightning. Arc Bending. You're gonna need a good base.
Right.
That like I could see running this because it's a 1 for 3, and then you can give something go again. So I just was seeing that, and I was like, because you could do Arc Bending into like Laden Lightning into I don't know, it's anything, really anything. Any one of his lightning cards, because they'll have go again.
Right. I think these are fine. I think obviously if we're talking like from a standpoint of like value on offense, because obviously these are meant to pump, right? This is fine because it's +3, create an embodiment of lightning, so you know that your next thing is going to get +3 and go again because of that if you're pitching a lightning card. The only downside is that, again, a lot of these lightning focused decks don't want to pitch a card.
Yeah.
So a lot of them stay pitchless.
Yeah, so when I look at these though, because a lot of them do stay pitchless, you are absolutely right. But Aurora, I feel like these actually make Aurora where I think about running Aurora over Briar.
But like, why most of her stuff already has go again. Most of the cards in her deck already have go again. And if you really want to pump in that deck, Sizzle is just insane. So I don't know that like Laden with Lightning does enough to where it's like, okay, that's super sick. Like, this is kind of fine if you're looking at like a Cilio, maybe, because then you can pitch into this, give +3 to your next flittering charge, and then also give it go again, and then you'll have a flittering charge come in for 7 go again, or even, obviously not talking about CC, but like Blast to Oblivion, make 7 go again, or 7 go again on the red, or you can do 6 go again on the yellow.
Yeah, no, I actually think that's a great point, because one of the things with a Cilio that's really hard is that it's you usually have to spend a setup turn to then try to get your embodiment of lightning the next turn.
Right.
Set up for the next turn. Whereas this allows you to get the embodiment of lightning while also setting up for the next turn.
Right.
So I think you're right. I think these are definitely more Cilio focused.
Yeah, I'd say Cilio does a lot more with this, I think, just because they're going to have the blues to be able to do that stuff. They're not like true deeply red line, but
and it's like your next attack, right? Yeah. So
your next attack this turn.
Yeah. So I was saying that just because embodiment of lightning doesn't hit your sword won't trigger it. So like if you wanted to do that to then set up your next turn, like for ones that have weapons like rune blades and stuff.
Yeah. You could you could play this in Briar. It's not a bad card to play in Briar.
Yeah. Like you could do it to set up your next turn. So like I can pop up my sword, whatever sword I have.
Right.
Say most of the time we're running, I don't know. I mean, you could play this into the rune blade. Dell's in the chat. Dell's saying the Lightning Bond D-React can be played with Terra, right? That is correct. You can play the Lightning Bond D-React with Terra. You can play the Ice one with Terra too if you really wanted to. So, but I think out of all of these, though, obviously, I think Laden with Frost is probably the best. I think. Yes.
This is just
So okay,
prevents the D-Reacts from getting crazy. So.
Yeah, so I was thinking Nebula Blade. So like this card to me, like that one that pumped to give you Go Again.
Right.
Like you could play that into Lightning Blade, so that it's a 7 attack, and then you have Go Again the next turn on Briar. Like to me, that is insane.
Yeah, I see. So play this and then play Nebula Blade. 7, get a Rune Chant if it hits, and then you have Go Again on your next hit.
Yeah, like I think to me that makes Nebula Blades worth it. But yeah, no, I would even say like that laden with Earth, like that is an auto include in Florian because you get your embodiment of Earth. And then once again, a lot of people like to play the Nebula Blade with Florian. I personally do.
Well, I think Nebula Blade's probably gonna. This is a great tech for that even too, because you quite literally can be. You quite literally can just go +3 Nebula Blade in for 7, and then you get 2 Embodiment of Earth tokens if you're online. So you're getting the value there for sure. And then Nebula Blade is giving you 2 Rune Chants if you're online. Like, correct, right. You're doubling up. Like that is just nuts. Have I realized the interaction between Carcass, Deep Recesses, and Cull? Yes. Where's Deep Recesses? This and Cull. Yes, I have seen that where you can give. I was gonna say we don't talk about Cull. It's a Majestic. Yeah, right now we're talking about the Silver Age stuff though, Scrib. But we'll talk about the CC stuff in a bit here too once we're kind of done with the list. We're not really touching on a lot of the Majestic things that you can do in CC just yet. I know I'm holding us up. I just was like, once I saw the Arya stuff, I was like, oh my god, I've spent so much time looking at the Arya stuff. Yeah, and the Arya stuff's pretty cool. I mean, like, again, like, it's kind of just one of those things where, like, I fear like we're going to see more block slop stuff with these elemental D-reacts. These laden stuff, probably not. Like, you're not going to see laden with Frost played in, like, you know, maybe you'll see it played in Icelander, although I doubt it. I don't think you will. I do think the laden with Frost though has room in, if you can make room in your Oldhim, like I think that is something that could be considered. Yeah, I mean, I think that, but that's the thing, right? Is that like if you're playing Oldhim, you're probably trying to play Fatigue, and playing cards does not mean that you're going to get to Fatigue. So it's probably not something that you want to like, because you'd have to hold back on it. Also, it's a 2-block. Also, it's not an ice card, and it's a red. So there's a lot of bad things about the card for Oldhim, but if you're playing a more aggressive style Oldhim and not defensive, then yes, the card is very good. Well, and that's what I was thinking, is that it actually opens up, like, I actually really enjoy Oldhim on aggressive style. Like, I love, sorry, I'm getting my tea ready. I love Wolves Pummel. Right. Yeah, Frostfang Pummel is like crazy. Like, I love that. And so my Oldhim lists have always been like, I'm just gonna put a shit ton of these together and it's going to be terrible for me, but when these start lining up, like, I win. Right. If I can get them to line up. So like something like this makes it where it's like, oh, like this kind of slots in with that, right? Like you could do Laden Frost into Frost Wolves, because Frost Wolves is a 2. And so all of a sudden, sure, that's a 3 card, but that's still very scary, because I mean, you're still sending a Frostfang for 8 with Pummel on top of it, so you're still sending more than half your, like, again, from like a Sage perspective. Like, yeah, and I think for me it was always like, if you didn't have your Frostfang line up with a Pummel, you're just kind of screwed. Whereas it's like, oh, well, now I have a secondary way to use my Frostfang, because if I have Laden with Frost in there into Frostfang, doesn't matter what one, because the blue ones are terrible, because the blue ones are 2 for 3. Right. Well, if I did a Laden Frost into a Frostfang for 6, plus you get an ice, a Frostbite already, like, cool. Right. Like that makes it where that deck, that aggressive style Oldhim, isn't just dead in the water if you don't hit Frostbang into Pummel. Exactly, right. Yeah, it's still a good call, and I mean, the curve is still very good, right? Even at the end of the day, if all you are threatening so much with just 2 cards, right? Because you're spending 3, you're pitching an ice card, So you get the Frostbite on your opponent's turn, and then you're sending 8 with the on hit of your opponent pays 2 unless they discard a card. So you're doing all of that without threatening pummel. It's pretty face up, but like 8's still a lot of damage. So it's still something you have to think about. But if you're playing a fatigue style, you're definitely not going to play this card here.
Yeah.
So, but those are the laden stuff. Chorus of Rotwood. Yep. This card's gas.
So good.
This is literally,
so good.
I mean, the snappiest include. They are on their knees knowing that Florian LL'd in CC. I know we just literally said to not talk about CC. They're fucking so ecstatic this hero left. They gotta be.
Yeah.
This card is nuts. I love this. It's literally just Young Germinate. I love this shit. Pay 1, create 3 rune chance, 4 rune chance if you're online. It's a decompose earth action. Sure, it doesn't have go again. Oh no, whatever. None of the stuff does. But I'd much rather have something that is a decompose and you get an additional value off of decomposing, which is not normally the case. Like that's like Felling of the Crown and Plow Under shit. Like you do not normally get like an insane amount of value, and this can get you 2 Embodiment of Earths if this is your last 2 Earth card banish. Like this just sets you up. You get 2 Embodiment of Earths, 4 root chance.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. It's literally so insane.
The only downside to this card is the fact that it's 2 block.
Yeah, yes, it is the only downside, but of course, if you already have Embodiment of Earths, it blocks for however many Embodiment of Earths you have.
That's what, no, it's true. And they're really leaning into allowing you to have Embodiment of Earths.
Yes.
Because that was the thing is like with Florian, it was kind of like, because we played a lot of Clash and stuff with Florian and Clash, it's like, oh, I only have one thing that gives me an Embodiment of Earth, the big talking tree.
Right.
To get the trend in there. And that was it, really.
This card's insane. I cannot wait to jam. I'm genuinely going to be building Florian for a little bit to see whether or not I can just like absolutely make him the tankiest thing possible.
I am not going to build them. I'm going to let you people build them, and then I'm going to then take whatever lists people make, and then I'm going to run them.
Well, hopefully I'll do it justice. This is at least a deck I'm definitely going to be showing on the channel and playing around with because it's just so cool. Also, like, can we just again big shout out to Earth Runeblade border? I love Fallow Green shit on the, oh my god, I just love it. Anyway, enough gushing about my emo boy.
One of the things that going through this, and I will talk about this in a second. One of the things that I really liked about this is in general, is I feel like there was a lot of cards that felt very much like there were specializations without being specializations. I felt like almost every hero got kind of a specialization-esque card. And I appreciated that. So like, that's his. And then we look at Sowing Thorns.
Yep, Sowing Thorns, which is very Verdance, right? Obviously, Earth Wizard. This is their quote unquote specialization, but not really. It's 0 cost, gain 1 life, so you're already triggering you're triggering effect if you are in fact online. And then it also has Decompose, which is again super big. Like this is what Sage Earth heroes were missing, was the fact that they could decompose in other ways than just send Cadaverous Tilling. Because that was like the best way you could possibly do decomposing. And because they got rid of Rootbound Carapace, right, it was like, okay, like we have to find something that works. So Sowing Thorns, you decompose, banish 2 Earth cards in an action, right? If you do, you may search your deck for an Earth Aura with cost less than the life you gained this turn, reveal it, then shuffle and put it on your top of your deck. This one doesn't go to your hand or anything, gonna suck, but it does let you get something like Harvest Season. You can get Sigil of Earth if you wanted to do that. What it really does, again, not to bring up CC, but it does bring out Ring of Roses, which is pretty cool. It brings Ring of Roses back to the top of your deck. But this is just like, it's a great decompose card. It gains you the life, so you get the ping. It blocks for 3. It's an Earth card, so you can banish it from decomposes as well, and it allows you to tutor stuff to the top of your deck. So,
and I think the other thing too is the fact that it's a 0 cost, so you just arsenal. You can block out your turn.
Yep.
Arsenal
and still do something, right?
ultimately, like, I think the biggest thing was the fact that she's a much more defensive deck, so she wanted to do a lot of blocking, and
Right.
but then it's like, oh, I gotta hold back a couple of cards because I need to decompose. With
Right.
this, it's like, oh, I have 0 to decompose, so I can block with 3 cards, play this down, and literally decompose the 3 cards I blocked with.
Yes, which is awesome, right? That it does a no pitch decompose. Like, this is at least 1 pitch. Sure, you probably play like, you know, your fucking Blossom Spring, right? Just pop it, play this. It's whatever. You're still online at that point. But this is like, okay, cool. I'm just gonna play it. Like, it just works out. It's good.
Yep.
So, Limbs of Lignum Vitae, we know this is the same effect as the Helm. It's just another 2-block. Now that these heroes can kind of get online a little bit more, it's fun. I still think that for Florian, I'm playing Runehold Release.
I think so.
Maybe for Verdance, this is fine.
For anybody who needs to be tankier, right? Like, you look at Guardian.
Yeah, you could even play it in Terra if you really wanted to, I guess, right? So, and Oldhim, but you're probably not. Maybe you played an Oldhim. No, you don't.
No, I'm just saying, like, you could if you wanted to go decompose build with Oldhim. I don't know why you'd want to, but you could.
Yeah, you could. Doubling Season, interesting card name, right?
This card, I saw this and I was like, this card. Okay, we were talking about Earth cards that block for 3.
Right.
Here's an Earth card that blocks for 3.
Yep.
I don't know that this is an auto include, but I do think that this card gets very silly very fast.
For sure. I mean, I think what this is effectively what I would imagine with Terra being on the art. What this is effectively doing is LSS showing us the direction they want Terra to go in, which is have a bunch of triggered power gain effects happen on attacks. So which is why, you know, obviously it makes the might, and then you have cards like Flourish, which allow the pump of the next time it would gain power to instead gain that much.
You have Sprout of Strength too.
Yeah. And so you can just play Seed of Strength, make 4 mights, and then play Flourish. Like, well, Flourish is going to trigger that turn, but like even this, with 4 mights popping and then sending this comes in for 8.
Yeah.
So 2-card 8 after a Seeds of Strength, it could happen. But again, that's probably for a more aggressive Terra. I know currently the reason Terra does so well into like most of the decks, especially into other blocking decks, is that Terra has the capability of creating a might token not only on your own turn but on your opponent's turn as well. And if your whole thing is just to send Sledge of Anvilheim at your opponent, if your Sledge of Anvilheim comes in for 7 or 8 and your opponent's Sledge of Anvilheim comes in for 6, you are going to win your games much better than your opponent is. So in a card like this, I think this can get crazy for sure. You could probably even set this up to be like OTK-esque. Especially with like other cards that exist. But it definitely is just kind of like, it's an earth block that blocks 3. Is it like what you want? Like, if you're making mites, it's great. If you're not, though, like, you know, I don't know that you'd even put this in Florian, just because if it was a non-attack action, that'd have been great. So
I feel like this is an auto. Yeah, D-Line 76 here says I think it's an auto include for Terra. I read it as an Earth Guardian block, and it makes more sense. Absolutely. I think it's hey, I have this card, I'm gonna block with it to, you know, set up some decomposes. Like, it basically allows Terra.
Yeah, but you're not doing that in Earth Guardian, though.
Yeah, but it allows Terra to move into a more Earth build if he wants to.
Well, yeah, I mean, for sure. I think that's what it comes to, right? And I think that's the thing where our Clash minds get also into this, is that the theming is really good, right? Obviously, we know that this is the theming for Terra, is that, you know, it's get a bunch of +1 counters to pop at different times. I mean, we even take a look at cards like Sprout Strength, like popping ahead a little bit. Like, this is a card, you took a look at this and you're just like, holy shit, what the fuck? Like, so this is, if you play this card and then you play it on this, it comes in for 6, right?
Yeah.
But I think the issue that I have personally with this card is that it is such a large focus on that type of build. So you need to only play Terra that way in order to do it. Secondly,
well, I don't even think you build Terra that way. Like, I look at that and go, hey, that is a 3-block Earth card that I'm going to block with so I can decompose later.
Right, but again, why are you decomposing in Terra?
I mean, you still get, a 3 for 8 when you decompose.
Yeah, but you could also just put in a bunch of 4 blocks in your deck and then just get value off of your might tokens that you make every turn to send your Titan's Fist for 5 instead of for 4. Like, I think that the reason Terra's doing so well is not because he's got the ability to decompose or because of the Earth cards you have available. It's that you have Earth blues you can put into the deck to then pitch for your weapon and then make a might token. So that way you will always have a might token for your next turn. So if you just keep a blue, pitch a blue, send Titan's Fist for 5 instead of sending it for 4, which eventually just brings down your opponent's power even more. I mean, it's a consistent might token. It's why KO's very good at what he does also, is because of the hero power to create the might token. Doubling Season, while it blocks for 3, right, which is obviously very good as an Earth card, what you would need to do is, this is obviously a OTK like thing. It's pummelable.
Yeah, I can see this.
And you need to quite literally just play a bunch of these effects. Like if you play 2 Sprout Strengths, right? You keep a blue in hand, you put that in Arsenal. You play 2 Sprout Strengths, and then you play Doubling Season. That is a 3-card 12 now. Or, which is, well, a 4-card 12 because you have to pitch for it. So a 4-card 12, which is, one, not on rate at all. But you could also pair it up with other things, right? You can set yourself up with the Seeds of Strength, where create 4 might tokens, block out, keep a card, or block out with 1 card or your armor because you're a guardian. So you obviously get to have good armor. And then you just go ahead and you Sprout Strength, Doubling Season, 4 mites pop. That brings this in for 8, plus 6, which is freaking 14, plus 6, which is 20. So theoretically, it's there. And then also it'd be, like the power is there, but again, that's setup, right? Setup Guardian does well with that. If that's the play you want to go to. Is that what Terra turns into with this card? Maybe. But I think it's a card you put in because it's a 3-block and it's a potential. Like you could try to pitch stack to that. Sure, of course. Of course, you could.
But I think it's a last-ditch effort of like, I look at this as a anti-fatigue.
I mean,
kind of like how Evergreen is, and I almost feel like Evergreen is better.
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively it, right? If you're able to pitch stack this with stuff, but also, like, you're not that's the other thing, is you're not pitch stacking this with a bunch of blues to, like, get the value of the thing. You need to pitch stack it with this red, 2 more reds, a 3rd red to set up, and then how many blues? Whereas currently, Terra is playing the value game of, even if all I do is make 2 mites, swing my weapon, I'm getting more value than my opponent could because of my might generation. So I do think this is an OTK potential. I do think that this is something that you could theoretically do. You can also just raw pummel this, and it comes in for, a 6, right? If you're playing a red pummel, or because it would, it would be 5.
It was for 5.
Which is silly, right? Because obviously that's incredibly face up and not anything at all. There are no like Earth attack reactions that are just like the most insane thing ever. So it's a lot about like setting up your turns and making sure you're ready for that. If you can set up a decent amount of mites, I can see this card being good, right? Because even if even if all you do is like, if this costs 0, I think I'd be more happy with it. But obviously it doesn't, because the goal is for you to keep a blue next to this thing at all time, and then hope to send 12 to 18 points of damage with it. But if it's a blue block 3 and that's all it is, and that is totally fine, then sure. But it's, or no, not a blue block 3, an earth block 3. But that only matters if you are decomposing, because if this was a blue earth card, I'd say it's an auto include in Terra, because it's a blue block 3 that's an earth. But because it's a red that blocks 3, this is obviously only meant to do damage and not to just block.
I think it's once again, you know, we talked about the Autumn's Touch cards, right? Like,
yeah.
I think it's sort of like that, of like, oh, here's another earth card that's a 3 block for you to decompose with. So it does allow you to, if you want to go a more defensive build, whether you're Terra or Oldhim or Florian, it allows you to have another earth 3 block if you're going a decomposed build.
Right, but
I
guess that's the thing, is that you're
one of the annoying parts is not having enough 3 blocks that are earth.
Well, because that's the thing, is that in most cases, like Oldhim, the reason even like the 2 blocks that are earth are still fine is because you're pitching it to Oldham's ability to block 2 as opposed to blocking it with a card. Terra, on the other hand, sure, yeah, you can have another block 3, but most of the cards in your deck that are earth have to be blue because you pitch those in order for you to get Terra's ability to make a might. So
for sure.
Not only is this a red card, which is going to be very hard for Terra to pitch to make sure to get the might token, but it's also not a card that Oldhim is going to want to pitch along with a blue to make sure that he prevents 2 points of damage, because it's going to cost him 2 cards for that. So
yeah,
I think if there's a place that you could find this to work as a blue block or as a red block 3 that is good for decomposing, it'd be Florian. But are there really not better cards that you can put in the Runeblade class for you to play? Right. So, but that's doubling season anyway. Right. We've delved far too much into that.
Like we went too deep in that.
This is crazy though. A 0 for 3 embodiment of Earth tokens. What the fuck?
So I saw Oath of Oak and I immediately went, okay, the blue is probably the only one worthwhile in here.
Right.
I kind of don't understand why they're pushing all 3 in here, but you know,
I don't know.
I think the blue Oath of Oak is probably a good include in Florian.
Yeah, blue's pretty good. I mean, being able to create an embodiment of Earth token on demand. The only downside, obviously, it doesn't get go again. But if your goal is to do your turn, or like even if you have nothing, right, and your turn is just create an embodiment of Earth token, still pretty good, especially if you're Florian. So,
well, and also like this helps you to. I could see Verdant's playing this, right, because then it turns all of her spell cards into
exactly force. Right, because that's the thing, is like, even if it's, you know, play red Oath of Oak, it's okay, cool, now your Arcane Twining in your hand that blocks for 3 now blocks for 6, which is kind of insane when you want to keep your life total so that you can do bigger spells. So
yeah, I could see that. It's kind of, you know, it's sort, like you look at it that way and it's sort of like I could see it be a sideboard card, right? Like there was a reason why you know, Ice Heroes brought in Arctic Incarceration and stuff, right?
I mean, this is effectively your Earth
kind of like
D-React
version of Arctic Incarceration.
Yeah, this is effectively your Earth D-React almost, in which you're just like, okay, you're playing this, now all of your non-attack actions block for 3 more. Like, you're going to have non-attack actions, even your non-attack actions that are now blocking, that blocked for 2 previously, now block for 5, which is far better than what they were doing previously, which like outsets the issue that Earth normally has with blocking. So, well,
you know, Flowman I think is meta. I think it will stay meta. So with Flowman being in there, right, this allows you to, like, I would see this as a good sideboard card.
Yeah.
For Flowman starts taking over the meta, which I think he will.
Yeah.
Now the chain is gone. That, hey, now I get a bigger block.
Right. So, and then we talked a little bit about Sprout of Strength. This,
I don't think there's much to say about this.
Yeah, this is just kind of nuts. It didn't work. So for the record, doesn't work with Flourish, does work with Thrive, but Thrive is an M. So different thing. But Sprout of Strength,
I mean, it's literally in there for doubling season.
yeah, it's literally just in there for doubling season to double it all up, and that's really it. So yeah. But now we get to move into the ice stuff.
Okay, I love this Ice Guardian.
This is
Here.
crazy stuff. Like regardless of even the ramifications of a lot of the stuff into the classic constructed meta, this stuff is nuts for Oldhim, even Icelander, like big things. So Monolith Glacia, Ice Guardian action.
Well, this is Ice Guardian, so Icelander can't do it.
Yeah, this is not Icelander, but Monolith of Glacia, choose one or more, destroy target frozen ally, aura, equipment, or item. So there are definitely ways to freeze things in this set. And so, oh, there he is. I summoned him. I summoned you, Brax. Braxton is our local Jarl player, and he's foaming at the mouth.
I saw this and I was like, this is a Jarl card. So this, I really don't think that this is really in here for Sage, or at least there's not enough support in Sage for it, I don't think.
I don't know, because guess what? This is also an Ice Guardian card, so it's not just a Guardian card, which means that you can pitch it to Oldham's ability to do that.
True. It is a blue. That is true.
It is, so you can pitch to Oldham's ability. Sure, it's expensive, right? But if you theoretically could find a way to freeze your opponent's stuff, which you can do in the scenario, right? It is not bad. Do I think it's the best thing? I'm sure there are better things to do, but it is choose one or more. So theoretically, if you're able to freeze multiple things, which, you know, you theoretically could.
Well, it essentially makes it where running the ice helmet is kind of like worth it, right? Because you can freeze the arsenal.
Right. Glacial horns,
so if you have this in there.
Yeah, Braxton, get your cold foil glacial horns. Get that shit. You're gonna need it.
Because like Icelander could interact with it, and she's got an on board to interact with it, but Oldhim didn't. So this is like his way of interacting with it.
Yeah.
So I think that's cool. Frostspike, we already talked about this. We think this is a good card. I know a lot of people are down on it. I think it's a good card. I think it's an auto-clued in Icelander.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's a good Icelander card. I mean, obviously, again, everybody's just they immediately see the downside of it being like you could Frostbite yourself. And also it's just a zero cost additional Frostbite. Why would I do that when I could play like Arctic Incarceration Blue and get 2 Frostbites? And I'm like, yeah, you could, but like this is also just like, I mean, very simply, this is a Sage. This is Sage versions of Blizzard. Just being able to be like, you are gonna pay 2, right? Like this is so good. I love this card. I think it's really good in Icelander. I think a lot of people are giving it shit, and then it's like, oh, okay, like figure your life out. Like a lot of the good equipment that we're seeing now coming out has Temper, right? Because Temper 2, while it is still like far better in a format like this, guess what? Now Temper means that your equipment can get destroyed. All these ice cards are going to be coming after your equipment. So Frostbike very well has a good place for it.
The equipment suite that they've brought in, they've definitely increased the block level, which I want to talk about in Tuesday overall. But with that, to your point, a lot of that stuff came in with Temper.
Yep.
So like, I am destroying armor. I'm not sitting there if I'm going to get
except for this thing.
I'm not.
This thing got battle worn for some fucking reason.
Yeah.
This thing is crazy.
I love
This is Shattering Grasp. Like, this is pretty cool. Destroy target frozen ally. Obviously, this was like it's not like the best in Sage, because like the only thing you're really destroying as far as an ally is something from Gravy Bones or something from Dromai, because the ally, there's no Centauri Sellswords for Kasai, there's no Angel allies for Prism, so really it's just Dromai and Gravy Bones. And Gravy Bones is, I mean, it's a pretty rough thing. We went over the Necromancer stuff that is in Sage. It's pretty good. So I think that Guardian having the ability, really Ice in general, for the record, having the ability to get Battle Worn 1 on gloves and then also destroy a frozen ally. I know the Icelander Dromai matchup is often sometimes really cursed. And so being able to just be like, I'm going to freeze Themi and then I'm going to destroy it. Not bad.
Doesn't you just let you freeze an ally? You get to choose an ally arsenal.
What's that?
Said your helmet, the
Right.
Thorns, you get to choose an ally or arsenal.
Correct.
Yeah, so you just run these two together.
Yeah, you just blow up Themi. You don't even have to. You don't have to pay a card to kill it. You just need to like, boop. Okay, cool. Themi dies. So, pretty cool stuff. And obviously, if there's a bigger dragon that's a worry, like, also huge. Like, it's very, very good. So, and it's got Battle Worn 1. So, I think I think this is a better card to run. Well, I don't know. I still think Conduit Frostburn's like really fucking good. But
Conduit Frostburn is really good because of its ability to block multiple cards.
Yeah.
For go wild strategies.
Yeah.
The Quell. That's pretty good.
What was Brax doing about 5 minutes ago? For what? Yeah, I know. It's insane. There's so much good sideboard stuff here. Moving in though, Channel Galcia's Cradle.
I love this card.
Very interesting. It doesn't have Go again. It's got a 0 cost ice action though. When this enters the arena and at the start of your turn, freeze target ally, aura, item, or equipment while this is in the arena. No block, or not no block. It's got 2 block, which is also kind of rough. And you choose what to freeze. I would imagine in most cases you're choosing an ally or an equipment. You're probably not choosing an item. And unfortunately, with it not having Go again, it means that your opponent's you're essentially just telling your opponent they don't get to use that thing on their turn, right? So it's fine, but it makes it feels better if you get to keep it around for a turn, and then on the next turn they freeze something and you have a way to destroy that, right? So it's a delayed frost, which, like, I guess is, I mean, sure, I guess they'll take anything, but
essentially makes it where like you're not forced into running Glacial Horns if you don't want to.
Yeah, but like, why would you not just at instant speed freeze something to be able to get that value as opposed to having to wait a whole turn for that?
Well, in this case, so this is a blue, so Icelander can play it out.
Yeah, I guess true. Icelander does get to utilize this as a blue.
Come at you with an ally, and then you freeze it, and then their turn ends.
Well, I don't think you get to free. I think if you already have chosen to attack with it, then you're not. You still get the swing. I don't think it's like killing them and losing the Go again, right? I'd have to learn about that because it's
So this was interesting, and they specifically said they can't be activated,
right,
which has never been pertinent until this card, really.
Right, because technically it is an activation of a cost of 0 to attack with like a dragon.
Yeah.
It's also an activated effect to tap an ally in Grady, so to swing with them. So
yeah,
it is to just stop their attack. But I guess the issue here is like if they play a bunch of if a Dromai player plays a bunch of dragons, and then you go to activate the ability of swinging the dragon, right? I guess in the attack step, but before the attack like becomes an attack, do you have then the opportunity to freeze that specific card, and then it no longer gets the opportunity, it just fizzles the activation and it ends it? Because
yeah, no, you're true. You're right. You might be right.
This is you know what, this is, actually, hold on. Sorry. I realize that I can just use, my brain. We can go to the actual rules compendium for this thing.
Well, the other thing too is even if you couldn't, like, you still could, right? They still have to play out a card. So like, let's say Gravy, for instance, usually only playing one ally at a time, so he plays it out, and then you could immediately freeze it. So then you're freezing out his turn.
Correct.
They drop down a dragon like Chromai or something. You're like, I don't want you to attack with that. I'm going to freeze it before you can. So even if you can't do it in response, there's still always a priority in how you want to end it. So like in this case, it would be, hey, I'm going to freeze an ally plus you get a frostbite.
Right. So this is...
Because the other thing too is this channel, Gaussia's Cradle, I look at that and go like, hey, that probably wants to get paired with the Monolith of Gaussia. The problem is the fact that this is a 0 cost and it doesn't have go again, which means that if I'm playing it on my turn, I have to figure out a way in order to keep it around, and you're not going to find that.
Exactly. You can't even pitch an ice card into it, right? Which is the other thing, right? Because it costs 0.
Yeah. So like you would have to in somebody like Oldhim, you'd have to do like an aura or something that gives you go again, then play this down. But at that point you're like, that's probably not worth it. So like this is an Icelander card. This is a freeze you out of your whatever I want it to freeze you out. Your I guess it doesn't, so it's ally, aura, item, or equipment.
Right.
So it's, I'm going to freeze you out of like an equipment that I think you're going to trigger, so stop you there, and then or an ally or whatever, and then next turn I'll try to blow it up.
I'm trying to see here because it's neither player receives priority during the start phase of a turn. You may decide to destroy this even if you have enough ice cards in your pitch zone. When adding the triggered effect from Channel Gaussia's Cradle first ability to the stack, you can target an already frozen ally, aura, item, or equipment. If you targeted one of these frozen objects, the freeze effect will not fail when the triggered effect resolves. The previous freeze effects will no longer apply once the effect duration is met. New freeze effect is on there. Enters the arena's targeted effect. You must target an ally, aura, item, or equipment when you add the triggered effect to the stack. Trigger resolves. I guess I have to learn more about Frozen.
That's the thing is Frozen, because you've only ever frozen on your turn, it's never really come into play.
Right,
like in this case. But either way, you still have a window.
I think we'll determine, we'll do some checks on that there, but I think for what it's worth, it's a blue ice card that you can use to freeze a piece of equipment. So if you think your opponent's going to need to play their get one resource card on their turn, or if you know that there's an item in play that is going to be of an effect and can't be activated, or they don't want it to be activated, you can do that too. So odds are it's probably pretty good.
To CC, here's a funny thing. You could technically freeze Necropotent, and you could technically freeze Nitromechanoid.
Correct. That is correct. You can.
Just throwing that out
It's going to be very helpful for the Jarl versus Teklo matches that we're about to see for the next 3 months.
Oh my god.
So
fuck me.
Conquer the Icy Terrain. This is an ice action. So all ice heroes can play this. But you're probably going to see it more in Oldhim. Jarl obviously is in here, as well as there's a world in which maybe you could probably do this with Icelander. But when this hits a hero,
this is an Icelander card.
Yeah, when this hits a hero, you may pay 2 resources, or they may pay 2 resources. If they don't, you may destroy a frozen card in their arsenal or a frozen non-hero permanent they control. So this is effectively just what would be frozen to death on a card. They have to pay 2 resources, and you're already freezing something, right? So theoretically, what you could do, right, is in Icelander, you can I guess you can't do it at instant speed. You can, because you'll instant speed on their turn, freeze their equipment, and then on your turn send Conquer the Icy Terrain to threaten that. So if you really wanted to change out the way that disruption works in Icelander, and you wanted to not play like Vendal's Fighting Spirit and said, "You want to play this?" The only downside, things blocks for 2, but so does Finals Fighting Spirit. So I don't think there's really much of a change
once again,
there.
Glacial Horns. You look at Glacial Horns into Conquer the Icy
Correct,
Terrain,
yeah.
like that's a scary thing of like, hey, I froze it and then I'm gonna destroy it.
Exactly, right. And I mean, destroying a frozen card in their arsenal or a frozen non-hero permanent, like, you set up the channel, you can freeze their equipment, you can freeze their arsenal with Glacial Horns, just like, it's disruption no matter what. So pretty cool stuff.
I do feel like there's not enough ways to freeze stuff overall, which is kind of annoying, but
yeah, I mean, it's definitely different for everything. But I think that's also where, like, most of this seems to be very focused on, like, freezing allies. Because, of course, we have put on ice, right? Freeze up to 3 target allies until the start of your next turn.
Yep.
Huge fucking win, mind you. I mean, really, it's the blue freeze of 1 target ally. But, like, God, even if your opponent is playing Dromai, and you're just like, yeah, cool, I'll just play this. It die. Like,
it makes it so that 100%. They just brought in text to basically they brought in text to Icelander to deal with allies. But I mean, I look at stuff like Put on Ice, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that red one or even blue one in Oldhim, still not terrible, right?
Yeah.
Like these still struggles against they still struggle against ally decks like Oldhim and Icelander.
Mm-hmm.
So the ice allies are fine with that. Like you're gonna freeze them. I'm never gonna play this in Lexi, like, let's be real. There's Arctic Incarceration or something like that I'm gonna pull out.
Yeah, it also costs 1. So like you gotta have like a decent curve for it too.
But right here, it's the play out of Arsenal, draw a card.
Yeah.
Once again, people were playing the Dominates in Icelander to just draw a card. Granted, those aren't as good now because without Waning Moon, you don't have the the satisfaction of dealing damage. So we've had to drop those. But now this gives us a way to once again sideboard, have a reason. I could see this being a main board depending on how they build, but I don't. There's so many other good things in Icelander.
I think if anything, and I mean Braxton, tell me if I'm wrong here, but like I think this card and Conqueror are like for Jarls specifically into the gravy matchup and to make it significantly easier. Like I think that is the more which sucks notably because it's not what this set is meant to be. But I do think that the combination of I do think that I'm going to actually try out in Icelander removing like Wounded Bull for this.
Yes.
And then
100%.
that way I can make sure to freeze things, right? Or not with Frostbite, but like I can freeze stuff with Glacial Horns, guarantee that I get value from that with the Conqueror, and then hopefully we find other ways to freeze.
Well, I mean, I do think that Dromai is still a good deck.
Yeah.
And Icelander still struggles into Dromai. So I think that these are good techs that if Dromai takes over the meta, and she could because things are slowing down.
Mm-hmm.
If things slow down, Dromai thrives. That now all of a sudden you have a way to handle Dromai as Oldhim or as Icelander. So I like them both.
I think that if you're losing as Oldhim into Dromai, you're doing it wrong. That is, I feel like that's such a free win for you. It's crazy to me. But Icelander, on the other hand, though, I mean, this is a popper, right? So obviously it's fine for that. On top of that, being able to freeze allies is good. Although playing a red in your arsenal to then freeze 3 allies, what that does is it at least gives you a turn to do stuff, right? But you have to live through like that larger turn first. So theoretically, you could even set up where you pop a dragon and then end the turn. On your turn, play the Put on Ice from Arsenal, draw a card, and then make sure you're freezing 3 allies. And then you get to a turn to like set up where you're not like punished on that follow-up turn. But I don't the downfall of this is that like freezing something like a Themi, it means that Themi can't attack, but that doesn't stop Themi's ability because it's static. It's a static ability that is not activated. So Themi is the real thing that like Icelander doesn't like. But as Oldham's just like, yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, send 4 damage at me. I guess I'll just pop it, pass, like good to go. So it's an interesting card. I don't know how much we're gonna see of it in Sage, because like, you know, you take a look at the blue card and like it freezes an ally. I think this could be fine, but it costs you 1, and you'd much rather use that 1 for your Crucible of Aetherweave and not to freeze an ally. So
yeah.
All right, this next card, Sigil of Voltaris. Can I just say, I wish that this was a Lightning Wizard card.
yeah, it is kind of interesting. Although, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of sick to have, because this is just a damage Sigil of Lightning, like without the go again, right? Obviously, but
this is, I look at this card though and go like, this is actually what Aurora needs.
Yeah,
is a blue instant that is worth her time.
Right.
I look at this is basic. Honestly, this is almost like her spec, and the reason why obviously her spec is better because you get more out of it. But the one secondary the text on her spec is that your next action gets go again.
Right.
And so I'm like, this is so close to that. Like from that, it just needs to give her next action go again.
Yeah, but I mean, even still, it's a shock.
Still good though.
It's a shock that you get to use, which is kind of interesting. Yeah. Like you get to quite literally just go, okay, cool. I'm gonna send 4. Sorry, there's a moth in here. I'm gonna send 4, and it's like, okay, cool. You're sending 4. I'm gonna block 4, and I have 1 life, so I did the good block, and it's like ping you. And then this is a card that targets Flittering Charge. It's a card that allows you to do things like, theoretically, you could do things like Blast to Oblivion nonsense in this deck.
Yes.
So
no, this is a Aurora card. This is, when I look at this card, I go, this makes Aurora a little more interesting because I am never running a instant speed something in Briar. Like that's just not happening.
Right.
I'm always running my non-attack. So I like this card because it makes you think, okay, this feels more Aurora-like. It is a blue, instant speed, pinging you. So I like this one.
Yep, I think this is pretty good.
I don't know how well good works, but it's good.
I think it's
Strike
good.
Twice. Strike Twice to me is interesting.
Yeah, this is a nuts card. This is.
But I look at this and go, Wizard already has this. I guess the bonus being it's a lightning card.
Yeah, I mean it's a lightning card, so it triggers Volzar. But it's deal 3 damage to any target. If you've dealt arcane damage to an opposing hero this turn, you may play those over an instant. So theoretically, if you have another float, you could send, you know, lightning, big spell that comes in for 5 arcane, probably with Volzar, and then you hit them, and then if you deal the arcane damage, you can then strike twice to deal another 3. So this is like snapback in a way.
Yeah.
But
no, it is just like, but it like, I don't see a world where this would buff up Volzar because, I mean, what are you going to do, this into snapback? Like, right.
Well, because that's, I think the other thing too is that this is another chain ender of a card, because instead of doing, you know, lightning, wizard action for large arcane, activate Volzar, deal the damage, and then play this, you can instead just use this. You can go lightning, play this, activate Volzar in response to the lightning effect. Now this is actually going to come in for 7 instead of for 6 because it also is a lightning card.
Yeah.
So
I think the biggest issue I see with this is the fact that we don't have a 0-cost shock for him.
Well, actually, we don't have a 0-cost shock, but if we are dealing arcane damage to our opponent, which, I mean, there have been terms in which we've been able to do that at instant speed, but I think really you're getting it with Oh God, what's the fucking thing? I mean, it's really just shock at the end of the day, I guess, right? But you only have the 2-cost shock, which is a little bit more rough. So
yeah, I look at this and go like, okay, this is a lightning one, so like you probably want to use it to buff up Volzar, but like when you use this, it's probably after Volzar has been used,
right?
Or if you're chain ending it, you have to play this, but you would. Can you play this, get the Volzar thing, and then tap Volzar? No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Yeah. So you play this. You play this. Volzar sees you played a lightning card. It gets the counter. You then activate Volzar in response to the before the attack resolves, and then you get the buff.
Okay, so that's essentially why it's there, is because it's you can either use it for the double tap or you can use it for your chain ender to buff up Volzar to then use Volzar to do it. I guess that makes sense. I'm cool with that. The Voltic Vanguard, we see, once again, another piece that does the same thing as the boots.
Yeah.
This is not great.
Nope. This is a skip for me. Better cards.
Yeah.
Ion Charge. What the fuck is this, dude? Are you kidding me?
I love this card.
What are you doing? This is crazy. This card is busted as all get out.
I saw this card and was like, oh, this is a snapback Lexi card. But now we have the arrow where I'm like, I don't know that it is. But I could see it being in that build in general, because it is we just talked about how there's not enough
Well, that's the thing, is you can put this in your arsenal, flip it with Lexi, get the thing, play it, and then just start loading shit. And then everything from that point forward is now +1. Yes. And you get the go again on your first arrow.
I look at this, though. I do think that this is probably more an Acilio card. What's funny, though, is this card is
what gave that away? Is it all the lightning elementals that are in this card?
No. Well, just like the go wide stuff, but I also look at this and go like, this will probably make it into Acilio CC.
Yeah, absolutely.
For your combo turn.
But that's the thing, though. The Acilio CC, this is where a lot of people kind of missed this last portion of the card. They have to have go again.
Yes.
And so most of the things that Acilio does is not go again, but it's getting action points. So it's not that powerful. I think this is kind of nuts in Aurora, because Aurora often has go again on her cards. I think Briar could even utilize a card like this to get kind of crazy with it. It's just kind of really good. I mean, this is effectively Art of War, but for lightning cards. And I mean, if you have it, you have it, and you're just able to continuously pump that up, and it's until end of turn. So I think this is just a great way. I think it's good for Lightning Lexi, although technically Lightning Lexi is also doing the action point thing. So I think it's probably more so for...
No, her stuff is go again. Her stuff is go again.
Well, not if you're doing Snapshot.
No, it is. It's go again.
Snapshot doesn't have go. The Snapshot gives you your action point.
Oh, you're right, because it doesn't.
It gives you your action point because you're activating your bow again, which has go again. So that's why that is. But you can still do it in Lexi, right? Obviously, if you're just not using Snapshot, you can still go like arrow. You know, even if you wanted to do like, I don't know. I guess like I haven't. You could do that that lightning bond one, the arc bending.
Yeah.
And then you can go about doing like an entwined lightning into embodiment, or not embodiment, lightning flow? Lightning. Oh, what the hell is the one? The 1 for 5 that on hit gets you an embodiment of lightning.
Oh, yeah.
If you really wanted to. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think this card's crazy. I think this is an Aurora card for sure.
Well, in Overcharge, which is our next card.
Yeah, Overcharge. What the fuck? This is also nuts.
You do an Overcharge, and then you do an Ion Charge.
Yeah. You play Overcharge. The only issue, of course, is that these cost 1. So you need to play a hero that has a lot of blues.
I mean, once again, I'm looking at the biggest thing with Oh, my computer's about to die, so I need to plug it in. But
Okay.
I'll do it in 1 second. The biggest thing about Aurora is the fact that she doesn't have enough good enough go again stuff, and she wants to have instant speed stuff. Now all of a sudden we got Iron Charge, we got Sigil Voltaire, we got Overcharge. Like, all of a sudden, Aurora actually becomes a deck to consider.
Yeah.
Because she does, I said this last week, she just needs a little bit more go again. It's not going to take much. She just needs a little bit more.
Yep.
Here we are.
Yeah.
Right here.
I mean, it's huge. This is huge stuff. Also, cards you could put into Lexi is Overcharge. Like, do you flip it up? I mean, obviously it's got go again already, but like, this is a card that you can use to like just play things like Ion Charge. You can mix it up with some of the elemental arrows. I think this card obviously is like a snap pick into Aurora. But I also think that it very well could be into Briar too, because Briar has some instants that you can play. Obviously, this into Lightning Press is a 1 for 7. Well, I mean, it's a one cost, but it still costs you 3 cards technically for 7. So unless you pop to Blossom of Spring. Anyway, I think the card's fine. It definitely obviously pairs well with Ion Charge too. So I think that if you can make this and these 3, right, run 6 copies of this, 2 copies of Ion Charge, I think you can still make a pretty damn good deck. Really sing in the lightning aspect. So
yeah, and I look at it as like Acilio or Aurora. Like, I do think Acilio could be a real deck now. Yeah. Before it was kind of a joke, and I was like, well, now it actually could be real.
It's pretty. Seems pretty real to me. That's pretty good. So
cloud cover, we've seen this before. We don't really need to. It's fine.
You want to talk about Haboob?
First off, why is it called Haboob? Is that like a reference
to like some
mythology?
So I did not know what the fuck this was. And I saw this card and I was like, are you actually shitting me? Like, is this like a meme? Is this not on the physical list? And somebody just decided to troll my players? Turns out Haboob is a storm. It's a heat storm. Like an actual term for like a downburst or like a heat storm. They call it a Haboob.
That's why they say put a storm counter on this.
Right. So I was like, what the hell? Dude, this is what I wanted to check now that I realized. I'm looking up Haboob because I am so fucking curious about this. Let's see. Play storm counter. New cards are they attack? We'll get -1 as long as it's in neither action receive priority. Okay, so it doesn't state here, but it states that unless you destroy an ash you control for each storm counter on it, right?
Yes.
That is the cost, and then all attack action cards get -1 while attacking or defending, right? So your blaze headlongs, your snatches, your ravenous rabbles, all of them get -1 while attacking, and your opponents do as well. What I am curious about this card is, and this is what I wanted to confirm, and I didn't find it on the judge thing. Its cost is you destroy it unless you destroy an ash you control for each storm counters on it.
Yeah.
Can you choose to destroy the ashes under the dragons that give them the phantasm? Because technically there's an ash underneath each of those dragons. And
yeah, but those dragons, no. Because at that point, they're not on the board.
Well, because that's the thing, is that, like, the dragon physically gets destroyed, and then the ash also goes away with it. But much like how you can destroy things underneath Teklavos and equipment, can you also destroy the things underneath the dragons, which would be then the material, right? Like, hold on, I'm gonna check ash real quick, because it's probably not actually that, straightforward.
Usually with something like that, because I don't know we have official word. Usually with something like that, I look at that and go like, what is this? What is this really trying to do? What is the feel of the card?
Because it specifically says ash is a material that says while ash is under an object, that object has phantasm. which indicates that
Well,
it
what
is its
about-
own entity
So
outside
what
of the
about
object.
the ward? What about the card that wards when you destroy an ash, or your ash can ward? You can't target an ash underneath the dragon with that.
That is correct. That is correct. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, target ash you control. Okay, so yeah, maybe not then. So then, okay, thank you for putting that to rest. I'm fucking crazy as hell. Because I was like,
However, I do think that this is a really strong card.
I don't. This card's ass. Are you kidding me? Why do you
I
think this
it's
card's
really
good?
strong 'cause it
I
makes
will
it
let
where
you.
where your stuff isn't getting popped.
The attack action card. Dude, Guardians block for 8. They have 8 power
Yeah,
in their
I forgot
cards.
to say.
Like this isn't Herald of Triumph coming in. Like, yeah, sure, right? It makes the 6 powers go down to 5. But on the op side of that, I have to lose my materials, which I need in order for me to make dragons. And on top of it, my own attack actions get affected by this. So I have to just play dragons and only dragons alone, literally nothing else. I can't play things like Ravenous Rabble or Snatch or Scar for a Scar, because if I do, they'll go down to 3 instead of it going down to 4, up to 4. So that's my concern with this. It's a red starter with Go again. I'll give it that, right? But it just doesn't do anything. Like, if this was able to do what I thought it was, which was remove the ash counters from underneath dragons, I'd be all over this. This had been an auto include immediately 8 ways to Sunday, but it doesn't do that. Already you can't make ash well enough in Silver Age because you don't have things like Flamescale Furnace. So why are you giving up your ash tokens to then make it so your opponent just has -1? It sounds like a lot of what you're doing is you are going, okay, I'm not going to destroy an ash, right? You play it as a starter, and then you go, my stuff doesn't get popped this turn. And you hope that your opponent is only playing 6s, and they're not touching anything that's a 7. That's it. Because then you can play it and go, okay, cool, the rest of this turn's fine. At the beginning of your turn, I won't destroy an ash, and I'll kill Haboob, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think this is around for more than 2 turns, period. Like,
right.
Even if you did destroy it your first time,
that's what I would have much rather had something like a burn them all or something, right? Like some small niche effect to be like, all right, cool. Like we're getting a little bit of damage off of here, and we're doing it because because we're attacking with dragons. We're choosing to attack with dragons, and that's it. In this scenario, I'm like, okay, could I maybe get some value out of destroying ash? I don't fucking know. But it's just like so bad. It literally sounds so bad because you're only playing this into people who are just like, okay, maybe I'll only run like 2 poppers into the deck because that's all I can fit. But everybody has access to 7 power plus poppers. So this card does nothing. It's not even like a pure value of like, okay, 1 turn, we don't get to worry about it. I genuinely am so upset that the 1 Draconic Illusionist card that we got is absolute fucking dog shit. This is awful. This is such a bad goddamn card. And I hope that it ends up not being, right? Because I think the art's sick.
The art is
but it's God, it's the stupidest name. It's the stupidest name I've ever heard, because I can't even believe that it's the name of an actual fucking storm. And then I have to sit here and go, okay, I'm gonna put storm counters on my aura that I then get to reduce the attacks of my own attacks. It's just not. It's not for me, fam. And that's enough of my rant. I'm done with that. That's.
All right, well, we can move on to Inflame the Firebrand. We've already seen this card. This is a great fucking card.
I love
this card.
This card's sick. This card is sick. This card is so sick. I love everything about this card.
Yeah, this is great.
That's all I need to say. That's it. It's just good.
Yep.
This card.
So Smoldering Steel.
What the fuck? This is
awesome.
I
love this card. This is
Fang loves this card.
So this is a number 1. So in like especially in Sage, like you are not like you need the zero cost. Like that's 100% all you're literally putting in all of the zero cost attack reactions into there. So this giving it +1, which is really +2.
Yep.
And when this is a hero, deal 1 damage, so +3. So it's on rate, right? All of the 0-1s would give it +2.
Yep.
Which would then bump it up to 3. So then that's 4 coming in. So this is essentially 3, but it's actually 4.
Yep.
But this is one of the few ones that block for 3. Most of them do not block for 3.
Yeah, it blocks for 3, comes in for 0, gives technically +3, 1 from the weapon, 1 from here, and then 1 from the on-hit deal, threatening another point of damage there. And then you get its secondary effect, which is so good. It's a literally one time, oh, you know what? No, you don't get to frostbite me. Get him out of here. Like, and that's not just like, obviously, like if your opponent plays a ice card and you are to get a frostbite from this ice card and you then banish this, and then your opponent plays another ice card after that one resolves, you still get frostbite. But usually the frostbites are only coming in like one bucket. And if you could just banish a card from your graveyard that just says stop that, it's so good.
Well, I think what stands out to me is that that says I think the ping effect would carry if you swung with the dagger.
It would, yes, because you are choosing the target dagger to get the effect. So, target dagger attack. Sorry, yes, that is okay. That does read that way. Yeah, so that target dagger attack will get the +1. So not target dagger.
But either way, like I think what makes this card stand out is that you main board this and it helps you. It's not a sideboard card. You main board this.
Yeah, this is a direct upgrade.
And it helps you in your bad matchup.
Mm-hmm. It is a direct upgrade. Love everything about it.
Moldering Scales, once again, here we go. Like this is a fantastic. So I mean, like this set is basically this is the Guardwell set. Yeah, is really what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But this is once again giving you, if you need more defense, which I think a lot of times you do.
Yeah.
So most of the time, I have found that a lot of times I don't use resources or like a resource tunic or something like that. Like there's a lot of times where I don't use it. So having this option in here is great. And obviously I'm going to keep this in here if Ice gets popular, which it will be, right? Oldhim is already popular. Icelander will be popular. And just this allowing me to do exactly what that Smoldering Steel does. Beautiful.
So fucking true, Tyler. Playing an ice card from Arsenal, they pop it. They pop the chess piece here, and then you go, oh, okay, frostbite. Give you.
I know.
So good.
That's what, like, I was looking at this. I'm like, there's a lot of Guardwell, which Guardwell doesn't, or it does, right? It gets destroyed at the end of it, right?
No, it does not.
Guardwell doesn't. Okay, so there's a lot of Guardwell in the set, which means that it's hard to remove it. But I like what they're doing here with stuff like this, where exactly what Entrenched Misery said is, they pop it, then you ice spike him, and boom, there we go. Like, I want more reasons to have this.
Yeah, I mean, if it ends up being a crazy thing, obviously Guardwell 2 is just like crazy sick on Draconic cards, but having the same effect as Smoldering Steel here is nice if you plan to go into a lot of Frostbite centric stuff. And I mean, like, obviously we know that if you're going to go pretty big red line, right? I mean, red line is kind of the bread and butter of a lot of these Draconic heroes. And if you get frostbitten like twice, it's like, ooh, okay. But
yeah, you're done.
You know, if you catch your opponent on, if you wait to pop this until your opponent is out of frostspikes, then you get a ton of value. So
Yep. I'm actually gonna take one quick second. So one of the things that we talked about in early days of Clash, because in early, like before Clash even officially came out, there was talks amongst the content creators, and I was just on the periphery of it, kind of looking in, of including Majestic equipment, in Clash. And one of the conclusions was, hey, they're too powerful. But one of the arguments for it was that, like,
there's two different kind of ways that you can approach fab, and that is like there's two different thought processes in there, especially when we're talking about this, and that was if you have a lot of armor, then that allows the game to slow down so you can do your plan and use those. If you don't have a lot of armor, then you're going to be using your cards more, and you're going to be there's going to be more of that back and forth that you got in early days of fab.
Right.
And obviously, one of the things that we saw in Clash was there wasn't enough armor to really you're using
Yep.
a lot of your cards from your hand. And so what they've done with this Guardwell in this set is the fact of okay, we're going to give you more armor to slow down the game so that your hero can do your thing.
Yeah.
I think that's fantastic. And so I just wanted to kind of point that out, is that we're seeing that because we talk about the Unity stuff, right?
Right.
That stuff we think of Dory and Kasai and all that. Well, now that stuff applies for Fang if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Right? Fang sometimes doesn't care about blocking with one card.
Right.
And now he gets a couple extra. Now we have Smoldering Scales. He needs more armor. He'll get 2 in the slot easily.
And I think it's helpful too to have that because even back before there was Blade Beckoner, we were all running Iron Rot. That was the thing. It was oh, okay, cool. Did nothing else fit better into the slot? This blocks 1 without me having to pitch for anything. And it's
yes.
Okay, that's what you want to do, right? You want to get the full value of your armor without needing to lose cards from your hand. And I feel that's where we're seeing a lot of this Guardwell come in. It's going to be
yep. Well, it
block
essentially
2.
makes it where the other thing too is essentially makes it where it's really a 25 health format now.
Yeah. Which is good.
I mean, that's what they're saying is they're saying you get to choose where you want your health to start out with. Do you want to start at 25? We're going to let you do that.
Yeah.
And some even higher, right? You look at the warrior stuff, you could run all 4 of those. I mean, at that point you're running 32 health essentially. You got to block with a card from your hand, sure, but you want to do that anyways.
I mean, that's the trade-off, right? If you're going to go into aggro, you want to keep your life total a little bit higher, so you want to play these more defensive options. If you're playing into a longer match in which maybe you want to send larger points of damage, having an additional resource to pop on your chest might be more important. So it's definitely provided a lot of synergy and gameplay changes overall, and has allowed that kind of creativity to occur.
Yeah,
so.
for sure. Anyways, Fire That Burns Within. I like this card. We've seen this card already. When this attacks, we discard Phoenix Flame. If you do, draw a card, and this gets +2. Go again.
Yep.
I don't know that there's really much to say other than, hey, this works great for Fi. Fi loves this card.
It's very good.
And he's gonna play it in every deck.
But you could even play. You could play this in Fang if you really wanted to. If you're trying to get crazy with it, you can.
Yeah, I know, but you don't have a Phoenix Flame in your hand very readily.
Right. Yeah. The only benefit is that Fi obviously starts with it in the graveyard already, so you have that option to get that there. Speaking of Phoenix Flames, what the literal Exodia shit is this? Did you see it? These are crazy. Okay, so first and foremost, we have 4 feathers, 1 crown, which is the Exodia piece, right? This is it. It costs 0, comes in for 2, blocks for 3. Jesus Christ, what is this moth doing?
I mean, it's just a 0 for 6.
Yes. 0 for 6.
Ultimately.
Killed that
you do
thing.
get 2 of them, though.
Yeah, you get 2 of them. +1 for each card with Phoenix Bannerman in its name in your graveyard. And these are all legendary, so you can only have 1 of each individual one. So,
well, the problem is with these ones, they're not very good.
Right, because you have to search your deck for your Phoenix Flame, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. You can obviously play this, search for a Phoenix Flame, fail to find, shuffle, and then create a token, right? The tokens are interesting because it's the head gets a Ponder, the chest gets a Vigor, the might gets the arms get a might, and the legs get an agility. So it's effectively pseudo giving you a token of what a armor piece would give you, right? If you had like a Phoenix Flame-esque kind of armor, because the head usually allows you to draw cards, the chest equipment usually allows you to gain a resource, the arm equipment usually allows you to gain power, and the leg equipment normally allows you to gain some kind of go again effect. And so having all these on there, like, it's cool, but you're telling me that you have to put 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 slots, 6 cards in your 55 card deck that are, you have to find all 4 of these before these get popular, before this gets like online, which means that you are either doing one of a couple things. You're either playing all 4 of them and just blocking, right? Because you can just block, right? They're three blocks, so you don't actually have to like even play the card. You have Draconic 3 blocks in your deck, and then you can just go ahead and go, okay, how am I going to continuously send 6 at my opponent through this damage? So I don't know. I mean, like, you could do cute, silly things with it, but I don't know that searching all these Phoenix Flames is going to be worth it unless you're pitching them a lot. Like,
I saw this and I was like, I had the same thought process you had, was, hey, they're 3 blocks. These are like the only iconic 3 block cards I've seen. But like, their effects just aren't good enough. Like, search my deck for Phoenix Flame.
Right.
Why?
Like, you search for it, you get it, and like, you're only able to run 2, right? You can't run 3. So like, maybe CC Fi runs 3, but Sage Fi is only running 2, and it would then implement more of the fact that you are getting it to your hand to then pitch it for an effect to go back into your deck, to then go about doing something else, and then getting the Phoenix Flame from your grave to your hand to attack with. So like, kind of putting it to where the Phoenix Flame that's in your grave is always the one that's attacking, and the Phoenix Flame in your deck is always going to be pitching, and you're just pseudo making that happen over the course of things. But that's a hard ask for that, because eventually if that Phoenix Flame goes into the grave, these cards don't do anything. So
yeah,
it's just, well, they still do something. You still get the token whether or not you find a Phoenix Flame or not, but like, you're not going to play them. At that point, you're much better off pitching them or blocking with them, because they just block for 3. So I don't know.
I think the biggest thing when I see this is I mean, I guess, hear me out. Dromai could make use of this. She's like the only one that would make pseudo use of this, just because it is a starter.
Right, it's a starter. You can pitch the Phoenix Flame you get from your deck to make an Ash.
Yeah.
But
like, that is the only one that I look at this and go like, okay, this is the only one. And maybe that's what it was designed for, right? Because she is supposed to be, everyone says she's going to be the next ruler. So
yeah, but what this is not. I mean, like, if we're talking from a lore perspective, right? The Phoenix has always been Phi's thing, and Phi's part of the rebellion, and Dromai is not. So this seems like it'd be more Phi coded. Like, it would work better with them. And obviously, I mean, you can put this in Fang for all we care, but it's just not like this is definitely more of a, do I want to play like a fatigue style Draconic here? You know what this is good in? Decimator Fang. Oh my fucking god. Wait a minute.
Why would you do that?
Oh my god. Decimator Great Axe Fang would be so sick with this. Holy
I hate everything you're saying to me right now.
Shit. Wait a minute. All right, everybody. That's the next YouTube video we're doing, is playing Decimator Great Axe Fang.
You are a terrible person for coming up with that.
Wait a minute. That's insane. Okay. All right.
I will say this. This is literally the only thing that I've ever seen that has made me go, oh, maybe I do want to play Decimator in Fang. Every other Decimator build, I'm like, why the fuck are you doing that?
It's at least a fun little thing, right? Like, you block with them. Maybe sometimes you play them to get like an agility token, right? Because especially the agility token. Because theoretically, if you pitch stack this correctly, you play 3 copies. You block with 3 copies, keep sending Axe a whole bunch. You keep the legs, and then you keep the 2 4-feathers in your deck, and then you literally just draw up to your pitch stack of 4 feathers for 6 go again into 4 feathers for 6 go again. Or not go again, but 6 into 6.
Yeah.
I'm cooking, chat.
I didn't even think about that. I could. That is the first argument I've ever seen that has ever been like, this should go in face.
I'm cooking. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Anyway,
I love the next few cards.
Oh my god!
I think we've talked enough of that. That looks so good.
Serpent's Kiss. First and foremost, God, is it feel good to see a new card again? Holy shit! When we were sitting there reloading the page a whole bunch, I saw an Enigma card and I saw a Zen card, and I said, "Are you goddamn kidding me? Are we not going to see a card for new?" And I just I was so mad. And then they released it. Serpent's Kiss.
Yeah, no, this is
God. This card is cool.
Number one, I said, like I said earlier, I love the fact that they're making like specializations without them making specializations. Because like, how many times do we get asked like, "Hey, are we going to do the legendary cards?"
Right.
In Clash?
Yeah, exactly.
And they're like, no, it's not happening. They will be in Brawl whenever that happens. But anyways, Serpent's Kiss. I love everything about this. I think it's great.
New would have loved this in CC.
You always want to see a blue stealth card. This, if you transcend, like you play this, you transcend, you get them both. If this hits, look at the top, like you get to pick which one you're going to banish. The one thing though that it doesn't do is it doesn't let you heal, which kind of sucks, but can't.
I mean, that's fine. I think the other thing is you can also pair it up with other things that obviously we'll see later in the Mystic Talent, but like, man, this was a Just a Nick target. Sam, are you with me on that? Sam's in the chat right now, fellow assassin lover. This is a Just a Nick target. New would have loved this card. New would have loved this shit. You transcend, you make both a Fang Strike and a Slither, and you get Just a Nick. So, oh my god, it's just so sick. And then you get to choose the card, look at the top two, banish one of them, hit the other ones. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. It's so...
Too bad she's currently bad in Sage. I agree with you. She is currently bad in Sage. Unless you're playing against
Guardian.
Heroes. Oh my god. Guardian is like the funnest match, and it's not hard for you to like, pull off her stuff and then smash them back. So
yeah, you want to see a fucking absolute tear? Go watch my A to Z Terra video. Absolutely fucking got rocked by a Mark New. She literally was like a Mark package new that still had transcending and everything about it, but it was like fucking, oh my god, it's absolutely insane. Like,
yeah.
Crazy shit.
Wax and Wane is the next one. Great card, instant. Instant include in Enigma, and it's an instant.
Which is again another example of why I'm so mad about the fucking precon decks. Because this card absolutely goes in Enigma, and they didn't put it in there.
There is no reason why that card should not be in that Enigma deck. I don't know. All right, let's move on. Shapeless Form. Whenever you play an attack action with Ephemeral, choose a name, it gets the chosen name. So essentially, this allows you to play Life of the Party without having to have the hat.
Very true. You can do Life of the Party Zen now. You also obviously can name an attack action. Well, you can name... I guess you can really name anything. So like, you can do more combo stuff if you really want to. Like, deeper combo things.
But why would I not name Life of the Party?
Yeah.
or
Crazy Brew. That'd be the one, yeah. Yeah, Crazy Brew. It is insane how much Crazy Brew Life of the Party combo has been like such a hot Ninja staple now. Like, it's just...
Oh, I love it.
What people do now.
I have a love-hate relationship with it because I do not enjoy playing Ninja with or against it. But I love them having the ability to do something so silly like that.
Yeah.
I wish more classes could do more silly things like that. But yeah, I saw this and I was like, okay, this is just... Here we are. It's our Life of the Party.
But I think you also have... you have other aspects for things that you technically can do. You can do a Shapeless Form into Transcend, go get a Crouching Tiger, and you get a Crouching Tiger in hand, and then you can get a Whelming Gustwave red from your deck, and then you can just literally name the Tiger Surging Strike and then play Whelming Gustwave. That is very much so a thing you can do. You can even go as far as to take several like later steps too. You can do things like Rushing River turns, Spinning Wheel Kick turns, right? Spinning Wheel Kick is even kind of crazy because you can combo. If Spinning Wheel Kick was the last attack this combat chain, it's got +1, and when it hits, you put it to the bottom of the owner's deck. So if you literally just play, okay, cool, you name it Spinning Wheel Kick, go get Spinning Wheel Kick, make another Tiger somewhere else, you can effectively do Tiger, Spinning Wheel Kick for 6 on hit, go to the bottom of the deck. Like, it doesn't seem that great unless there's a pump for the Tigers, but it is, I don't know. There are ways to go about doing it. Open the Center is another card that you can do that with too. So
yeah, that's true. Open Center is another really good one.
Yeah.
So this kimono, I'm gonna move on. This kimono, I loved cloak stuff in there, but there just wasn't enough cloak stuff. And this card, so good. Flip it up. You can block for 2. However, this goes into the next card, Receive, to Misform,
where you can just flip it back over.
But read what the rest of the text is.
Oh, counters remain when turned face down. Oh, Jesus Christ. So you can make it block 3?
So you can make it block 2, flip it down, make it block 3, flip it down, make it block 4.
Holy shit. It costs you 1 resource to do that, though? I mean, like...
do we care? Like, you block with it.
It does also specifically cost...
play that, and then you can chi.
It also specifically costs you a chi. Like...
Well, to flip it up, yeah. So you
to
have
flip
to have
it.
a chi, but you could do...
I mean, are you running 8 chi in Enigma? I feel like that's far too much.
It's a little too much, but I think you could still pull it off. Like, in the end, like, this is one of those, like, yeah, that's a perfect world. But the fact that it's still block 2 chest, which is fantastic.
Right.
You could run even just 1 Recede to Misform, right? And make it do a 2 into a 3 block. Like, that still feels good.
Yeah, it's still really good. I mean, that's a lot of power going through. So,
like, I always wanted to make the cloaked ones for each class work, and just with 1 life left is just such a silly requirement.
Yeah.
So I love to see this one that allows me to flip it up whenever I want.
Yeah.
And then you just flip it up when you have a Recede. So you flip it up, then you play Recede, and then you probably have some other stuff, right? You got the D-React that wants to have more blue cards out, like in your pitch zone, things like that. So like that's 2 blue cards in your pitch. So now your defense reaction blocks for 4.
Right.
Like, get some other stuff in there. Like there's
definitely a world you could make this happen a lot. I mean, if you're taking a look at overall the mystic equipment, right? If I'm gonna pull this up on a different thing. I mean, like if we do talent mystic, actually just look cloaked. Cloaked.
Just look at cloaked.
So nothing on that. Nothing on that. Nothing on that. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. So none of the cloaked equipment outside of that one gets a counter.
Yeah. No,
So
it's 100% just made for the kimono.
Yes. So it's
That's why
just
it's called kimono of layered lessons, because you can layer it on.
Is that why? Is that why
Yes.
it is?
Absolutely.
I'll believe you. I'll believe you, Nathan, dev of LSS. I will believe you.
So, because the first time I saw it, I was like, "Oh, this is okay," and then I read that and I was like, "Oh, that's okay, cool. I can get that a couple times," and then it clicked like, "Oh."
I mean, honestly, even just being able to flip them face down. I mean, if you go ahead and have the resources to flip everything up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're taking a look at the mystic equipment that specifically has like a block 1 value, right? It's you have Aqualapse, you have Kimono, obviously. Yeah, you have Uphold. Well, Uphold Tradition's got Ward. I'm thinking more the Waves of Aquamarine.
Yeah.
and then the headpiece, which is the Aqua Seeing Shell. All of those have 1 block, and the downfall is that it costs you resources, and 2 of them are in the reaction step. So I don't know. I think it's fine. I don't know that it's worth a slot,
like,
though.
you could do Aqua Seeing Shell into Kimono, and then, like, because Aqua Seeing Shell lets you draw a card. So, like, even
but you have to pay 3 resources to do it.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's essentially a chi, but without being a chi.
Yeah. So you can block for 3 with your equipment, and then pay 2 to flip it face down, and then block 4 on the next time with your equipment.
You could do that. Couldn't you do that all together?
Yeah.
If you flip them back in the defense reaction step, does that make them not block? Oh no, it says at the start of your turn, so you could flip those over, block with them.
Yeah, and then in your opponent's turn you can flip them back over.
And then at the end of that, flip them back over.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. That's how that works. But anyways, it's interesting. I think that there's enough in there where it being such a blue heavy deck, like, I think there is something there. I think they could consistently do this.
I think it's not worth.
Is it powerful enough? I don't know.
I don't think it's worth having another no block in your deck for you to block for 2 extra points of value.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. Like,
you'd
maybe
rather have a 3 block in your deck.
Is just like a one time, like, you just put 1 of them in your deck.
I think it's a block 2 chess piece, and that's pretty sick. I think that's also just fine. It's fine that it just blocks 2 and then gets destroyed. Like, that's, it's already better than all the other cloaked equipment we have. Besides the heirloom of rabbit, or all the heirloom cards. Those block for a lot, but you have to be at 1 life. So kind of specific.
All right, so let's talk about the next ones.
Yeah.
They all have the same kind of thing.
Yeah, if you created a card, do a thing.
Think about this, of how this could even be a theme with all 3, but yeah, they all create cards.
Yep.
So this is cool. 0 for 2, go again if you have a token. This gets +1, so it turns a 3 for 6, which is really good.
3 for 6 is not good.
It is on a blue.
I mean, I guess, but like,
it's above rate.
I don't know. Guardians, that's pretty common for them.
Well, no, they usually have a 3 for 5 is the normal.
Oh, but if you just create a card, it gets. I mean, it's fine, but you have to create a card, right?
Yeah. So you're doing your thing. You're doing your thing.
Yeah.
This 0/1, while defending for create a card, +1. Mistborn Protector. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, when it's depending if you create a card this turn, it gets +1 defense. So it's a 0 for 3 D-react, which is actually, I mean, it's not terrible, especially if you're playing. It's
a blue. I
think this is good into Enigma. I think if you're playing Enigma, this is a card you run, because it's a 0 for 3 blue block that you can transcend off of. So literally, you just react with this, and then in the reaction step, play a chi card, transcend, play a spectral shield, or activate the thing to make a spectral shield. Now this blocks for 3, and then 1 for the 4 with spectral shield. Pretty cool.
Can you explain to me, please? In this next card,
Billing Mist.
Punching Tigers are the only ephemeral things out there, right?
No. Fang Strike and Slither are also ephemeral cards.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. So they're really good for like new, even, because if you were to create an ephemeral card, instead you create that much +1. So your next attack this turn gets +1. What you can even do is you can pop the arm piece, Arousing Wave, and you'll make 2 Fang Strikes, which is then +2 in the reaction step. So so that is kind of the thing. It's like that with Spreading Mist here too. Next attack turn gets to go again this turn. So theoretically, you probably want to do Spreading Mist your next attack for making Fang Strikes, and then you want to do Billowing Mist for if you're making Slithers, because then you're going to be able to get to go again. But Billowing Mist, I mean, new being able to make 2 Slithers on a turn in which you're playing into a Guardian, that's like an auto win. I don't know how you lose those. That's a crazy ad in here. So and it's a blue, so let's transcend. So
It is. The look within, it's fine, finding cheese, but it doesn't put it in your hand. So
yeah, it does not put it into your hand, which is kind of rough. It's a blue block 3. I don't know that's enough to keep it because, I mean, Zen always wants to be attacking and then just casually loading in a chi.
Yeah.
Enigma is going to eventually find one, and if she doesn't, it's, she's going to be able to block out cards. New doesn't need to search for one because unless she's like, she's usually just pitch stacking until the end of the game and then killing her opponent with their blues. So yeah. I don't know that look within is worth it there, but
no.
But chaos stuff.
Cool. I love the fact that they're finally leaning more into chaos.
Yeah.
They're obviously being super, super careful in how much chaos stuff they print. But topsy-turvy, instant destroy this until end of turn.
Yep.
If one or more cards would be put back on top of the deck, instead they put it on the bottom. Arcane Barrier 1. Number 1, it's Arcane Barrier 1, so like that's cool. It gives you another Arcane Barrier.
Yeah.
This effect is fine. I'm just looking at it as the Arcane Barrier, quite frankly.
Yeah, it's Arcane Barrier, and if your opponent is Kano, you get to tell them that they don't actually get to banish the card they want to banish. If it's even good. Ultimately. So we don't even know, but that's the chaos part of it, right? Descend into Madness. This is a chaos attack reaction. I also want to make this a big reminder to everybody who might be watching who's trying to play some assassin shenanigans with chaos. Arachne Solitary Confinement is not a chaos assassin in this format. So the only chaos assassin you can play these cards in is, in fact, Arachne Web of Deceit. You cannot play them in Arachne Solitary Confinement, even though it is effectively the young version of Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, who is a chaos talented assassin. But Descended Madness is pretty cool.
I hate this card.
I don't think it's that bad, Sam. I think you're crazy for thinking it's like the best card. I think all it does is just say, yeah, cool. Like, obviously they wanted to keep the card that they had in their hand and instead make them draw a new card. It's technically value, right? You're getting 3 value out of this because they're replacing the card in their hand, but you are ripping a card from it. So, but you're also using a card to get their card. So you're 1 for 1 on a trade. And the only benefit is like if that was their like lava burst and they draw into like a blue that they can't pitch, like, sure, right? That's the chaos concept of it, right? Is that you have to get lucky, in which what comes into their hand to replace it. But yeah, I think you could very well change it. If they kept a blue in hand that they wanted to pitch for their next attack, or really, I guess this is an attack reaction, right? So like if they're trying to keep 2 cards and they keep a blue and a red because that's what they want to do, and your attack reaction is banish one of those cards at random, and you catch either or, I'd imagine the issue I have with this card is that most people's deck is curved really well with their resources. Yeah. So your chances aren't like uber high, and they're even worse later in the game when like most of the cards are yellow or blues anyway. So like, sure, it could get bad. But I also just I don't want them to like draw into another like better card, I guess, is effectively the case. But yeah, I don't know what's ever in the deck. So
yeah, well, that's it. And the only reason why this card will be considered is it is a blue 3 block defense react.
Yeah.
Or no, it's attack react.
It's
attack react.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is terrible.
Yeah. So it's really what it is. It's a great card to use to switch up their arsenal. That's where I look at it as, is they've kept 1 card in hand. They wanted to maybe either play it or put it in arsenal, and you can play it and go, whatever, you obviously wanted to keep that card, so I'm going to make sure that you don't get to keep it. You probably snipe a combo piece out of their hand, or you get a you get a D-react that they were going to put in their arsenal. And
no, it being a blue block 3, I was thinking it was a defense reaction, not attack reaction. Blue block 3 still is something, right? But where this card does shine is if you are a high level player and can actually track their pitch stack. Then if you're playing at the end of the game, like, oh, that's going to be their burn bear on top. Or that's, they should have the burn bear in the hand. I'm going to make them banish it.
Right, exactly.
Like
I mean, you do have to, you have to learn those things for sure. So it's definitely a knowledge based card. But I think, like, on its face, you take a look at the card and you go, what is my opponent losing from me playing this, right? Like,
nothing.
Did they decide to keep a good card in their hand so that way they can arsenal it? Or did they decide that what they wanted to do was, they couldn't play a D-react, so they kept a D-react in their hand. And then all this is doing is ripping a D-react and having them draw into either another D-react or an attack action. So I don't know.
It's fine.
You are correct, Sam. Fine. If this was Huntsman playable, this would be gas. Because this is insane. I mean, we're already dealing with deck damage, and if I can rip more cards from your deck through your hand as well, I mean, it's super good. But unfortunately, we don't get to be chaos. So, but the chaos art is sick. I like this border a lot. I've always liked the chaos border, but it's just so cool. I love it. Ugh.
Yeah. Concoct Disorder.
Yeah.
So 1 for 4.
This is funny.
This attacks. Hero puts the top card of their deck face down in the arsenal. If 2 or more are put into there, this gets go again. So this one made me think of what was that? The Plenty. What is it? I'm looking it up real quick.
Is that the Promise of Plenty? Yeah, Promise of Plenty. Yeah.
It makes me think of Promise of Plenty. Is kind of what it makes me think, but kind of opposite. They essentially said from the get-go of chaos is either you're both doing something or it's random. You're both doing something here. I don't know that it's fine. This is fine.
I think it's fine. I think it forces an arsenal, right? So whatever, obviously the benefit of this card in Sage specifically is that when you take a look at all of the block slop decks and all the block cards that exist in there,
God, you can put a block
brick their fucking arsenal. So odds are it's probably pretty okay. Like, it's not too hilarious. Terrible. So I think that, it is definitely something in which I think this is a huge benefit. Now, of course, right, you're still able to block 4 on a lot of things, and sure, you lose your arsenal, which sucks, but it's not, I don't know, I feel like it's not that detrimental, but it much rather would have been a D-react in there, you know what I mean? So
yeah, no, I didn't even think about that of like, hey, you could brick their arsenal.
Yeah, it's Schism of Chaos, but you get to possibly get go again on the thing. Like,
yeah, you are going to get go again. Like, you get to choose when you're going to play this. So like, you're not going to play unless you get go again, most likely. But yeah, no, it's good. Hyperinflation. I actually like this card because this says it costs 1 or more to play this turn, but like it's playing cards. So you're going to play this in, once again, Mario, because that's all it is, or Web of Deceit in Sage, and you're probably going to be dagger heavy. So like,
yeah, you're playing a lot of blues,
dagger.
Right? You're playing a lot of blues. D-reacts are going to cost more, so your opponent can't staunch response for 2. They have to staunch response for 3. They can't, even what do you call it? Fucking Steelblade Shunt costs 2 instead of costing 1. So it costs a lot more to play cards this turn. And really, I mean, it's like I mean, fuck. Like even like we take away that effect entirely, it's a 0 for 4 with go again natively.
Yeah.
Like the only downfall is that the rest of your attacks get cost 1 more. Like that's fine. You're playing a decent amount of blues.
Not attack.
Or no, your
attack.
cards. Yeah, any of them. Yeah. So
your daggers are not touched with this. So if you want to go this into dagger, which isn't uncommon.
Oh, you're so fucking right. Because you don't play daggers. Oh shit! This is gas as hell. What the fuck?
It does mean though if you attack react, it would cost you 1 more.
Sure, but I mean, like, what? You have 20 life. Like, you can. I'll pay 1 to make sure I get to pump up another one. Like, it means my opponent's gonna have a hard time de-reacting, and also swing daggers are so sick. This is such a great starter. Oh
yeah. So that's when I see this. That's immediately what I went to was.
That's cool.
Oh, most of the time I'm probably gonna have this with a blue in hand. Right, so we go this into a dagger, and if I have an attack reaction arsenal or whatever, I could, swing that attack reaction because most of the time it's going to be for free.
Right.
So then I'll just pay 1 extra to do that. If not, like I'll just, hopefully in Mario, like the whole setup is you get the Chalissa in there.
Yeah.
So you're doing dagger into dagger. So
and it's also fun fact cards that again, you obviously taught me on this fucking card, but another thing it also doesn't affect is the triggered abilities from the demi heroes.
Yes.
So you still get the full value of being able to attack react for a card, right?
Yep.
Based on whatever demi hero you are. On top of that, so that's pretty sick.
You couldn't do the demi hero on this though, I don't think, right? Because this is a chaos. It's not an assassin.
Well, no. You wouldn't be able to discard, obviously, yes, to the demi hero. But what I'm saying is that the effect to activate the demi hero is not a played card. So if you have an assassin card in your hand that costs 1 and you don't have a resource for it, because of this effect, you can still use the demi hero effect to get the +3 or whatever it is that you're flipped into at the time.
Right. So you go this into, say, like one of your daggers, discard a, pitch to play for the dagger, then discard a card.
Crazy fucking shit, dude. This is insane. Interesting. Well, let's see what that's all about. Very
I
cool
think
stuff.
it's worth a look.
Yeah,
for sure.
Tough as a rock. We're into revered territory. It's if you have less life than each other hero, this card's base is 6, otherwise it's 0. This is stated in the actual card. So it's technically it's also technically just a blue block 6 or a blue block 3.
Well,
that is
also,
a 6.
you use his ability and you get 3 resources plus the toughness.
Exactly, right. So you get the
CC
toughness.
Is the trigger rock in Sage. It's just like, cool, here you go.
Yep.
There's another blue 6.
So a blue 6 for Tough Nut. Love to see it. There's a new card for Pleiades. Energy of the Audience. Pay 3. Comes in for 6 power, 3 defense. If you have less life than each other hero, this gets +1 for each aura of suspense you control. Kind of cool. It doesn't.
Not hard to get this to 11 or get this to 9.
But yeah, to 9 is certainly a pretty easy thing. I think the issue I find is obviously this one is looking for each aura of suspense you control, so it doesn't count any of the ones that have been destroyed already. So you're not I feel like the amount of input you have to do for this is a little harder. But I mean, you could easily sneak that out there too, right? You can play this for 6 and your opponent can go, okay, block 6, and you can go 2 instant speed auras. You take 2 damage, not bad.
Yeah.
So
comeback kicks. We've seen this one.
What's up, Ethan? How you doing? If I only can build 3 Sage decks for a side event each day in London, which would you pick just to enjoy the game? Ooh, interesting. I don't know, Ethan. I mean, Chroma is always a fun. I think that, I'm not going to lie, and this is not just like a bias thing, I think RKO is crazy as hell. RKO seems like a really fun time in Silver Age. Gotta say, my man, gotta say. Enigma's also pretty fun, yeah. It could be, I think there's a world like, yeah, Icelander's also probably a really good one. I also like New too. I think New's just kind of fun. She's got cutesy little assassin things. But if you're already, Web of Deceit's also not a bad one either.
Web of Deceit.
But if you're gonna play an assassin, I do think Web of Deceit's gonna be the best one. You get the most out of the cards that come out of here just because they're the chaos stuff. But if you need a brute out of those three, I mean, I think you hid this card from us. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with this? This card's so cool. We're literally about to get to the reviled stuff. This Chains of Brutality is an insane card. This is so sick. I just can't get enough of it. I think that RKO should be your brute pick, unless you're trying to play like a KO Berserker run. That's a fun one, right? Because you can just play around and see if you get lucky on the dice. That is a fun one. So hell yeah.
I would say RKO if you're trying to be real in there. So the reason why if you're gonna do Web of Deceit, I wouldn't do Enigma is because I think Enigma will just shut down Web of Deceit. Like, I just don't think that matchup would be fun.
Well,
if you're playing them against each other, if you're playing it against other people, sure,
I mean, it's for a side event for that Ethan's playing in, so probably just different decks to try out at these different side events. I'd imagine it's not like a cube thing, right?
Yeah.
Like a battle box. So that probably would be the case there. I think those are fine picks. You could even.
If you're trying to be competitive, I still don't think Web of Deceit has it's still not quite competitive enough, not with Block Slop out there, but it is a very fun deck.
Yeah, I think
I've enjoyed it.
Mostly for funsies, so just time for one side event each day post stream. I see. So then probably. I mean, I definitely think you'd find a home with RKO.
Yes,
and I definitely think that Web of Deceit is a very fun hero, especially with the new chaos cards. If I were to choose a third, it probably wouldn't be Enigma. It probably would be Bolton. That'd be kind of funny.
What are you smoking?
Bolton would be crazy, or Gravy. I mean, Gravy also is just kind of like a fun.
Gravy looks fun.
That's what I mean. Like Bolton, like, come on, what that? Like, look at this card. This card's crazy.
No, although if you want to have a fun time ruining other people's time, and you want to play Assassin, I would say play Huntsman.
You could play Huntsman.
I think Huntsman's a deck.
The suite of cards, or you play Florian, but that's not really fun. That's definitely going to be a crazy.
I was gonna say, if you want
stomp.
to have a lot of fun, play Florian, because I think that's going to be.
Florian's going to be really interesting. I'm very, very happy about Florian. Where were we? Comeback kicks? We saw this already, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Get an action point. Interesting. Good. Okay. Emboldened by the crowd. Pay 3, block 6. If you've been cheered this turn, this costs 3 less to play. Yeah, I mean, what? You got all that Graven Call stuff, right? Where the hell is it? God, I didn't think. Yeah.
Oh my God, Graven Call.
All the Graven stuff. Excessive blood loss is just like an insane card. Huntsman's pretty cool. And I mean, you have a lot of access to contract cards. You have contract buffs. You could still theoretically play some stealth stuff if you wanted to, but I think a full contract stealth build or full contract Huntsman build is what I'm going to try and build in Sage next. So yeah, oh, that's right. You can play the Mistwalker one and just like absolutely roll over anybody playing Enigma, New, or Zen.
Absolutely.
Just absolutely roll them over. That would be funny. Hulk up. This is an interesting. Less life than each hero. This costs 1 resource less to play. 3 for 8. Blocks 2. Yeah.
That's fine.
That's not all right, I guess.
I
Stadium
love this
security.
card.
This card's pretty cool. When this is in your arsenal, if you control the toughness token this turn, this gets ambush. So you get the toughness value, and you can block with it as like a D-react from your arsenal. Not as a D-react, it's in the block step. But you get the value of the toughness on this block. So the 2-block doesn't feel as bad because you can just block with it.
It's gonna be 3 or 4. Like,
Right.
I think it's a great card. I
Yeah.
love it.
Very cool, very cool. And it's a 3 for 7, so it's on rate for attacks if you need to swing with it. It's a yellow 6. So Tough Nut likes it. It's a good card. Yeah, Chains of Brutality, what the actual shit?
Yeah, this is nuts.
This is crazy. If this has 6 or more power, it gets go again, and when this hits a hero, the next attack action card you play this turn has 6 base power.
So this is a heavy cost though, because the next attack action, not next attack.
Right.
So it's still heavy cost, but I mean that's still a
But I mean, you get to send this, right?
yeah.
It gets go again natively, right? So it's not an on hit go again. It gets go again natively from the making it a 6 or more. And then if it hits, the next also has a base 6. So if this connects, right? Let's assume it connects, right?
Yeah.
You're at more life than your opponent. You send this, they get hit for 6, gets go again, and then you send a Mocking Blow, which you don't have to spend any amount of KO trigger for, to have it be a 6 base. You get the full Mocking Blow value because you just dealt more damage to your opponent. And you're dealing, like, it's 10. Like, that's 16 points of damage between 2 cards. And obviously it would cost you the resources to KO. But what the, like, it's crazy. I think it's real. I think it's just like really, really good. It blocks 3. It's just got all the good stats you want from a Reviled Brute card. So
yeah.
I think Chain of Brutality is like an auto include into RKO. Like,
Oh, it's absolutely an auto include. I think it's also like I look at that. Essentially, it's saying to aggro, block me.
yeah, like it's block me or you are going to take 10 more points of damage. Like, Mocking Blow is not a joke in this format. Like, it's like, okay, cool. Like, yeah, all right, maybe you're at like 3 more life than me in CC, and it's like, okay, I have some time to crack back because we're at like 34 life or something. Like, Mocking Blow is nothing to be messed around with. That is a lot of damage, and especially if you don't have to commit any additional resources to do it because of just Chain going, I hit you. You're good. Like, it's insane to me. It's so good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm not saying that it's not. I think it definitely is an auto include.
Right.
I think it makes
it does exactly that too, right? Like, it forces blocks. So even if you want to consider this to be a card that maybe, you know, obviously it seems very underrate if you're not able to get the Vigor, because then it's not a 2-card 6, it'd be a 3-card 6. But if you send this and you're holding 3 cards in hand, or even 4 if you're sending this from Arsenal, and your opponent goes, I'll give you 2 cards, you get to go, okay, sick. Pass? Like,
it's true.
You've ripped 2 cards from their deck. They can only have 40 cards. Like, being able to give up 2 cards like that is insane. Obviously, you know, I would imagine as a brute you have something else you can do to make this better. But I think it's just like a great thing to say, okay, this is the most value I'm going to get. Because what is this, right? You consider Mocking Blow to be, you know, if Mocking Blow's got 1 power, right? This is bumping it up to 6. So you're getting 5 points of value from that. You're then going to have more life than your opponent, more than likely, which will then boo you. And then it'll come in for another plus. If it's a red, it'll be another +4. So this will come in for 10. So you're getting 5 points of value off Chains of Brutality for making the next thing base 6, regardless. Even if you're sending like an Instill Fear, you're getting that. And you're getting the pump value of sending this in for 6 as well. So you're threatening 2 cards regardless, and then you're threatening 2 more. You can still Mocking Blow after this. That's the other thing, is you can still just go, okay, cool, make this a 6, send my next attack, maybe make it a, I don't know, a Bear Fangs or something. Maybe not Bear Fangs, it's not a good card to play in this deck, but like, I'm blanking, a Humble? I don't know. Like, something like to send as a follow-up there, and you're still sending 12. So
yeah,
I just think there's a lot of value for it. And again, also, like, if you're already above life, you know, even if it's a Mocking Blow for 5,
yeah,
still pretty good. So
it's good. It is an non-include. Walk in My Shoes. This is hilarious.
I love this card.
Them his effect.
I love this card. What a silly card to be like, oh, you know what? Here's how I feel. You're gonna get my ability for the next turn.
Yes.
So funny.
Like, I think that's fun.
I love this.
It's good to see. It's good to see more of his, you know, 0 attack stuff.
Yeah.
So that's good. So line crosses, they're reviled equipment arms. Have we ever had like a straight up just passive on equipment?
I mean, outside of like Arcane Barrier, I guess, right?
Like, this one stuck out to me as like, while it may not be great, it's fine. I think you do run it though, no matter what.
I think you absolutely run it. I mean, even it's a blade break. It's a blade break 1 at its worst. At its best, it's a blade break 1 that then says that you have to be absolutely so far ahead of me for me to not get my power of being a reviled hero.
Yes. Like, I think that this is a fun card, I think.
And
I like it. It stands out to me.
Something else that's really important, mind you, how many games of Flesh and Blood go 1-1?
That's true.
This says, I don't care that we're at the same life and nobody can gain or lose life. I have more life than you. I will be getting Mocking Blow triggers at the end of this. I will be like, this is so cool. I love this card.
Although when you're at 1-1, you might have had to use it to keep it 1-1. That's the main thing.
I don't know. I mean, like, you could easily block out a decent amount. I mean, like, I think because even keeping a Mocking Blow at that point is like crazy huge, because it's like, okay, cool. I've kept Mocking Blows in my deck that I wasn't able to send for the majority of this game because I've been at less life than you. Now that I've blocked and whittled you down a little bit, I still have my line crossers, right? And Brute also, if we're like talking strictly Brute, right? I mean, there's insane kind of block value in your armor already that you're probably blocking with on those instead. So,
Absolutely.
Line crosses are cool. I'm gonna get that in cold foil. That card's sick.
That is sick. Snarky Prick. I don't know if there's much to say about this other than I love this. That's great.
Can we figure out why that goblin's so fucking thick though? What's happening over here? Why that goblin caked up on a Friday? I guess it's still Friday to me. So
yeah,
it's insane. But pay 0, come in for 1, block for 3, reviled action. When this attacks a hero,
you want it.
Yeah, look at the top card of their deck. If it's red, destroy it, and this gets +4.
It does everything you want it to do. Like, it works both in RKO and in
crazy. This is so good. This I wish this is the card that might make me play RKO in CC. I'm not even gonna try it. Like, this is nuts. This is assassin level shit that you just get to do. And like, obviously I think I like it better in RKO than I do Lyeth. But even on Lyeth, I mean, the effect gives it +4.
Yep.
And you get to destroy the top card of their deck, or you get to look at the top card of the deck and see if it's red and then destroy it. So 1, you get to see what's coming up no matter what. And if this just comes in for 1, if you're KO, you can bump it to 6 no matter what. If you're Lyeth, maybe you play some pumps in the front of it just to make sure that it's coming in for more, and then send it. And then if you happen to hit a red, you get 4 more additional damage on top of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you pump it. It's just like a pump that you normally would do. And
Nimblism, send this in for 7, and then if you end up getting a red off the top of the deck, it's 11. Three card 11. I think that's value. I think that's good math right there.
That is good math.
My God.
Insult to injury.
Yeah.
This card to me looks like, when I look at this as a clearing card. Like, I don't know that you run this a whole ton, but I do see this as a sideboard against anybody that has allies.
Yeah, absolutely. Great ally clearing deck or card. It's also just great to have, like, just in case, like, you don't have like a Mandible Claw live or anything. Like, you can just make sure to send some clearings. Of course, this is when this attacks a hero if you have more life than them. This gets go again. The important part here is that it's not queued around booing, so you can't do like boos to get this go again. If you don't happen to have the life consistency, you have to have
3, though.
More life. It does block 3. It's a 0 for 3 that blocks 3 that can get go again, which I think, if my math is right, that's fairly overrated. So not bad. And it's, I mean, at the end of the day, you can also play the blues, which are blue block 3. So and it's a you can do things with KO, like the whole thing. It's just pretty cool. So Bad Breath. Holy shit, dude, this card's so crazy. That's what I'm saying. These reviled cards look so good. They look so good. They look good. They feel like they're going to be good. So it's pay 0, intimidate target hero for all colors. And then the next time an attack you control hits this turn, create 3, 2, and 1 might tokens, respectively.
So I know a lot of people were pissed about Reviled getting Intimidate. I personally loved it because they're like, oh, they're taking it from Brute. And I was like, well, really the only one that really loved doing it was Reinhardt anyways. Like, no other Brute really utilizes that stuff. So I personally loved it, and seeing more Intimidate in it I think is great.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's a fine Intimidate. So the Tough Nut cards, yes, I did go over the Tough Nut cards already. But feel free, we can always chat about them as well.
We'll chat about the cards.
So yeah, Bad Breath is just cool. Obviously, a 0 Intimidate, super good. Even if you play 2 of these, and then you play, Instill Fear or something, you're intimidating 3 times, and it's like, I mean, this is kind of insane in Lyeth. Like, being able to intimidate, you essentially get bully tactics in Sage, which is just so fucking crazy. Like, super good. So I love Bad Breath. I think Bad Breath is great. All right, and now we're in generics. We know most of this. What's that?
So there's not a ton, but there's some.
Yeah, there's some. Yeah. So generics, we already know the legendaries. We already know Unyielding Grip, but Mercular Helm. I think it's Mercular. Mercular.
Yes.
This is very interesting. The second I saw this, I said, "Wow, damn! They really printed another generic card for Gravy Bones, huh?" But it's not. I mean, ish.
I actually see this as a Kasai.
Oh, for sure. Kasai this would go crazy in Kasai.
They essentially printed a card that is the card that they banned, the destroy a gold, draw 2 cards.
Cash in.
They essentially made a cash in on this.
But they made this to be a lot more of a truer, right? Because that's the whole thing, is they wanted to make sure that when you're drawing cards, you're replacing cards. So it costs 2 for you to crack a gold, and it costs 2 for you to activate this ability. So it would cost you either a resource from a chess piece and a blue to draw 2 cards, which is 2 cards for 2 cards. So do I think it's overpowered? Not really.
No. I think it's right in line where it needs to be.
I think it's pretty good for if you want gold synergy in Sage, because it's, again, temper 2 generic headpiece for Sage
I love it
heroes.
too, because like I look at this and I go like, oh yeah, Kasai. But I also, like you look at this and you go like, oh well, anybody who likes gold is probably gonna run this. Well, I say that, except Betsy's helmet is so freaking good, she's never gonna run this.
Yeah.
But like I think a lot of people will look at this and be like, yeah, because like Kasai, I see this as probably more of a Kasai thing, even though she does have, you know, her red hood. Like, I just kind of think I like this one a little bit better.
Yeah,
I'm trying to even remember what her red hood does. Does it draw a card?
Yeah, it's pay one resource and then banish one red and one yellow from your grave in the attack reaction step to draw a card.
Yeah, but this is temper 2. Like, I even look at this and go, like, this is even the temper 2. Like, we've had this discussion on why I run Hatchet's Olympia over Kasai is honestly the temper 2 on the helmet.
Yeah. And this is a great way to do it. I mean, if you're going to be keeping the gold, like, even if you just get the temper 2 value off the gold and then start cracking gold, it's very good. Because, like, where else are you going to get a temper 2 headpiece? Like, you technically you could in Warrior, right, with Unity.
Yeah, Warrior can now. But I think it's a great option. I like it. I'm a fan.
Yeah, pretty okay. We have Bunker Beard, but as a chess piece.
I hate this card.
I do too. I think it's bad. Although this is all dwarf equipment. Pretty cool.
Yes.
Unyielding Grip. This is if you have no cards in your hand, this gets 3. Very cool.
I love this card.
Blade Break 3 when you need it the most is super good. I mean, my God,
I think it's fantastic.
This is like such a good answer for like even like, you know, intimidate heroes, right? Being able to just be like, cool, I'll block 3 still. Like,
yeah,
you get a lot out of this.
I think, you know, if Rhinar gets popular, you'll see this come up. Oldham, I think, runs this. Like, anybody who's trying to do things like that, they're running this.
Yeah. Unflinching Foothold. Destroy this, target attack loses and can't gain dominate. Sure. I guess that's fine.
It's a good. I appreciate them doing a counter on a piece of armor versus a card. It's not why I have it on demand.
Yeah, and it's generic. So theoretically, if you're really running into a lot of stuff that's like Azalea, Bravo Flattering Showman, things like that, right? Then you're probably running into Dominate a lot. And if you are, this is at least a card that says, all right, I can give you the battle worn piece of equipment to block. Or I can to block further, you know, earlier in the game.
Yeah.
And then I can just at any point, if I need to block with my whole hand to save my life and Dominate's coming at me, I can say, nope.
Yeah, no, I think it's fun. Like, it's a great. I'm glad it's in generic because it's a great tool to just give people to just stop at one time.
Yeah,
like I think it's good. These elixirs, thought they were a little bit weird. They're fine.
No, I don't think they're good at all. These are bad.
They're fine.
They're bad. Pay 1 to get next attack +3 and then destroy a token from a specific class.
2 classes, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, they're 2 specific classes, but
they're fine. Like, I saw this and I was like, I do agree with you. The pay 1, it probably should have been 0, but whatever.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Pay 1 to do it. Like, sure, right? If you're, you know, if Azalea ends up becoming this most insane fucking thing in the whole world, and you're like, cool, I can gain a life and pump. Sure, but it costs you 1 fucking resource for that. You know what else costs 1 resource and pumps 3 is Come to Fight. We already have that card. This does the exact same thing, but it says, do you have a specific token? Maybe you gain a life.
That's true. These are literally just better Come to Fights.
I mean,
still block 3.
Yeah. I mean, it's Come to Fight with an additional effect of, are you sick? Here, like, get a life out of that thing. So, I mean,
I love the art on it. I'm not gonna lie, the art.
Oh, they're very pretty. They're very, very pretty. It's funny, when I initially saw that, I was just like, "Ooh, did we get the nod to Alchemist thing that one of our things were?" So
maybe,
but
you know, Alchemist should be able to destroy shit like that.
I don't know. It's silly. Ransack and Race.
Can someone please? I'm having struggling with this card. What is the point of this card?
This card says, in your UPF game of High Seas, you get to destroy Treasure Island.
No, Treasure Island is a macro, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's also a landmark, isn't it?
I don't know. I think it was just a macro. Like I look at this and go like, oh, yay, you
Maybe
can
it
destroy
is.
library.
I might not have it. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, no, this is definitely destroy library. That's all this is you destroy library and you create 2 gold. So because library costs 2. So
showed the library burning.
I mean, I don't know what they're burning right now or what landmark that is, but like
Not the library.
it's not library, I'll tell you what. So that's interesting,
yeah.
but it does have go again on it. So that's kind of cool that you get the gold and then you get go again. So if this is really just like, are you as a Gravy player struggling into, I guess Gravy or any Marlin or Puffin, are you struggling into, Aura Plan Prism? Yes.
Yeah.
Here, like this is a card that specifically kills one.
I look
card.
at this and go like, why is this a rare? Like we don't have a landmark.
Yeah, there's no landmarks in Sage, so unsure.
There's literally no point.
Doesn't make any sense.
This is literally just a waste of card for Sage. So why isn't it Majestic?
Fast and Furious are back.
Yep,
Fast and Furious.
Love this card, but I also hate Illusionist. So when you tell me I can stop Illusionist from getting go again, I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. This is
fine.
Well, also, like, I guess how are you removing go again from their stuff? Oh, from the +1 on the spectral shields from Enigma?
Yes.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes
same
sense.
with this, like removing counters, like you just get to straight up destroy mechs and stuff. Like,
yeah. Being able to remove all counters from a target item token as well, like they're like, hyperdriver tokens that'll have like 4 counters on them. You just go boop, get them out of there. So that's cool.
Right.
Pilfer the Tomb. Choose one or both.
This is just anti-gravy.
Yeah, banish target instant from an opposing hero's grave. Banish target yellow card from an opposing hero's grave. So, that's all this really is it's more weird gravy hate things. There's some instant stuff that you can obviously recur. But it's funny because like it's a generic instant. You're playing it. I think it's weird because this is one of those. I almost wonder whether or not this is why they made the errata to the rules change here too. Not specifically just because of this card, but because you have cards like Herald of Rebirth, where it says when it hits, put target, card with Phantasm on top of your deck. If they choose to put a card that's yellow back on top of their deck, they target it. You can play Pilfer the Tomb and say, no, banish that card instead. And
that'll make that fizzle.
Right, and that would make that fizzle, but now it doesn't. They don't get the card back to the top of the deck, but they don't lose their action point. So they still get that back. I think this is cope. I don't know why you'd be running this card. There's probably something deep in the minds of some shit that I wouldn't know about, but it's not that great.
I mean, I think it was them being like, oh, Gravy's really powerful, because at this point, when they would have designed this,
right,
would have probably been around the time Gravy was coming out, and they probably, and who knows when that card came out.
Yeah, right.
So, I think it was just them, trying to,
yeah,
because it's a generic. Same with Shadow with Sorcery. Like I look at this and go like, oh, this is a Acilio hate card.
Yeah, destroying an aura permanent with sigil in its name. The downfall is that, like, it's good also because like it stops Blast to Oblivion, right? Like if you're playing Blast to Oblivion and then you're about to play an instant to bounce something back, you can then destroy the sigil they're attempting to bounce back. So that way they're still going to get the value of bouncing it, but they don't get it back to their hand to pay for costs, which is fine. So yeah. And then of course, prevent the next 1 arcane damage, so it would be dealt to target hero this turn. Saves you from that. And then Drag Down, which is just a 0 for 3 D-React in red.
Please explain this to me. Why we can't buff up the defense on this, so I don't understand.
I think it's probably, I'd imagine it's just because like you'd want, actually I'm trying to think here.
I think it's just them being like, here's another way that we can make a 0-for-3 defense reaction because they have one, and then they're like, here's another one.
Yeah, because I imagine it's also like some cards, getting. I guess the thing is like this isn't shreddable.
That's true.
Which is kind of a big deal. Like, it's not a shred. Yeah, it plays around shred. You have. I'm too fucking deep into all of this to even think about any other new card that got printed that makes sense for that. I'm sure.
I literally just think it's them being like, how do we make another 0-for-3 without printing a new 0-for-3? Right, because they already have one.
Yeah.
So like, oh well, why don't we do that? Like, I think it's just them being like that, so that way you have more 0-for-3 block options.
Yeah.
At defense reaction at your disposal. Like I look at that and go like, that's what I think it is.
Yeah, cool. Very well.
I think it's fun.
Yeah, I think it's going to have its place, I'd imagine. Giving something -3.
I think I would still run that over the other one, because the other one is shreddable. The other one was in, what was it in? It was in Mystic, right?
Lalo?
No.
Oh, yeah, the Mystic Reflection or
no,
Mistborn
it wasn't Mystic though. That was what was crazy about it. Evasive Leap.
Oh yes. Yeah, Evasive Leap. Yeah.
Reaction.
Yeah.
Like, I think I still run this one over Evasive Leap, because to the point, it's not shreddable.
Less than base effects, short shrift. Well, and see, that's the thing, is that this doesn't reduce the base power of it. It just reduces the power of it. So if you do get short shrift up to like 10, and then you block with this, it brings it down to 7, but it's still got its effect of crush.
It does make it where Lyeth could run this though. This could be his defense reaction.
Correct. This is a good Lyeth defense reaction. Because this then gets a full 3 block off of red. Yep. Not bad. It's a good way to look at it.
No. So I think when you look at it like that, you're like, okay, that actually is helpful. I do think. I think that Reviled Heroes, because Lyeth was already good. Lyeth is like so close to being really good. And he still had some good builds. So I think with this, that he comes in, if we need to play more defensive, you have that tool now. And to your point, I think Archaeo probably has. I think he has something. I do think, just looking at this, the big winner is Florian. Like, I
think Florian got super good. I think that Archaeo got super good. I think Tough Nut got a lot of good stuff. I think that I even kind of really like these gravy cards.
Yeah, the gravy cards are good.
Assassin is amazing.
Oh my god. My only complaint about Assassin is there's not enough cards.
Yeah, I also think Mech got an insane amount of cards in this set. Like, this was such a... Well, Max got good cards too. Heart Wrencher is a wrench attack. Like,
right, but
Speed
there's
Demon.
Nothing in Sage though that buffs wrench attacks.
Correct. If we're talking strictly about Sage, obviously, well, even still, you have a 0-for-3 boost in Mechanologist, regardless of the wrench concept. Yeah. Like, it's still another 0-for-3 with boost. So it's helpful with your plasma barrel shot game plans, which is effectively what you want to push forward, right? So,
no, I think Tekla definitely won in this. I don't know that Tekla's still viable in Sage, just because his blue cards do still only block 1.
Right.
Like, you want to get them banished and then get them on.
Right.
And once they're on, like, it's totally worth a block, and then you can get some other stuff on there. So
yeah,
I think that it's still. I think Tekla became a very viable CC deck. I'm going to be honest. There's a lot of people brewing on it.
Yeah.
But I don't know that he's quite there in Sage yet.
Yeah.
I like the cards that they printed. I see what they were trying to do. I definitely think that this is the best expansion set they've ever printed. I just look at it and I'm left wanting in a lot of directions.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. Like I look at that and go like, I just wish they had pushed Teklo more. Like maybe Heart Wrench, we don't do that.
I think Teklo got pushed crazy. I think Teklo's insane right now. Like, I think it genuinely is one of the craziest ones. But I have to do some testing for it. Teklo's a very interesting one to play.
And then Warrior was disappointing as
Warrior
always.
was disappointing. I do agree. I do think Warrior was disappointing. I don't think there was anything in Warrior that I was like, oh shoot, what a sick thing. I just think
That's
Warrior.
Not true. The blue card,
the rip apart or whatever the hell that card is.
Yeah.
I mean, I still don't think that's like it's effective in being able to be like, cool, I want this, you know, +1 counter that's going to leave my weapon at the end of the turn to instead get full value, right?
I mean, it's a pitch card, so it's like it's a pitch card to set up your end game to then on your, you know, on Dory's
but
weapon.
one point of damage on a sharpen that you have to do ahead of time. It's like,
no, it doesn't say sharpen. Rend flesh. It's just remove a counter. Dory's weapon makes counters.
Dory's not hitting anything for shit. You're not doing anything, dude. Are you kidding me? You couldn't get a counter in the fucking armory in the pre-con deck, let alone trying to do that in here. Like, you're not getting a second hit. You have so much, dude. Guardians have fucking 1-for-5 D reacts right now. Briar's got 1-for-5 D reacts right now. Like, you're not hitting. They're not hitting. That's why you should not be playing Dawnblade. Dawnblade is not a good thing for this. I think you should just be... Everybody is taking a look at all the Warrior cards. And you know what everyone is looking at over all of them? The Unity pieces. Which means that
those are
fatigue is in fucking full swing. We're just going to be swinging axe, taking names. That's just what we're going to be doing.
It's true.
So.
It's true. Swinging axe, taking names.
Also, this is a new Majestic that got spoiled.
Yes, I know. I saw that.
Rockyard Rodeo. This is a Tough Knot card.
Yep, it's really good.
So that's kind of fun.
So you get to do it and then throw a rock at them.
Yep. This is crazy. I think it's cool.
I love them pushing Brock. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's really fun.
Yeah.
But yeah. I know we're gonna talk more about this. I did think, I know you went over this, the trap action cards of Rangers are interesting.
They are interesting. I thought for a second when I initially read them that I was like, oh man, wait, so they're gonna trigger when you play them? And it's not how that works. So
yeah, I don't think they're especially great. I will say,
oh, except for fucking this one, Frail Swingline. Frail Swingline is easily an auto include in every Riptide deck from now until infinity.
Or are you giving them less base though?
With Frailty.
I guess. I mean, most of the time when I have Frailty, I'm not doing it.
Well, I mean, if you're playing into like a ninja and they go, okay, cool, I'm going to swing with my weapon for 2 instead of 3. You go, okay, cool, block with this. Yeah. Now you discard a card from your hand. Like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I guess so.
And it blocks 3.
I think it's like about finding space.
I think Riptide players will find space for a card that rips cards from their opponent's hand and also gives Frailty tokens.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Because they're already playing Codex, right? They're already playing Codex of Frailty, which gives Frailty tokens. They're already playing Frailty Trap, which is giving Frailty tokens. So, and if you can double up on Frailty tokens, it's even better because then it's -2 to their weapons or -2 to their freaking arsenal card. So,
yeah. I don't see it playing in Sage, maybe in CC.
I think it's good in Sage too.
Like I just don't see it.
You get Frailty Trap, you get this, you still ping with traps. Like,
yeah.
I think it's fine. Like, and the best, and you know, the worst part, it's a 0 for 3 that blocks, right? And if you need to play it for some reason, it's a Frailty token. So
that's right. So because this is a trap, this would technically trigger on his ability.
No. So this would trigger on Riptide's ability if it blocks. Right,
that's
so
what I mean.
Yeah, so when this defends, the opponent discards a card, and then also you get the Riptide trigger for pink 1.
Right.
So,
That's
and
what I
then
mean.
you have
Like,
you could even play it, and if you play them, you also get Riptide's first ability to load.
Right. Yeah, I do know that, but I'm just saying, like, you get his pinging ability because
You do
it's
get
a
his
trap.
ping ability, yeah, because it's a trap.
So if it triggers, you get to ping him.
Yep.
Okay, I can see it pining, because then you get the best of kind of both worlds in there.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of these chess pieces. I don't know if they ever get used, but I love them.
you can get the frailty one. I also found out that these are targetable with murky water. Which is kind of interesting because murky water, effectively, you can put them back. You banish them, and then you can put one of them face down in your arsenal. If you do choose this card, and it's just the chosen card that ends up putting in your arsenal, you can't get rid of it unless you get CNC'd. So you don't equip this or anything.
Right.
But you can put equipment in your arsenal, which is kind of crazy.
That is interesting. I remember Joshua Scott talking about.
Mhm.
I actually talked about that very specifically. That must have been crossing around his desk around that time. Because he was like, "Oh, technically, you could have equipment in your arsenal."
Well, because I mean, I guess Teklo can
And I
do
have
it,
to
right?
figure
So
out
it's
how
like,
how we rule on that.
yeah.
That's funny.
Very interesting stuff. Yeah, because it doesn't get equipped immediately. It doesn't get equipped to your chess piece, and you can't like play it to equip it to your chess piece. What I do think happens, though, maybe I'd have to check these again, but I think you still get the effect of flipping it when you're hit, right? If attack with go again hits, destroy this, create a frailty token under each opponent's control. Maybe you can do that from your arsenal, but I doubt it. I don't know. I'd have to double check on that and see. So
yeah, I was gonna say no one's really gonna do that. Okay, before we go, because I know it's super late. It's like 1 o'clock for me. I do have a question for you. Because as our huntsman person that loves to play huntsman, how many Graven calls do you run in an Arachne Sage deck?
In the Sage deck, you run probably. I mean, probably all of them. Probably all of them, if I were to guess. Because okay, so it's not Spell Void Graven. I'm not playing this freaking. This is a Majestic anyway, so I can't play that.
No, which I'm so sad about that being Majestic.
I mean, I wouldn't have played it anyway. Arcane Lantern's just better. But
yeah,
these equipment pieces. I mean, I'll probably end up playing maybe Garland over this because the issue with Sage compared to CC is that Sage, everybody loves like super blocking because it's like I have to preserve my life total because I'm only at 20 life. And so if I send 5 points of damage at my opponent and they block 6 and I don't have a reaction to get over, I just kind of like, okay, they gave me 2 cards, I sent 1 card. We're going to hope to do this for the rest of the game, right? The benefit of these cards, and I read these wrong the first time. I don't know if you read these wrong the first time either. But these are insane because they work exactly like the Graven Call weapon does, in which you start the game and they technically only block for 1. But then you destroy them with Blade Break, and then you can buy them back, and when you do, they lose that -1 counter, and then they block for 2.
Oh, so, I read them opposite. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. I read them the opposite way too, that they have 2, and that when they go to the grave and you buy them back, they'll just block for 1. Because I'm like, okay, right, you're getting recursion value. Like, you obviously don't want to make it that crazy, but it's the opposite. You equip it with a -1 counter on it, because when this is equipped from anywhere other than your graveyard, you put the -1 counter on it. But then you can buy it back from your graveyard, and it then blocks for 2. And you can just keep doing that. So long as you are making silver, you can keep buying them back, blocking 2 with your equipment, and then buying back your equipment at the beginning of your turn, blocking 2 more, buying them back with your on hits for contract, so long as you're getting silver.
Well, that's why I asked, like, how many do you run?
Well, so the reason
you're not getting
that much silver, right? I think bar none, you're not getting that much silver. But the thing with that is that you don't really have a lot in regards to actual like equipment. So if we look at assassin and then we go equipment and then common or rarity CR. So like if I wanted to do mark things, like Prey Spotters can block 1, but so does Graven Call's just got Blade Break. I'm not doing stealth stuff a whole lot, so Stalker Steps isn't really anything I want. I can't play this. Danger Digits is not what I want. None of these other attacks, these attack reactions are what I want. Or defense reaction with things.
Is probably okay.
Danger Digits is not super great. I wouldn't want to play that. Because I don't really want to flick a dagger. The Red Alert boots are like, technically that's Blade Break 2 also. And then you have like Starting Point, right? So most of the assassin equipment is just not like crazy good. So I think even worst case scenario, let's say, you know, because we have 1 for 5 contract cards, I like those because I can pitch a blue. I can send a, I can pitch a blue. I can send a dagger, and then I can follow up with a 1 for 5 contract card, which is harder to block out, and still threatens a card from the top of my opponent's deck. Of course, I'm going to have pumps for that. We can play shreds in this format as well. So I have the ability to hit on this thing for sure. But am I making silver like I would if I were playing Hunter Hunted? No. You know, that's just not happening. It's because if we look at anything that's got silver generation in it, right? Let's just even look at silver. Obviously, Payday is a Majestic. This card would go crazy in this format. But outside of that, if we do, again, Rarity CR, all of these make silver, but these are the only things that, you know, they only make 1 silver.
Yeah.
We don't have like Mask of Perdition, which allows us to banish another card off the top of our opponent's deck.
I feel like they should downshift Mask of Perdition. I'm going to be honest.
I mean, that's Battle Worn 1 you can buy back to banish another card off the top.
Yeah.
It's helpful. I think the reason that they don't do that is because, again, people don't like, according to the masses, people don't like losing to the loss of their deck. They'd much rather beat the hell out of one another until you're both at 1 life, and then you're fighting out for, you know, stability, and first one to leak a point of damage through wins. Whereas my deck says, all right, cool.
Right.
I'm going to hit you for a break point. You're eventually going to have to start giving me 2 cards from your hand. When you start doing that, you're losing 2 cards to my 1 card. And then I get to just go, okay, you're blocking with 1 card, taking 1 point of damage. Guess what? I get 2 cards anyway, because I'm going to rip a card off the top of your deck. And if I had a mask in here that said, I'm going to get another card from the top of your deck, I feel like it would be far, 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 far too powerful of a way to play a 40 card static deck, right? Because that's really the downfall, is that you can't fat deck in this format because you can only present 40 cards. So that means that I know how much is left in your deck. I know that if I get double banishes off the top, I get a huge amount of value. I think if there's anything I would change in here, I'd probably play something like Starting Point instead of my boots to get go again on some of these here. I'm going to be playing cards like Razor Reflex to get go again too. So then I can do 2 contracts in a chain link, which can kind of pseudo do that, right? It threatens a decent amount of damage to their deck and their life total if that hits. But otherwise, really, this deck, one of the things that it always struggled with was the fact that once it got silver, it couldn't do anything with it. And now I can. Right. Now I can do a lot of things with it. Even if I just don't bring in the boots and the chess piece, I have Blade Break 1, and then I can just spend, every time I get 2 silver, I just buy back my thing, and then I can block 2 in the next thing. And then I can just go, okay, cool, more value.
With these pieces, it made me think too. I don't know if there's enough equipment slots for it, but I look at it and go like, this might be worth looking at running a handful of contract cards and somebody like solitary confinement, because like a lot of times, we've seen it time and time again where you do like a stealth card into a contract, and now with those, it might be worth bringing in one of those if you run a handful of contract cards.
For sure. I mean, if you think that you are going to get like very good ones, right, or like Sack the Shifty, right? This is looking for cards with Go Again. You also have Excessive Blood Loss. This is looking for red cards. You have like Rob the Rich, which is looking for cards that cost 2 or greater. So like if you're going into, freaking, what do you call it, a Guardian matchup or something, that you're going to get good targets off of this. That's even like Annihilate the Arm, just looking for just attack actions. You're going to want to like generalize a lot of the ones you run, but I mean, Solitary Confinement's probably going to want to play just a lot of the 0-cost ones because it comes in for a breakpoint and get something there. So like Plunder the Poor is usually a pretty good pick. Slay the Scholars, Sack the Shifty are pretty good picks because it's Go Again or non-attack actions. So, the options are certainly there. I would say that's definitely a good follow-up, but I think that Stealth also has like such an insane card pool and reaction pool.
It's true.
It's not worth trying to kind of be cheeky about this, because the downfall with Assassin in this is that contract is just so limited. Like you can't really do anything.
At, like, the contracts that Slippy actually runs, like they're just insane contracts.
Right. So like this is like I'm sad that we didn't get a new contract attack reaction. Like we got a whole bunch of new art. Like I'm happy about what we got, but like we needed another thing that was able to target contract cards, and we didn't get that. So instead, what I still have to run is Cut to the Chase and Razor Reflex are my 2 options. Outside of that, there's some other things I guess I could try running, but like it doesn't present the same kind of value. So
they were definitely thinking about contract though with this and coming out with this.
For sure.
Makes me wonder is maybe we'll get some more contract stuff in the future. I do think, and I know you're very much like, tell me they're not going to do this. I think just based off of this set, I feel like some of these ideas are still not fully fleshed out and they're still incomplete. That I don't see how they not use the expansion slot to bring in a few more rares. Like, because I feel like contract still is lacking. It's still almost there.
But like, but you could but that's the thing. Is like if they're gonna make a good contract, like a damn good contract card that's like, holy shit, this is like the best it could be, it's gonna be a Majestic.
It needs to be rare. That's what I'm saying. Like they need to fill out some of.
But I think the thing is like you can't. I think that all of the stuff that they printed in this set is a huge amount of support for a hero that needed it in Sage. I think that Solitary Confinement was doing just fine. I think that Weapon Deceit was doing just fine. I think that Azuri needed some work, which is why we have things like Knife Through, which is helpful in that regard. And I think that New's still fine, so long as she's playing into something that's heavy blue and big damage and can block out well enough. I think she's fine there too. But Young Huntsman, had nothing to do with silver. I mean, literally nothing they could do besides pitch a blue to draw a card. That's the only thing they could do with that. So, on top of that, they went, well, let's get other contract cards in here, like Excessive Blood Loss. And then let's make one really weird one, because you're probably going to be running into
what was the point? Like, what was the point of like, I'm trying to wrap my brain around Miss Hunter of like, what is
my only reason why I think this card would have been printed in this set is because they are of the assumption that either Zen or Enigma is going to get crazy in Sage. And this will allow us to have a silver bullet into that format, or into that those heroes specifically, that talent, and say, no, stop that. right? We'd have a silver bullet into that because it rips all the energy out of their deck. And then we also get silver based on each one we do. So actually insane.
I want to see more of these ones.
Yeah, for
These
sure.
type of things.
I would like to see more of this in different colors. If I could get an excessive blood loss in red, one for yellow and one for blues, and I can put the blues and the reds in my deck, maybe make the blue ones cost 0 and come in for 4.
Right, yeah, right there. That's what I don't like. The Miss Hunter. I'm like, at first I thought it was just ripping out a blue, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I was like, oh wait, when it hits a Mystic Hero, okay, that's stupid.
Well, you see, it's not the blue one, Sam, because it doesn't banish on hit, right? These say, when this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. This says, when this hits a Mystic Hero, search their deck for any number of energy and banish them, they shuffle. So this does not say on hit, banish the top card of your deck. If it happens to be blue, you get a silver. Although, if you can find a way to give this go again, and then you hit with an excessive blood loss, and you get a red, and then it triggers again, and you get a blue, you get a silver from Miss Hunter.
Yeah.
Technically. But that's like a huge reach that you don't need to be doing. Like, this card should not be run in your deck unless you need another 0 for 4 that you want for a breakpoint, or you're playing against a Mystic Hero.
Yeah, this is just a Mystic Hero. This is just a silver bullet.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. I still think seeing this, Assassin still needs help. I don't think Assassin's gonna be any good in Sage, and we'll see.
I think it's gonna be in a pretty okay spot. I mean, I'm gonna try and build Huntsman. See how it is.
The Graven cards, though, like when I saw it, I was like, finally, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
These are good.
These are good. Again, if we had gotten one contract assassin attack reaction, or even like a front pump or something that was like, if the next, your next contract attack this turn gets, when this hits, banish the top card of your opponent's deck, to then make it like you can banish 2, right?
You need to turn that Arachne specialization into...
Course of Tendency would go so freaking hard in this format. My God, it'd be insane. Anyway, I think it'll be fine. I think it's not the end of the world. I'm gonna try testing it and seeing how it works. I think the Graven Call stuff, if I can consistently get actual like value from the top of the deck and get silver, I mean, these will effectively block. I'll try to get like 6 to 8 block out of these cards, which is,
you get 4 out of that, and
crazy.
if you can pull them back 2 or 3 times, like,
right,
that's really good.
Really good. So I think it's worth it.
I would just experiment with how many times you can bring them back, because it might be worth looking at seeing if there's something else that can go in there that's beyond just a 1 block. Because if you can only bring them back like a couple times, like, okay, let me just run 2 pieces and let me see if there's...
Well, yeah, that's where like you'd run like you'd run like a card to give you a resource, or you can run a card to draw you a card or something, if that's the case. But I mean, effectively, there's some stuff we could probably try around with, but it's really about, what do you want to do with Huntsman, right? Do you want to be a fatigue Huntsman, or do you want to be a little bit more aggressive with your banishes? If you're going to be more aggressive with your banishes, you're probably going to be mixing these contract cards in with things like Double Trouble, because Double Trouble is just such an insane fucking card in this format.
Yeah. Sayo says, can I do about Wizard now, guys? Nothing here made me think Wizard is good outside of maybe B tier Ice. No, I think Ice is A tier. I think B tier Auxilio is in there now. And I don't know.
I think Verdance is kind of cool.
I don't think she's gonna be good though.
I think she's pretty cool. She's not
cool,
she's not
good.
Obviously, like, Verdance and CC is just like, dude, did I see Burn Bears and Felling of the Crowns? No. All right, whatever. Like, you could theoretically play the same thing in here, where you can literally just pay into Crucible, play Voltic Bolt, or you can send Cadaverous. Worse than Draft Chaff? I mean, I think it just sucks because it goes to the top of the deck, right? Like, that's what it is.
Yeah,
The reason why I like it is because it's a zero cost decompose.
It's a zero cost decompose.
Play it, decompose. I don't have to do anything.
It's red. I see that it's red. That's fine.
I
do think with it being a red, it should heal 3. But you're also getting this, like you're getting a card to the top of your deck. You're able to tutor.
Yeah.
But you're not. The other thing is you're not able to heal a whole lot with this. Like it literally be like the best value you can get, right? Is like you're trying to get a 4-cost Earth card. It's I think it's fine.
I mean, we did effectively though get a pseudo burn bear for our wizards, which is a big deal.
Started putting a dice on roses, dude. Ring of Roses does fucking work, man. We both play Huntsman. You know full well Ring of Roses. Ring of Roses turn 1 kills the shit out of you if you're not paying attention. If you're not like, not if you're not paying attention, but like if you're trying to crack back and like actually get full value, it's like, okay, yeah, cool, they gained a life. Now they're gonna deal arcane, and then they're gonna heal you for 1, and it's like, okay, we can't keep doing this. Like
Kevo's asking, late to the party, but do you all feel like
the pen set made it for the pre-con? Absolutely do.
Yes.
Which is again stupid, because so many of these cards could have just been in the goddamn decks. They could have been in the deck. Let's just start it all over.
God.
Round 1.
Why are we
Round
doing
1.
this at 1:30?
First and foremost, why the fuck was this not in a deck? Rip off the top is kind of crazy as hell.
Hold on. You forgot the best card to the left of that.
Oh yeah, no rune boots, but fucking goddamn piece of shit, stupid. I hate this shit. Guardian. You know what? They left everything bad out of Guardian already. So Guardian also got dog shit because they decided to choose Bravo Flattering fucking Showman instead of Valda, who obviously this entire fucking set was for.
These are all really good Valda cards.
Yeah, very good Valda cards. They suck ass everywhere else. Ninja cards. They showed the good ninja cards. Double cross trap, Mask of this thing here. All these other cards, if you decided to play Katsu or Zen, these make more sense. They don't now, so there's no reason for you to do that because you didn't choose the right hero. You should have just put Dory in full helm and full Unity gear and nothing else, and it probably would have felt like a better deck. So, because all of this is dog shit. Like, all of this sharpened shit, like this card maybe is fine.
Can I just ask you this? Like, is this them just getting ready for the Origins deck? Like, is that what this is? Like, I just don't understand the thought process.
I mean, I'd imagine it's
one sharpened card, and then we got one that's kind of wants to work off of the sharpened card, and then we got Run Flesh, which we probably want sharpened in order to use that, unless you have counters on it.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? Like, there's no way that they kept. This is the issue that I think a lot of people are seeing, is that like they're looking at Sharpen and they're going, Sharpen is only for people who want Dawnblade counters or Zenith Blade counters, and it's like, why do people think you can't play this in Kasai? Like, this should also be something that you can play in Kasai. Like, Cut and Carve is fine because it's going to give you +1 in Dominate on your next thing, and then you're going to remove your counter. So it's fine. If you have the pumps, right? If you front pump a whole bunch of shit and then you do this on your weapon, on your sword.
I actually like Cut and Carve. I think it might be used.
I think it'll be used. I mean, it's got the word Dominate on it. It's absolutely, and it doesn't need to be more than 1 +1 counter. It's just 1 or more. So you already get the 1 from this, and then you get it from this. So it's just like, that's good. That's good. But like, what? For the record, let me just make sure I'm not. So literally just the red. Because if you play the yellow or the blue, you need to have 3 or more or 2 or more. So only the red is going to be like used.
I thought we were done doing full color cards on cards that didn't make sense on.
I don't know what to tell you. And not for Warrior. Not for
No,
Warrior.
not
Warrior will keep doing it. Mechanologist. I think the mech deck was fine. I don't know that much needed to change about the mech deck. I wish this came in Rainbow. Fuck, that'd been so
well,
good.
the thing is the mech deck literally took the only card that it could from here, because all the other stuff are made for the other mechs.
Correct. Yes. But even still, that's fine. I'm happy to see all the stuff here for the other mechs. That I think it probably would have been cooler to see Teklo, but I think it's fine to showcase what Mix does. Dude, I think he's fucking crazy. But all right, we'll
one more thing.
this is it. This is all you need. These are base pieces. You can run 2 copies of these and 2 copies of the fucking what's the other one? The Evo security.
Yeah, that's Evo Sentry.
Sentry, that's the fucking one. The Sentry.
Which are also base.
Like, yeah, these are also base. So you literally just go through all of these, boost them away with your shit, equip them because they cost 0 for you to equip, and then you play it. So you play them at instant speed, re-equip them when you lose your battle worn, and then you had to scrap these now too, or boost them away. Guess what? Now you have battle worn 8. It's just sitting on board. Oh, and then you can do it again. It's so good. There's so much value. So much value. I still don't get boosting with Singularity. Well, okay, so I guess specifically for Sage, this is kind of where like I felt like it was pretty fine. Singularity, I think you're able to get Singularity back with Fabricate. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Right? I think
there's an Evo to get it back.
Fabricate says no, it's just getting anything back. Yeah, I think it's let's just look at Evo, I guess. Let's see what we do here. I think it's like Recall or something. Evo Recall? This one? Yeah. When this is equipped, put up to 1 Mechanologist action card from your banished zone on top of your deck. So this gets you back your Singularity if it gets banished. So, I mean, and people are running this now, but consistent turn 3/4 Singularity sounds crazy. I would figure you wouldn't want a Singularity that early, right? Like, there'd be no reason to do so. But I'm not too sure. I mean, like,
I have a Teklo main. I could ask him. But yeah, he was telling me that they've been burned. The Teklo people have been burned.
yeah, I just don't like.
Well,
I
they're
think
gonna come
just
up with something.
even if in Sage alone, like,
I think the main thing is that it's 1 block, so like that does lower it a lot. Like it's 1 block from hand. On the equipment, I think is great.
well, yeah, but I mean, like, I'd imagine that's kind of it, right? Like, you'd instant speed. Because, okay, hold on.
Oh yeah, those are instants, aren't they?
Well, you can make them instants, right?
Yeah, right.
You may equip your next Evo this turn as though we're an instant when you do draw a card. So,
Oh, that's right, because you could do it from your hand.
yeah,
Or from
you
your
can do it from
arsenal.
hand, you can do it from your banish zone. So, like, I'd imagine what it is probably like, you know, maybe you run like a set of them. I don't know. I have to do like a lot of testing to determine if that's like truly the most viable, but it's going to help get stuff online. And yeah, the tanks are gross. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Evo Majestics for Teklo are insane, but like they feel better when your opponent has like 20 cards left in their deck as opposed to, you know, 45, 50. Well, I guess turn 3, 4, 45 cards left in their deck. Like, you want to recur them. So, and with more cards left in my deck, I can just go, okay, cool. I'm going to make sure to full block everything. Get that out. So, I mean, I think it's a very, very good fatigue deck. I also don't know what the fuck it does into Jarl. Because what the hell? Like this is what was foretold the second we saw the first Armory deck Origins was Teklo mains are going to be losing their mind. It's a good thing they're not fucking viable in the format right now. And now look, everybody's like, Teklo, Teklo, it's so good, it's so gas, everything's gonna be the most amazing thing ever, and it's just like frozen to death. Lose your chess piece.
I will say the Synapse Spark cap, the Majestic for CC, will be really good. Like, I do think it will be good, but anyways,
if you instant equip the frozen the Evo, it does stop the frozen, but even still, like, you have to have that specific one, right? There's 4 different Evos over the course of it. If I'm freezing your headpiece and you have a chess piece in your hand or in your banish zone and no headpiece to be found, you lose it. So
Keva didn't like the assassin cards. I think the assassin cards were good. I just wanted to see a few more.
Yeah, obviously I'd like a lot more, but that's what this is. Assassin's just gonna steal them. Yeah, of course they can. I can't, though.
Are any of the old non-Sentry Evos worth keeping around? If we're talking about Sage, I don't think so. I was actually just looking through it.
Interesting. That is crazy that Sage was being brought up as date. That's adorable. Probably not. Let me see. Evo.
Not for Sage.
Common rarity, common rare.
Yeah, the only one I would actually think of maybe is the Evo Technoscope, which came in that.
Yeah, God, no, not this. Blaster can target anything.
It's the block. It's the Battle Worn 2.
Yeah.
Like, if you're really trying to do block,
but this is worse. It costs 3.
Hey, but it will cost 1.
You have Battle Worn 2 on the Sentry stuff, though, so...
You do.
I would think, if anything, outside of... I think truly the only ones you should be running, unless there's some kind of spice with these Buzz Hive ones and their actual... Because, like, that's the thing, right? What we know of Teklo right now is that it's just the abilities of the armor that you equip do not really matter. It's the block value in the bottom right of the card.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what it is. Which is why I'm like, these Teklo pieces and these Teklo pieces, these Evo Sentry base arms, they're the best. Good. They're the best because you can stack them on top of each other. And if one discounts the other, it's incredibly effective, right? So this is kind of like the only suite I'd imagine, especially since you're probably putting what? If you technically put in 2 copies of this each, that's 8, and then maybe a copy of these, right? So 8, and then 9, that's 10, 11, 12. 12 cards out of your 40 in your deck have to be Evos that you hope to have to find and boost away, apparently, because you're going to get cards that say boost Evo do something. So I think I
do wonder if you even maybe you run one of the blues.
I know what you don't run is the whiz. You just don't run the whiz bangs. You don't run the Techloscope stuff. Like, I think there's like, what do these do? Destroy a card under this. Your next weapon attack is triggers +1.
Plans are good. They're blade break.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only thing. So they make your weapon more powerful, and their stuff is actually pretty good. It's just the blade break 3, which means you want to use up all the cards underneath it before you do it. And
right.
So
but I think to Ethan's point here, like having one of each of these could also have a block 3 in your deck, and also good for block and scrap. So to scrap them and then get them later, because these are ones that you're going to want to get into your banish zone as soon as possible to be like, okay, cool, let's just load it up, and then it's everything you need. But the downfall is, like, I think it's really about finding that balance of like the scrap to like equipment ratio, because if you just draw into a hand of all equipment, you're going to be like, all right, cool, I guess I block with some of these and then equip something, and then you have to have enough scrap cards. So like,
I know I was doing a build for a little while that there was only 2 of those smooth bore ones, the Evo Command Center.
Right.
There's 2 specific ones that I liked, so I did those as kind of like a final version. And so like, you could probably do that. I wouldn't do all 4 because I just feel like that's too much.
Yeah, because I mean, doing it, because that was my initial thing too, was the quote unquote final evolution of these things, right? Was like when I first wanted to make Teklo, it was let me get the base stuff, and then it is all of the other base stuff, and that's all I'm going to stick with, because the base stuff has battle worn, which means it'll never go away, and then I can stick the battle worn stuff on top because I'd much rather the armor block. But the downfall of that is that you have Teklo Leveler, which is just a 1 for 3 with Go Again at the end of the day. And it is...
Good night, CYO.
Bye, Sam. You got this. I believe in you. Get your invite. Get your invite or you're forced to play Huntsman for the next season. Them's the rules. I don't make them. I mean, I guess I do make them. That's how it is. Okay, I have to get to bed here pretty soon too. I'm helping Tegan and Aurora from Flesh and Bad shoot their spoiler video tomorrow, so
that's fun.
I've got that going on, so that'll be a fun time. But only one without one. That's right, you are. You gotta get it, dude. If you gotta get it, you gotta get it. I believe. Hard believe. You're playing a busted hero anyway. You're fine. So, but yeah. So anyway, this. I like the set. I think it's fun.
Yeah, I like this. I think the set is good. I'm gonna put this in my top 10. I'm just gonna tell you right now. Dyed sleeves.
Yeah. Oh my god. What the hell? That's right. Did you see that shit?
Yeah.
Dude, Syndra's favorite fucking card right here.
Yeah. As soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, Syndra has. I like the way that they're doing this. Like, this feels good. Syndra now, I think, is more viable since it's got more on demand.
I think she's
it's a perfect
crazy now. Because you know what isn't banned in Sage? Level. You know what isn't banned in Sage?
What?
Wrath of Retribution.
Yeah. But I was like, this is the perfect level of the dagger destroy, you getting something out of the dagger.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, it's not an on demand, so you will have to, you'll have to pay a resource for it on top, but it is a way where it can break. Like, the level of intricacy of doing that fine line was perfect, because doing a once per turn one or once per game one was not working for her.
Yeah, because I mean, you want to make sure they're destroyed as frequently as possible, because that's what gets you the value. It's why you had so many other throw effects, but those throw effects were not on Draconic cards unless they hit, which was the Burning Blade Dance one. So
yeah,
not quite the same.
I saw that and I was like, oh, that's exactly what she needed.
Such a good card.
In my top 10 list.
Easily such a good card. I think I have a pretty good idea about what I want my top 10 be. You know, it's never going to be in my top even 100 out of the set. A fucking boob. I'm still so mad about this card. Why the fuck? Why the fuck? Ethan, I know you can't tell me because you're under oath. NDA. And you work for the man now. But what the fuck is this? What the hell is this? This is
it's your new specialization.
Crazy, dude. Love it, the one Draconic Illusionist card that's coming out of this, probably, maybe, yes, the only Draconic Illusionist card that's coming out of the set is,
it is
the worst one I've ever seen in my life.
You know what you do get to do, though?
What's that?
You do get to call all the Bannermen to you.
In Decimator Fang. That's right.
No, in Dromai.
Nope, in Decimator Fang. That's what we're doing. We're going to play Decimator Great Axe Fang. I'm going to play all these things. They're going to block for 3, and then I'm just going to send 6 into 6 as my final hurrah, while my opponent's at like 4 life and can't do anything about it. This is...
I like the name.
Oh my god, I can't wait to make the most jank bullshit with this. Ugh. What the hell? Oh my god. I like the name in my life. I never knew either. Dude, Ethan, I saw this card and I genuinely thought it was a fucking joke.
They say Haboob in Aladdin. I'm pretty sure they say Haboob in Aladdin.
I think they say Habib. I think Habib is.
Habib,
I think maybe they do say. I don't know. But all I'm saying is like I've never. But it's like I've never heard this word before, and it wasn't until today I posted in my Discord. I posted this card. I was like, "What is this?" And then somebody responded. They're just like, "Do you find something funny about this card's name, Alex?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, I can't deny that I definitely do." They proceeded to give me the whole rundown that it's a freaking downburst, like a fucking heat storm. And I'm just like, oh,
I love the art.
I get it. That's super cool. Too bad the card is ass. The art is so good. Dude, the only way this card is good is if they errata the whole ash thing. And it works like I wanted it to.
Maybe you'll get a wicked sweet playmat out of it.
That's fine. I'll take it.
You can have a Haboob playmat.
If that happens, I'll fucking take it. But let me tell you,
I know.
Odds are probably not going to happen, bud. Odds are it's not going to be that way.
I don't know. That art is so cool.
It's really cool. It's a rare. I could reach out to the artist and get a actually, hold on. Before we go.
Who did it?
Acer Misoa. No, it's not Acer.
It's like we have Inza with these drawers, so you know.
They do have a art station. Oh! She made a lot of stuff. This is all the things she's made. This is the same artist. She's made the Seismic Circons. She made the Compounding Anger, the Warcry Themis.
I love her art.
I love her art too. God, I can't even believe I didn't think about that. Okay. Huh. I wonder what it's going to take for me to commission that. Haboob.
We'll see. See if she can make you a Haboob. Well, I think they don't. I think they own all their sketches and stuff. So maybe you can get a Haboob sketch.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a pretty sick playmat, though. Let's be honest. It'd be pretty cool. I just can't believe this is the one. I mean, they're like, oh, Draconically. I wasn't expecting a new dragon or anything, but so the ultimate masochism deck where the ash you break are the M's that took your whole action point to play. For real. Like, I just don't. I sat here. I don't know if you were here for it, Ethan. I literally had like a moment where I was like, wait a minute. Can I destroy the ash that's under my dragons in order for them to lose Phantasm and never gain it? And then continuously just raffle stomp Guardians until the end of time? And then Nathan was like, well, can you use the ash that's under your dragons for sand cover? And I'm like, damn it. You're so right. You're so right. You're so correct. So, oh, God. What a crazy thing. This card is just so bad.
It's so bad.
It's so bad.
It's so funny now. Okay, here's the thing though. It blocks for 3, Alex.
No, don't you even get me. Don't you even start.
Yep.
Don't you even start with block 3, dude.
It's a red chain starter.
Yeah, it can. Yes, it's a red with go again. Oh, geez, Louise, how blessed am I to know that I have another red chain starter. God forbid that I have a dragon I can summon to start the chain, and I don't have to give up a fucking whole ash at the end of my turn to keep a goddamn card out that says my Blaze Headlong comes in for 3, and my
start of your turn.
Yes, every turn. It's insane. What the fuck?
It is the start of return, so you know you could play it, start it. They don't pop you that turn, and then they come in for -1.
They're never gonna not pop me.
So, goodbye.
Everybody has Look Tough in their deck. The precons have Look Tough in the deck. Those have 8 power. I'm not doing shit. This card is ass. This card wishes it was anything like Herald of Triumph. It wishes it was anything like Figment of Triumph. This card is ass. I
mean,
genuinely wish to talk to whichever developer made this card, only so they can tell me that in 2027 I'm gonna know, and I better have 3 rainbow foil copies of this card, because I'm gonna get 3 rainbow foil copies of the card anyway, because why? It's gonna be 10 fucking cents. Like, it is crazy. So
I actually thought that this card,
true. Jesus.
I actually thought that this card, and I think this would make this card, I thought it was going to be like their arcane card where you have to banish red cards from your graveyard. And I was like, if that was the case, this card would be totally worth it.
Yeah, because that would be the raise counters that we see already with Burn Them All, right?
Yeah.
But I have to destroy my own ash to keep this around, right?
Mhm.
Not only do I have to destroy my own ash, but my own attacks get 1 less power when attacking. On top of my
Only your
opponents.
attack actions. Don't attack with attack actions.
Yeah, so make a whole deck full of dragons, right? Sure.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, that is yes, right? If I never decide to ever play an attack action ever, I can lose to Guardian as they continue to pop my shit 8 ways to Sunday, because it doesn't matter that it says -1. If it was -1 for each storm counter on it, like if it had 2 storm counters, it would be -2. We'd be maybe even so very slightly in back, right? But it's not like that at all. It's literally not like that. It's just -1, which means that anybody who puts a 7 in their deck still gets to pop all of my dragons. I don't have a dragon that says, as long as this is on the field, all of your opponent's attacks have -1. That would be a cool dragon to pitch. You could put that dragon as an actual summonable dragon. Invoke Haboob, where it's just -1 on attack actions. How sick would that be? Except we didn't get that. That's not what we got at all.
Whatever, you're invoking Haboob because you have to give up your ash. This is him.
This is it. This is Haboob. Haboob is the ultimate being, the ultimate dragon. It just doesn't invoke.
There's just so many dragons in there.
God, if there's one thing that I'm so tilted about, it's this fucking card. I cannot. I dreamed of it being like, okay, we're getting Ice Wizard cards in 2026. That means we're getting Dromai cards. We're getting Draconic Illusionist cards.
Dromai cards.
No.
Yes, you did.
No, this is not it.
They just say Draconic on him.
Yeah, exactly. These. I got Phoenix Flame support for my fucking goddamn hyper aggro.
Wow. I mean, I was thinking in the Hunted, you got a bunch of cards.
No. No, nothing is there. It's all bad.
Oh, there you got a +1 on all your dragons.
I'm dooming. I'm big dooming. Yeah, Rake Over the Coals is so sick. Actually, though, like, that's a good card. That is a good card. Tooth of the Dragon also. Having Hyloria come in for 7 is pretty good. You know what doesn't matter, though? If my opponent could pop it.
Why is there an arm on
that's what I was gonna bring up. So if you see, right, the art is that each of these individuals is pointing to a part of the phoenix, right?
Yeah,
the head.
Yep.
The chest, the arms, which are the talons, and the legs, which is the tail.
Oh, that's a little weird. Why isn't the
why would the arms not be pointing to the fucking wings? And then these be pointing to the legs. I mean, it's the same artist. It's the same artist for every single one of these things. Like, I get it, right? Because, like, a phoenix, it doesn't have, like, hands, right? So, like, that's how it picks things up, is with its arms, right? These are its legs. But, like, they're legs. Like, you stand on your legs. You're not standing on your arms. You're standing on your legs. I think it just, like, would be cooler to see the wings lit up in this scenario to cover it. But it's not. So That is strange. That is a strange thing. Also, I'm trying to be like this. What the hell? This is crazy. I love how no matter what, new art is just like, all right, cool. Let's get sexy with it. Freaking Haboob. I'm so mad about that card. I'm never going to not talk about that card.
It's true. I do think sometimes I just think things are different. In New Zealand,
I would believe it.
I agree with that.
I mean, my God. I still can't even think about the concept of doing a shoey. I'd lose my mind. I'd be like, what the hell? Like, what are you talking about? What? So, mind you, I want to know what the fuck these two cards are.
Yeah, they're Majestics. Who cares?
But no, I care. Are these good contract reactions? Because if they are, I'm going to be super hyped about that.
They probably are.
But
they're probably new contract cards.
Hell yeah. It's probably Haboob, but for Assassin. Stupid.
That's funny.
Stupid.
I really, and then I'm going to bed because I'm so tired and it's 2:00. I really wanted the excessive blood loss to be continual until you didn't hit a red.
Could you imagine? Just like the 55 cards ripped from a Phi deck? Holy shit.
I wanted that so bad. I was like, oh my god, it's gonna melt. I said that and you're like, it's just the next one, dude.
My
like, damn it.
God.
I wanted to keep going.
I think that was funny. That was the thing that I saw the most whenever people saw excessive blood loss, was that they were like, wait a minute, repeat the process. So I just repeat the process once, and then if it's a red card, I repeat the process again, and then if it's a red card, I repeat the process again. I was like, no, that just says once, just one time. That's it, just once.
Well, yeah, because after we repeat the process.
But at least it still says it banishes the card off the top of their deck. So regardless of whether or not it's a red or a blue or a yellow or a colorless or whatever, it's still going to get a card. Unlike a Mist Hunter.
Oh my god, Mist Hunter makes me so mad. I don't get it.
Oh, at least the card's cool. I'll give it that.
Oh, yeah, cool. I just don't. I was like, with so many limitations, why do we have a weird silver bullet?
Mm-hmm.
I want Knife Through to be good. I think it's not, but
I think Knife Through is really good.
I don't know.
There's a world. Well, I know what I'm building. I know what I'm playing around with. I think I pretty much have a pretty solid top 10. But I think it's time to go to bed. While New Zealand time, everybody is just getting up and hanging out and enjoying their morning in the wonderful world of New Zealand. I am Eepy and need to go shoot a spoiler video tomorrow, so I'm gonna go to sleep. Nathan, thank you for hanging out and chatting. Yeah, 3 a.m. Crazy, dude. I'm telling you, it's too early.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. Ethan's in New York.
Mm-hmm. In York time.
I always crack up because I'm from New York, right near where he lives now, and then I moved down to Mobile, which is about 2 hours from where he is from.
My God.
Just gonna switch spots.
Ships in the night. That's what it is, right?
Oh, I know. So, it's funny. We probably moved around the same time too.
Right.
Which is hilarious.
Well, everybody, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. Quite an awesome stream. Almost a 6-hour stream. My God. So thank you, Ethan. Thank you for popping on in. Always a pleasure, my man. Keep up the awesome work. You're killing it, bud. I look forward to the London stuff and checking everything out there. Pen is good. I think a Penny of Wraith is a hit. I think there's a lot of new tools for us to check out for Sage. I do think this is a super win of a set, and I cannot wait to open it myself and get some decks together and start doing some Sage locally. It's going to be a great time. But yeah, if you enjoyed this, make sure to go ahead and like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and go get some sleep. Because
get some sleep.
It's late.
I'm gonna only people down here will understand this. Ethan, I'm gonna eat a king cake for you tomorrow.
It's a decent amount of people for king cake. A lot of king cake folks.
Today officially started.
Is it really today?
Well, the first parade was today.
Okay. Well,
At least for me.
happy Mardi Gras. So,
It's Mardi Gras.
anywho, thanks y'all. Have a great rest of your day or night, whatever it is, and keep an eye out for more Sage. We'll see you later.
Night, guys.